Ropac Championship leaders who go to the rear of the field into the International Horseshoe for the first time. And now it'll be time, John, for LMP2s to get their launch.
Indeed, incredible start there by Mono. 67 actually getting boxed out there, and the LMP2s are already gone across the line, so it's a great start. Parabit getting a huge jump there into turn 1, but followed by Team Enduritech, and that's Gassed Up Motorsports as well, just following through. So the LMP2s all line astern at the moment, and they'll be hoping to have a clean race at the start. And there is the Daytona GT3 class going as well.
Yep, so they all go. They are split by Pro and AM out there. So there is a case of where you have to be to try and work through. Maniti with a weaker field than what they normally roster out there. They got Finn Haupt to start with, a little wide there from Gabriel Rupp for Sorrento, as was fighting there with Miguel Leon of Enosis Esports Simdeck.app. So they're managing through in the early stages and give themselves the chance to work through towards the kink and the West Horseshoe for the first time and work on through. R&R Motorsports, you have to give them a lot of credit from how they qualified. Leading Pro-Am team, qualified 4th out of all the GT3s.
Yeah, that is an incredible performance, and it just shows what confidence can get you in terms of sim racing. Even if you're in the lower category, you can go and fight there with the big guys, as they say. So they'll take that performance into the race, and they're looking good there in P5 as far as I can see. So it's been a good start for them, but definitely some interesting things for Negative Delta cars as well. I saw a little bit of wheel banging there as well, as there are the 3 mono cars line astern, but not where they want to be at the moment. They're at the back of the hypercar class.
Yeah, they are 3rd, 4th and 5th. So Sorrento Motorsports have had a fantastic start to this race. They have jumped themselves up the order, and they have said unequivocally, we are going to have a great race start out there. Gabriele Rossone and Team Racing Point then with control. Johan Neshev then for Negative Delta by Madness in 2nd. And then it is the Absolute Motorsport Acelith team with Francesco Petalin then in 3rd position, fighting off Ariti, who have 32 points to chase down Maniti out there at this moment in time. They know it's a long haul to get the points back. Teams like Negative Delta are down 54 points and need help getting a little bit checked up then, as Connor Franson on the rear then of Petalin in full position. It's Lamborghini playing the Aston Martin, but the Aston Martin behind just having to be patient, as side by side with R&R goes Maniti Racing Black. Finn Haupt there making the pass with João Pedro Teixeira now next looking to try and get a move done.
Yeah, not ideal there for R&R Motorsports, just a little bit wide into turn 1 effectively, and that put them, I think, a wheel on the grass, and they had to recover from that. So losing positions, not in class, however, just losing a few positions to the pro category there. So 1 position lost as far as I can see to Manatee. So not too bad. They'll just keep going, and Arete Esports just trying to get a move done here as well. But onto the banking, you've just got to be so reserved, haven't you?
You do, because you know that you can't take too much of it. Is a huge degree of banking here at Daytona. It forms one of 2 major super speedways out there in the world of motorsport. The other one over across from Florida into Alabama, that one being the Talladega Super Speedway. So that pretty much sets up where they need to be, and Neshev happy then in that 2nd position and working to pull away from Francesco Petalin off of the start of this race. So keep your eyes peeled on who's going to be making good moves, as Gabriel Rupp here is one who is looking to start jumping about, and that is getting through on the Sorrento GT3. So the Sorrento cars swapping positions out there. So João Pedro Teixeira will sit in, and one of the circuits out there in the world of racing where you have to start thinking fuel game pretty much from the moment you get going.
It's a lot of acceleration zones, a lot of flat out around the banking, so that fuel will go away faster than the tyres ever will. Ironically, at this course, the tyres don't really take that much of a caning. It's a lot of stop-start. You don't have the fast-flowing corners, a lot of hairpin turns, the International Horseshoe, for example, that we're going through right now. So it's a really, really tricky course in terms of just calculating the strategy. Every single time you're in a train, you want to do that overtake, you want to use that little bit of fuel, but it can catch you out, and over the course of a 4-hour race, that can be hugely, hugely detrimental at the end. We've seen it so many times already in this series.
we have, and every time you go out there and you start understanding who's got to deal with what, this could be a very long day at the office. A drive-through penalty is offered up to the 119 at Gassed Up Motorsports LMP2. That was for towing in qualifying and then setting a time. Once you tow in qualifying, that's it, day done. So the team that is third position out of 3 in the LMP2s are going to be even more third place in the LMP2s then when they come across to take their stop, with Archie Bennett currently behind the wheel. Miguel Leon for Enosis Esports Simdeck.app working through the very tough Le Mans chicane out there, and is really trying to give as much as you can. It used to be grass and very attackable, John. They've now put here in iRacing those stern anti-cut curbs which will wreck a race the moment you catch it funny.
Yeah, it's not the main time that you want to do a space program. You want to keep all four wheels on track. Sorrento Motorsports with João Pedro Teixeira trying to get a move done, but again, just lifting and coasting. This is what you'll see a lot during this race, just playing cautious, playing tentative, and you just have to really think about everything. And to be fair, the two Sorrento cars will want to try and work with each other, I think, at the start of this race, just to make sure that everything is fine and dandy. And it's really one of those circuits where you have seen in the past where you've seen all kinds of strategies happen to just try and get an advantage. Overtaking, not ideal on the infield, but once you hit the oval track, defending can be really, really tricky. So it's all about consistency, all about, ooh, that was a bit wide for the Sorrento car. Gabriel Rupp there just trying to turn in, and as far as I can tell, those front tyres were just saying, nope, still too cold, mate.
Yep, so it's taking a few laps to get up to speed here. We're on lap 4 of this race, and in terms of the track temperature right now, it is a 34 degrees Celsius track temperature, so it's right in the sweet spot out there at the moment. So that, I think, is going to be quite telling as far as they are going about. But they look around at this Daytona, and it is sunny skies for the entire way along. No efforts of a move being offered up by the two Sorrento cars working into the Le Mans chicane and out the other side with the lovely 383 Negative Delta SRT car back there as well, with Ivan Boromechkov trying to push on forward. Gabriel Ivanov currently in the Negative Delta by SIMGEAR.it car. They have also seen through Finn Haupt and Connor Franson. So right now it is Maniti on the move. They didn't qualify the car well, but they certainly have some race pace out there. And wide goes Johan Neshev through turn 1, just outbrakes himself slightly. It forces the side-by-side with Francesco Petelin and jumps up. Absolute Motorsport Acelith now to second, making it a Lamborghini 1-2.
Those Lamborghinis going quite thick and fast, as they say. It's a good car, to be fair, on this kind of track like this. You got some great rotation. You haven't really got the sort of peakiness of the very long corners you can have. As
lapping.
Already got the lapping going ahead right now. And the two Porsche, the hypercars, really want to get a steal in this one, because Mono Racing have come across the GT3s on the absolute worst place, and they're getting punted wide as well. It could be chaos right now, as we've got Mono just trying to lap the GT3s and just not coming across each other. But that was really, really close to a disaster for all three Mono.
Yep, Simon Hegley and Alexander Witzel then almost coming together as they have to work in uniform here onto the banking. There has been a change as Dominic Pester has pulled Sorrento up to the race lead then. They got the move done into turn 1 behind the traffic, so it was a lovely lunge down the inside that put Sorrento up into the race lead. But they will look now at Neshev and Petelin and think, right, that's just one of the moves that's done. We need to think about building a gap away from the monocars, and Sorrento will have the skin in the game of trying to win this race outright. Absolute Motorsport Acelith, no. Points maxima is huge, because any gap over 6 championship points, and they've been first or second all season long, is a massive window for them to go and work with. And it goes to show you why the car choice is so important, because it's Porsche, and then you look back, 3 Ferraris that sit there. They're not as good at Daytona compared to these Porsche 963s.
No, the Ferraris really excel at the high-speed corners, very long corners. As Maniti under pressure right now, but they're doing the best job of defending, just putting the car on the apex and saying, well, if you go around the outside, there's not much you can do at the moment. And Arete Esports is a team which they've fought with many times already this season, so they'll know the sort of tactics and the driving style that everybody has, and so they'll be trying to devise a strategy to sort of keep it clean, keep in the pack. That's very important around here, but also they'll want to get ahead of Maniti, that's for sure, will Arete. But going back to the cars, definitely the Porsche better in acceleration than the Ferrari, and it's more stable just punching out of the corner, so especially at the Le Mans chicane they will have an advantage. But will Mono pull some strategy out of the bag to negate that? I think they will be able to.
And with Maniti making that move, it means that it's taken just 10 minutes for a lead advantage for Arete Esports to start pulling points back. Has now gone the other way. We watch with Andre Matejcek here, who is sat in position number 2 in LMP2, eyeing up Lucas Sturck right now here, who is doing his best in the 176. We'll go back, though, to Alexander Witsel in the 67 machine, with the number 2 as Simon Hegeli battling out their full position. They have dropped Marcel Ropac because Ropac, I think, has gone for a half spin coming out of the Le Mans chicane. That's why there was some smoke up there. He grabbed the curbs wrong, and suddenly that mono competition TSSimshop.de car that is championship leaders on the back foot. Franson doesn't offer up a move into turn number 1 and over to turn 4, the International Horseshoe. Again, can't quite manage to find what is needed there, but Finn Haupt has certainly done very well off of the start. Now that they've run out of cars to pass, it's about finding the next group or burn the fuel up.
Yeah, indeed, you just got to choose it, and Gaslit Motorsports in the pit lane there. I don't think that's a scheduled stop. So
is their penalty?
Yeah, that's their penalty. There you go. Yeah, you can see the sign there on the side. Should have noticed that. But yeah, it's an unfortunate start for them, but they've got more than enough time to sort of get that gap back. And you never know what can happen in terms of strategy, in terms of safety cars, in terms of incidents. So you can always just go with the flow, see what happens. And so that's the crux of this race at the start. And in the GT3 class, you've really got to be looking also towards just fuel consumption. The Lamborghini not the best at fuel consumption, so I think both of them at the front of the field will just be wanting to pull away, create that gap, and then do some lifting and coasting. As the front two, Absolute Motorsport Acelith takes the lead with the slipstream. Sorrento Motorsports working with them. I tell you what, that's a 2-second gap that could come in very handy right now compared to the Mono cars. Mono will have to start working together or start devising something, because these Porsches are pulling away, aren't they?
Well, it's more than just having to work together. It's the fact that the Mono car that they want to be at the front is at the back, and at the back by over 3 seconds right now. So it's really costing them in terms of what they are hoping to get out of this race. Francesco Iliano will know this, knows that the car's got an advantage, and will be looking to build on that, especially with Le Mans on the horizon. And you've got to consider the back half of this season as we watch Ivan Boromechkov get into some troubles here and get side by side with one of the cars over at Sorrento there, diving down to the inside, turns in, gets a door, and ultimately gets turned for troubles. So that is not going to help them, especially when that 383 car is up there and is fighting with absolutely everything you can ask for and then some. Championship leaders by 1 over the R&R Motorsports team, clear by 7 over Off-Track Racing MDM. They could be back as far as 3rd, John, if they're not careful, for the championship finale at Le Mans.
Yeah, that's a disastrous incident there. I think the Sorrento car just turned in and didn't recognise that they were already effectively on the apex, and so the negative Delta car with Ivan just had nowhere to go effectively. It's really, really unfortunate, and for championship, as you said, that is dire straits. But if you want an incident to happen, you want it to happen at the start. I mean, you never want an incident, but if you have to choose, have it at the start, so that if there's any drama, you can get back into the race. If you have an incident in the closing laps, it's kind of game over. So yeah, unfortunate for them, and I think Sorrento might be coming up with a penalty right there, because yeah, I don't see how you turn in as if nobody's there, unfortunately.
I don't either, and that will really sting as far as they go. Now, Race Control are looking at the incident between the 18 and the 33 out there. For instance, then it was a look at the 33 for a move that was maybe a bit too strong into turn 1 for Dominic Pesta, and that is what they are eyeing up at this moment in time. Connor Franson, though, still happy to be sat here, working at the moment with the margins that are there and available, and with Gabriele Rossone with a strong lead out there at the moment of 3.4 seconds. Maniti 2 seconds off the back of Johan Neshev. They'd love to get to within 1.5. That's when they can start suppling on the draft.
Yeah, indeed. And it's worth pointing out also for some people that might be more of a Formula One sort of fan out there, is that you really want to extend the stint. So sometimes sitting behind the car like Sorrento are doing in the GTP class at the moment to save fuel, it can really help you get that extra lap where you're on low fuel sort of qualifying modes just before you go into the pit stop. The overcut, well, I say that, they go to the inside to take the lead. I think they're just doing a switchback. So, well, they'll miss the apex as well, nearly go onto the grass, not ideal. And that will bring Mono back again, 0.3 of a second of all of the Mono cars gaining. The Pro-Am car gaining a solid, actually, 0.5 of a second with that mishap. So could have gone worse for Sorrento. They're still on the course, but that was decidedly a little bit too late on the brakes. It's so difficult to the inside because it's quite dusty there. Very easy to lock a brake because you're having to turn in quite aggressively, and it's slightly off camber, that turn 1. So a very tricky zone. We see it all the time at Daytona that people get it wrong. So it's the same in the sim racing world. But yeah, they'll be trying to save fuel, get that extra lap extension so that they can do the overcut, which is better in endurance racing rather than the undercut in Formula One because of race fuel.
So, John, would you say that was a switchback?
It was a rallycross switchback, to be fair. Apart from going onto the grass, they couldn't have done better than that. But yeah, for sure, it's kind of like after you, mate, effectively. And I don't think that was their intention, let's put it that way.
Well, one thing they do have to be intense on is the fact that that Mono Pro-Am team have pulled the gap down to 1.2 seconds off the back of Sorrento, so they are very much looking at lining it up as a group of 4 again. Here is Francesco Pecolin right now for Absolute Motorsport Ace List 299 entry, which is nowhere near in the championship. They come into today in 7th position overall with 3 finishes outside of the top 5. So this for them is a really big chance to show that they are in for what they know they're all about. And so can they find a chance to say, look, I can jump up and I can make something of it. They are carrying Negative Delta by Madness along, and they are 3rd in the championship, the 282 team, so they're looking to really go for it. But it looks like Lamborghinis look very good. Mercedes, always a very good car around here as well. We normally expect this to be a Porsche spec out there as well, but the Lamborghinis also proved at the Daytona 24 they were a very good car to run with at Daytona, and it does exacerbate balance of performances, this circuit, compared to a lot of the others out there. So in terms of it, I think what you're seeing here is a prelude to what you will expect to find in terms of balance of performance when we head over to France.
Yeah, indeed, you can just see the Lamborghini has better balance there, but at the end of the straight, the Mercedes is absolutely pulling with that engine, so it's very difficult to defend. Absolute Motorsport's doing a great job, but Team Racing Point out in front, 4 seconds now out in front, and you'll just see them going around the International Horseshoe. They are there on the exit there, and it's just so difficult when you're battling with someone that you can't really sort of take the optimal lines, and that's what the Lamborghini needs to do. The Mercedes can rely on power, and that is Perabit going to the inside. Team Enduritech around the outside. Whoa, that was very aggressive there from Perabit. They kind of had to commit to the inside line, but Enduritech around the outside into turn 3 and into the International Horseshoe. They have the inside, they take the position. That is the lead change in LMP2.
A great lead change as well, and Team Endurotech will know that Perabit have won the first 3 rounds of this season, and that was a very lovely pass then from them to move up into order and say, look, this is a good job. We've made this pass now. We've got to try and build a margin, and you can see there, just not able to get as much drive off of the exit either. There was Lucas Sturck, so suddenly the gap does balloon out slightly, and it creates this margin that makes life a little tougher to go and chase down. And you're playing long game to some respects out there, and Matejcek will be looking at, well, how much fuel can I burn right now to build a margin? If I have to pay it back later with a longer stop, then so be it.
Yeah, remember what happened last race in LMP2, really. Parabit off the pace, and then all of a sudden, mid-race, they turned up the wick and were unstoppable from there on out. So don't kid yourself, I think they will be in the running no matter what happens toward the end of this one. So I'm eager to, well, talk about that. They're in the running straight away afterwards. They're coming back at Team Endurotech around the outside. Will they just get the side draft? Yes, they will, and they'll get the overspeed. Indeed, they'll kind of buffer side by side right now as Endurotech gets the benefit now of the side draft, and into turn one, a little bit of argy-bargy, touchy-touchy, and Endurotech gets that race lead back just through virtue of being a little bit more aggressive there. I think Parabit will be saying, naughty, naughty boy, if you do that again, we might have a few words, but they're racing quite hard right now in LMP2. It's only 2 cars right now as Gassed Up Motorsport still with some problems, so they're effectively fighting for victory no matter what happens today.
Well, they are racing right now like this is the last 20 minutes of the race rather than the first 20, and we note that Gassed Up Motorsports had themselves an issue, so they came down onto pits, took their service, and the question was, did they get away, or was that them deciding, yeah, just to pull the car away after the penalty? So they did, and as such, that has found them with a day that is pretty much forgettable by their standards, and they won't score points if that is the case. So it is going to be between these two for the championship, with no Project 91 here today, which is a real shame to say, but they couldn't get the drivers in to go and work with for this 4th round, working through the Le Mans chicane and trying to get the drive off the X. You can see how much you have to batter the curbs out there, and those curbs are raised and they make life very tough, as Neshev again just happy to sit in, play the fuel game, and wait with Francesco Petelin there just in front. They are losing ground, though, to the overall leaders. Now up to 4.4 seconds here for Team Racing Point.
Yeah, it's 0.4 of a second over, what has that been, about 3 laps now since we last checked in on that time gap. So it's not too bad, it's not terrible, and I think if they're fuel saving, then that's a good thing. But Team Racing Point doing exactly what they did last time out, just create that gap, and it's just at the mid-section, contrary to Parabit. But what happened to Parabit, basically, is they lost pace mid-race last time out, so they'll be wanting to create that gap and then just manage the race. They're doing that so far at the moment, but yeah, Negative Delta will want to get past at some point. It's just that they will have to choose when. At some point you'll say, right, that's enough fuel saving, let's go for it, and let's see what pace we have. They did well in qualifying, so points that the pace might be there in the car at least. So that Mercedes very, very stable, especially over the curb. So some overtaking opportunities into the Le Mans chicane, for example. Worth pointing out as well, with those raised curbs now, that you can get damage from it as well just by taking the wrong line. So that adds a little bit of extra jeopardy to a 4-hour race, doesn't it?
It always does, it always has done, and it will make life very difficult for those out there. We focus here with Dominic Pesta for a moment. This driver's eye view just from the back there in the middle of the padding there around the hands device and the like. As we work on the bank, you can see just how much you have to turn up through this. The gap opening as they go by the R&R car of Ivo Serafimov. They'll have João Pedro Teixeira as the next car that they've got to try and clear. And now that they've gone through the traffic once, going through it a second time, field is really strung out here. You're not getting these big battle groups early. It's a car here and a car there, and I think that's actually quite atypical of what we normally get to see here at Daytona. It has been a case of a lot more open and expansive than maybe we've seen at previous other Daytona races over around the years.
Yeah, we've seen quite a few wobbles from the GT3 pack especially, so I think that opened up the gaps. But also, I will say that whoa, Sorrento! Crikey, that was an overtake and a half on the GT3 car there. Just putting it nearly onto the grass effectively to not lose any time. It can be so risk versus reward there, but I think the Aston Martin there of Madness will be just thinking, wow, I got away with that one. I nearly got taken out. But Sorrento, that'll be a little bit of an increased heart rate, won't it? And just to go back to the points, it's very indicative of sort of the 4-hour race that around Daytona, the pack gets split up by the traffic because it's such a fast lap around here in terms of the speed of the GTPs, especially, that they close in on the GT3 so much and it kind of splits the pack up by default.
It does, and just getting word in that there is a warning then for car 33, which is Sorrento Motorsport there, which is attempting to box in car 18 behind GT3 traffic. It's not an action that is penalisable, however, car 33 does so too aggressively. There was clear contact between them, and so it's the contact that will address the warning out there. And of course, negative delta SRT and Sorrento Motorsports Elite Pro GT3 also under investigation at this moment. Neshev still stuck in behind now and digging in right at this moment in time. They're keeping an eye on Finn Haupt then behind at 1.8 seconds. It's pretty even keel actually right now. 44.7 played a 44.7 on that last lap. So Haupt not really closing in. Franson staying in the wheelhouse here. And at what point do you go from early stages, lap 17 here of 160, and really open it out? We have had at least one safety car in each and every single round this season, John. So as far as it goes, this has been the cleanest start to the season.
Yeah, indeed, and it just points to the, I won't say chaos that we've had, but just so how aggressive the driving has been, in that the drivers really want to prove themselves and show that they are the best of the best, and sometimes it goes a bit too far. I think Daytona sort of calms that down a bit, because especially turn 1 and the international horseshoe on the first lap, it's so easy to put a foot wrong through there, and so I think they just calmed it down for this race. I would say, if I was a team manager right now, or just trying to coach someone on strategy, Daytona is all about the strategy. So I'd be saying to my drivers, look, do the first stint, see where you are in terms of fuel, in terms of pace. If people are pitting in front of you earlier, that means it's great in terms of strategy. And then you can figure out, right, can I push harder? What is the strategy going to be like? Obviously, teams would have tested beforehand, but you never know what it's going to be like really in race conditions, with the track temperature, with the weather conditions. And so you need to kind of settle into the race. And I think it's around stint 2 that we will see it really get spicy.
It's where you feel like you belong, stint 2, and you hope that you got a chance to really hope that you've given yourself a great platform and you can go and work with it. And speaking of, Absolute Motorsport Acelith have almost pulled a second here, and in fact have pulled a second at the front of the pack. So they are starting to stretch Sorrento here, and the two monos that are there, and then that final mono car that's almost 4.5 seconds back. Sorrento Elite Pro, though, continuing on trying to work with Gabriel Rupp up against Miguel Leon at Enosis Esports Simdeck.app. Very good Spanish team is Enosis, and they always crop up with another good team here and another good team there. It used to be that Iberica was the best team out there from Spain from the longest time. It then went over to the likes of Simify Esports. Obsidian was great for a really long time. And now you're seeing teams like Map Performance, you're seeing teams like Enosis Esports come to the forefront. And Enosis here, they have been playing middle of the pack so far this season. They've got Miguel Leon in the car, they've got a Kites Larabeti that they can go to at the driver change, and so I think they'll be quite happy that they've made a decent start to things here.
Yeah, for sure, and Enosis have been kind of in the wars a little bit this championship, so they'll be looking to have a good result, just get some good points on the board, or just increase the confidence of the drivers. That can matter a lot around this track. So obviously very strong lineup, very good drivers in there, so I don't doubt they can do it, that's for sure. So under pressure a little bit at the moment, it must be said, with Sorrento behind, but they're not exactly off the pace, and they could also be on a different strategy, so we'll see how they come into the mix here. But they've had such strong pace, for example, around Spa. It's just that nothing happens their way, so I'm hoping it goes different for them today.
Well, I hope so too, because they are a very good team, and there's the lunge down the inside. So Miguel Leon leaves the door a half ajar. Gabriel Rupp says, I will walk on in. How are you going? I love the furniture, and I'll take this position, and I won't see any other argument of it. A nice, comfortable, easy pass there, going on to their 17th lap of the race here on lap 19 of 160.
Incredible move right there, just confidence in that Aston Martin. And I've spoken about it before, but it's so difficult to pull a pass on the same car. You ideally want a car difference just because of the fact that it creates opportunities. There's areas where your car will be stronger. So, for example, I'd rather be negative delta in third place trying to overtake the Lamborghini of Absolute Motorsport rather than Sorrento trying to overtake here Enesis like they did, because it's so tricky. Now, the question is, does Sorrento have more pace? Can they drag Enesis back into the fight? There is the gap visually. It's around about 7 seconds, so it is increasing, and they do need to get a move on, because slipstream around this oval part, oh so crucial to lap time.
Yeah, it is the great benefactor of running a Roval course, and this is the Roval course to end all Roval courses out there. If you understand what oval-style racing gives and offers you, you understand that road racing is what is the most popular pretty much everywhere that isn't called the United States of America. You then get this happy middle ground where you run part on a road course in the infield and then part on the oval itself, and it offers a unique dynamic in terms of how they race. And I think there's been, over the last 5 to 10 years, a lot more appreciation for what the Roval can do, and that's been made in part by the work that Charlotte Motor Speedway has done for the Roval. But there are some great Roval courses out there on iRacing if you had the chance. New Hampshire's Roval course is really fun to go and run. So too is Homestead Miami. So there is a lot of fun that you can get just running the Rovals.
Yeah, indeed. Daytona really started it, didn't they? Back in, I think it was 59, according to the information that I wrote about. And at 59, they had their first road course basically on just access roads, effectively. It was running the other direction, would you believe, until 62, where they started to form more of a sort of traditional road course that we see nowadays with the International Horseshoe, for example. It has changed a little bit layout-wise. So they sort of created the template, which other people have copied, other tracks have copied, and it's become sort of one of the events that I love to see, because it challenges everything. You've got the oval racing part of it where you can do overtakes and sort of use the draft, but you have to be all hands on deck in terms of driving throughout the road part of the course. So in terms of setup, in terms of tyre wear, fuel, as we've talked about before, it's just possibly one of the most tricky combinations.
We watch then with Ariti Esports here, still on the back of Maniti Racing. They are keeping them honest and probably looking at being in the best position possible, looking to play long game strategy. Can I go an extra lap longer as you work along the banking? 285 kilometers an hour on the straight in GT3 trim before trying to get it down on the marks, and that's a little laborious through turn 1 from Finn Haupt, so that gives Connor Franson a chance to move on over as Germany plays the Netherlands out there at the moment, and so not quite there. But we did talk about the fact that we are seeing different drivers working for different that are in there for Manatee Racing Black. We're used to the likes then of Mark Calver and Ryan von der Grijp. For example, it's Finn Haupt and Raymond Scheffers out there today at Manatee Racing Black compared to what Ariti have got with Connor Franson and Pip Venanzi, who will be working for them. And I can't help but feel that Maniti actually have a very tough racing schedule out there today by the fact that the Ivor Club Sports Series is going on at exactly the same time. So maybe their best drivers unavailable, and they've had to go into the depth of their team to say, look, this is what we need out of it, and we need a result, and it doesn't matter who jumps in, it's next driver available.
Well, I'll tell you what, the strength and depth then from Maniti, if this is their B lineup, let's call it, although their B lineup is probably miles better than what I am in any case, but they are really doing well at the moment, P4, and really not losing too much time to the top 3 ahead as well. So, if I'm Team Maniti at the moment, I'm saying, hey, I've got a huge lineup here, and there's so many drivers I can call on to be able to do 2 races in one day. Yeah, that's pretty good in terms of team. So I think they can hold their head up high, and definitely, as we're seeing also something coming along here, the bump drafting techniques is very, very tricky to get right, and if you get it wrong, you get spun off into the barrier. So we will see quite a bit of this. It's a way to gain, I'd say, about 0.3 of a second per lap. So you will see drivers use this to sort of close the gaps up, but risky strategy, as they say. So Arete Esports just don't want to get into the wars, I guess. And Looking at the gaps as well, Absolute Motorsport Ace Lith in the GT3 Pro class just losing a little bit of time. They had gained about 0.5 of a second on the previous few laps compared to Team Racing Point, both of them in the Lamborghinis, but it's kind of ebbed away again. So I guess it's just drivers pushing the tyres a little bit, letting them cool off again, and then just attacking. So the gap's staying quite consistent at the moment.
Consistency is the king out there, as they'll be looking at how much time they've run in this race, and I don't think we're a million miles away from the first round of pit stops in LMP2 and GTP. The LMP2 should come in first. They've got the smallest tank. They go through the fuel a little bit quicker than some of the others, and 2 seconds then between the two of Endurotech and Parabit Sim Racing. So we'll be looking at them to come in the next 10 minutes or so. It is one of those tracks where fuel burn is higher than other places, as we get note that the incident between the cars of what is 383 and 244 has been deemed no further action, which was the replay that we saw turning in. Side-to-side contact, they ruled there wasn't much. They were fighting for the same piece of corner, John, and so they have said that's a racing incident.
An interesting decision, for sure. I mean, the decision's made now. You know, I think they'll be bickering about that one for sure. Both teams will think they were done wrong by, I guess. So it's bound to be a controversial one. It's such a tricky corner into the Le Mans chicane. So, yeah, I think race control have had a very difficult decision to make there, and I wouldn't be the one wanting to make that. Sorrento, however, going for the lead. Absolute Motorsport Ace Lith will have to relinquish this one, although once again, as we see every single time, as soon as you pop out of the slipstream, you lose the momentum, and Absolute Motorsport Ace Lith get the place back. Can they get it stopped into turn one? Yes, they can, although Sorrento steaming it up the inside. They get the better overspeed, and they touch. They do make contact onto the grass briefly for half a tyre of Absolute Motorsport, and paradoxically, that little bit of a touchy-touchy means that Absolute Motorsport keep the position there. Whoa, they are racing quite hard, aren't they?
Yeah, now they're going to have to figure out how they go around the outside of the kink to lap some cars, and big power move then as they got around Arian Meyer at Fortuna Racing here. Dominic Pesta right now is pestering Francesco Iliano. Big light flash then from Sorrento, because they know they're in a race here and they want to fight for it. And it's not lost on me, John, the reason why they're fighting now. They want track position going into the first round of stops.
Yeah, do they realise the race is 4 hours, not 40 minutes? Because they're racing like it's the last lap at the moment. But, of course, yes, you're quite right, Jake. They will always want that position into the pit stops. It just cements the position at the front that you have done the best race stint, and so they will race it really, really hard. Probably only a lap or two off of pit stops right now. As you said, fuel consumption really, really tricky, especially for the GTP class. They're so long on throttle and going so fast, they burn quite a lot of fuel. That was a tag by Maniti into the wall there. I saw some sparks. Not ideal into turn one. Don't see any damage on the car, though, but that could have gone drastically worse.
It could have done. They're okay for the moment there with Finn Haupt, but they've got to be alert to that on the right-hand side, that they don't overcommit and do anything too egregious out there. Neshev still following happily at the moment here in second position on the back of Francesco Petelin here for the Absolute Motorsport Ace Lith 299 team. So they are still continuing on and giving each other a very good race of things at this point in time to say, hey, look, this day is not over and done with. We are still looking to prove what we've got. And here in second and third, they've given themselves a very good platform to work with, albeit, though, gap now out to 7 seconds for Team Racing Point. This is Marcel Ropac here, and this is why they've dropped down even further. This chicane has got them a second time, hit too aggressive through the first part, and that has sent them spread eagle sideways then through. It's taken the advertising hoarding there of WeatherTech with them then as they went through, and ultimately this is troublesome for Marcel Ropac. And looking around, they do have Dylan Bittman to go to, but they're giving each other not much room, as both your LMP2s now in on the boxes.
Yeah, well, that would just want to comment on the mono. I won't call it incident, the spin, let's say, so close to that tire bundle, and that would have been serious damage. So just doing their best to keep it out of the walls, quite literally. So, yeah, the LMP2s in the pits. Who will be the first out of the pits? Both unboxing at the same time, which means that they've just gone equal on the strategy, and so have extra eyes on the cameras here, just waiting in anticipation. Both of them still in their pit box at the moment, as Absolute Motorsport Ace Lift still shadowed by negative delta. I mean, they've looked pretty in P3 at the moment, and it is Team Endurotech that get the jump, so same as it was at the moment. So I think they have fueled up for exactly the same stints too, in my opinion.
Well, they kind of have to because they are so limited here. They will look to try and run the tank as much as they can, full stint runs until they get to the final stint where they can jump in. Very close there with the GT3 trying to go through. Remember, they'll be on cold tyres here trying to get back up to speed and temperature, so they will work through with that. The 33 also then looking at a protest with the 18, so the other way. Those top two Porsches, I think, are having a little bit of an argument here through race control if they want to try and set up what they want properly, as Franson still there with the likes of Maniti and happy with the way that things are going. It's a 14.5-second gap for R&R over Fortuna, and with off-track racing MDM in 4th position, and quite quiet. There is Arian Meyer then for Fortuna doing a really good job with Milan Milchev way down the pace at the moment on this opening stint. It's leaving Vladimir Mavrodiev a lot of time to try and go and gain this back as far as pace will go. So R&R in a really dominating position because they're going to take not just 6 points, they're going to take 11.
Yeah, it just shows how important qualifying is sometimes, especially when the field spreads out very quickly. And
Endurotech's around. Yellow flag. Yellow flag is out, and there's been an issue out there. So first safety car, and it was Andrei Mateuszek, and he's been caught up with the championship leader of GTP, Marcel Ropak.
Okay, let's see what happens here. So Endurotech into the Le Mans chicane. Nothing too amiss at the moment. So let's see. So Mono's just going... he bounces over the curb on the exit, and there Mono nowhere to go. Huge hit, and both of them into the barriers. I think that's wheel damage. Yeah, indeed, steering and wheel damage there for a Team Endurotech. Perobit SimRacing doing just getting lucky, I think, of staying out of that. But again, disaster once again for that Mono car. It's incredible at the moment. The number 11 car can't catch a break.
That Mono number 11 has the black and orange mechanical flag, as does Team Endurotech. So as it stacks up, if they can't get that damage repaired, and that hit would have been sizable on the front, and get themselves to within a 75% race distance out there, they are not going to be scoring points, and that will be a huge Damocles if they don't score points. So they must get the repairs done and hope they don't fall too many laps down.
Oh, that's dire straits, as they say. Not well, it's a lot of damage no matter what. I mean, the whole front end will have taken a huge amount of impact, and both cars slamming into the wall. And for Team Endurotech, what damage was done over the curb as well? It was a heavy hit to the front end. So, I mean, yeah, they just have to try and be patient and try and get themselves back in the race. They will be helped in that there's a full course yellow at the moment, so the car's running at reduced pace. But yeah. Tough day in the office, and that's just the reality at Daytona. Sometimes it's such a high-speed course that if a driver makes a mistake in front of you, there's not a ton of places to go. Onto the grass, through the tyre bundles. If you're Mono right now, you're thinking of fully committed to the corner, right? Fully over the curb. There's no indication, even right now, that anything's going amiss. And now you see they haven't hit the apex. They're going over the turn. You panic, and they're on the brakes. You can see locked up fully. And yeah, they kind of just got turned around, actually, on the rear by hitting Team Endurotech. Nowhere to go. And what can you do in that situation as a driver? I don't think there's much you can do. Yeah, just a passenger.
Yeah, they're locked in as a passenger. There is nothing they can do about it in a scenario like this. It has necessitated the first safety car of the race, and that's what you're going to be seeing. The Le Mans chicane is the bit that opens it up. And even when it didn't have the anti-cut curbs, it was so easy to spin and get yourself in trouble. Now those anti-cut curbs chuck you up in the air, and when you land back down, you get a massive influx of grip, and that was the trouble there that you see. So Absolute Motorsport Ace Lift lead, and for those who are playing the fuel game, a chance to save a little bit more.
Yeah, that's for sure, especially useful in the GT3 class, which goes a little bit longer. They probably have about 15 minutes in their stint. I expect all of the GTPs to pit at some point around now, but then again, they might want to just eke out the stint a little bit longer. But yeah, go back to the chicane. Obviously, it's really, really tricky because you're coming off the banking and it doesn't look that bad. It's only a couple of degrees of banking that you drop off of, but that can impact the weight distribution, the suspension, and if you clip the curb, especially on the entry, and get sort of the front splitter dug into the curb, then it can really have dire consequences. More for the GTP class and the LMP2, obviously, because they're going a little bit faster, but it's so tricky. When it gets loose, there's not much you can do, and as you've said, with the extra curbing there now, so tricky. Especially also, just want to add as well, there's grass on the exit, so even if you catch it and get it collected, it's not done and dusted, as you can say. So yeah, very tricky.
It's tough to deal with, but it now means that the field slows itself up here on lap 28 of 160. They were very much running to a strong pace that would indicate that they were heading towards a 4 to 4.5 hour race. This one could go and extend out quite long out there. They were a little bit earlier than regard out there. There is no grass on the exit, according to what we're looking at. John, remember, they exit that Le Mans chicane onto the oval again. Why would there be grass back on the oval?
I'm self-reporting myself, Jake, right there in the chat that we have. Thank you for calling me out on that one. Yeah, obviously I was thinking of the old layout where there was a little bit of grass there. But anyway, it's a tricky chicane no matter what. And there you go. Trying to think off the cusp there, and it didn't work out well for me. And will we see anybody into the pits? I think a lot of people.
Yes,
yeah,
everyone.
Into the pits. Everyone. Literally everyone coming in right now.
Well, the only car that doesn't is Perabit Sim Racing and LMP2 because of the fact that they had just made their pit stop and they have no reason to pit with Team Endurotech down in the lane with mandatory repairs looking to be sorted. So this is actually a really important moment with the likes of Gassed Up Motorsports out of the race. If Team Endurotech can't get 70% of this distance done, then I'm going to call it right here, John. 70% of the leader's distance, they are going to be there and clear and happy. I can confirm that black flags have been cleared out there for those who have had too much damage to go and deal with. So that will be important to note. But if it is a case that the likes then of Team Endurotech can't complete 70% of the race distance, it will be a case of saying Perabit Sim Racing will be champions 1 round early. Neshev has come out ahead of Absolute Motorsport, Ariti ahead of Manatee.
Ooh, some swap arounds here then. Maybe just quicker into the pit box, maybe just a slight mistiming, but a different fuel strategy could be as well. But it's difficult to see under safety car conditions how you get that sort of jump on another driver. But there you go. Ariti have done it, that's for sure, and Negative Delta have done it. So of change in GT3. And as you say, for Team Endurotech, I mean, they were up against it in terms of just the pace that Perabit have had this season, and you kind of had to throw everything at this race, and sadly it was thrown against the outer wall here at Daytona. So yeah, not ideal for them, but they fought a great season. It's not over yet. They could get back in the race, so I hope that for them. But you know, Perabit have just pressured them into it, for lack of better wording.
Well, they have been the best team because they've been the most consistent team. They've been the most dominant team, and they've been a team that has been winning out there. And that makes it tough because everyone thinks you've got to go a little bit more aggressive out there to go forward and say, look, this is what we've got to do. There is also a penalty looking around or under investigation is the 244 GT3 asking something's gone wrong with the Enosis Esports 208. So they've asked to have a little look at that over at race control as well. So they're a little bit busy at this moment in time, but they will be looking to try and manage that for as long as possible as far as this one looks. So at least for the time being, who manages to get the repairs sorted? We are behind. Actually, quite fitting, let's talk pace car for a moment here, John. We've got a Ford Mustang pace car right now.
Oh, You got to love it, haven't you? I love that car. It's been in such an iconic car when you think of ovals in terms of the pace car, and it's such an iconic American car as well. One that I'd love to own myself, I'll be honest. So this car famous for many different racing series. They had a GT3 version of that spec of Mustang as well, so it fits in well with the field, I'd say.
It very much does, and so keep that in your notice here, as they will all look to say that this is going to be one where I think they are eyeing up everything that they possibly can and saying, right, long game, this is going to be one where we might be in and sitting in from it. They got a good run, a green flag out there, and actually, if we're going to be quite honest, this is the sort of, we've got running and green flags here that you turn around and say, where do you need to be? Absolute Motorsport Acelith did not have the best stop out there. They're now down to third in category. So Sorrento leads, Mono Pro-Am second, and Absolute Motorsport Acelith took a long time on the fuel because they had been out in front for a while. So they're now back to third with Mono Competition TSSimshop.com in fourth.
Yeah, it's all gone around at the moment, and I tell you what, that Mono Competition car in second place could have put a spanner in the works for Absolute Motorsport Acelith. They've been quite fast through the road course of Mono, so it's only on the oval really that I think the Porsches are really, really just fast beyond belief. So it'll be interesting to see. Will they change around the strategy? Will they dial up the fuel a little bit by pushing a bit harder on the oval? Now's Mono's chance, effectively, to get into the race. You've had that reset. You've possibly had a chance to analyse what is going on. Perhaps a driver swap as well in there for certain teams. So it's just a case of maybe going for it now and seeing what you can do. From P2 for Mono Pro-Am, that seems like a good position to start.
I'd be very happy with that if I was in P2 and made a good run out of it. The wave around process now starting here. That's why you're seeing some of the GT3 cars moving on through. It's to get them back onto the same leader as their class leader, with right now the likes of R&R, for example, off-track MDM, who were in effectively second position at the time. They've been cleared forward, so I wonder whether they have been given the wave around correctly or otherwise. They're in the 373, so let's just wait to get confirmation on that with Off-Track Racing MDM, because if they have effectively been given the wave around correctly or otherwise, they could be in a world of trouble and needing to slow down for the leaders, which I think they have just been looking around at Neshev and Petelin, who are all going around to try and get to the back of the pack by the looks of things here. So the entire field has been given that wave around to move on forward. So Racing Point then currently are your leaders in the class, and Off-Track Racing MDM, who stayed out, I think, by comparison, now up to second. Your sole LMP2 focus right now is Luca Sturck, with Dominic Pester directly behind. So I wouldn't be shocked to see Parabit also get a wave around to get to the position of class, or be told to fall back and will remove the penalty. So there is that factor of that as well, in terms of where you're looking about and saying, okay, this could be a really strong day at the office. I think we're looking at those who have been sitting about here in GT3, saving the fuel nicely. I think they're buying that ticket for the final hour.
Yeah, ironically, the pace car has kind of reset that, hasn't it? Because everybody's had a free pit stop. So it will have been interesting to see what teams were calculating, because effectively you get an idea of who's struggling for fuel or not. So that may extend that into stint 2 now. So it may throw a spanner in the works in terms of strategy. But I'm just looking as well, Mono Competition, TS Simshop DE, so car number 11, the car that has been in the wars so far for Mono, did an additional pit stop there as well, just to, I think, take an extra lap of fuel, offset the strategy a little bit, maybe change the tyres again for a fresher set, get any advantage possible to be able to rejoin the field and perhaps gain just a little bit more positivity from this race. It can't continue going bad for them, surely, you must think that.
Well, anything that can happen normally does, and for the moment they are 2 laps down here, John. And so Mono Competition TSSimshop.de know the only way they're going to be walking into Le Mans with a championship lead is if something happens to that number 18 machine.
Indeed, and it's all in their hands, isn't it? So I won't say team tactics for Mono, but they need to make it difficult for the Absolute Motorsport Ace Lift car, number 18 there. So yeah, it'll be tricky because they've shown incredible pace. I mean, they put it on pole, so you can't really argue against that one. So we'll have to wait and see here. I think it's going to be a grandstand race here still in GTP because we've seen the racing between the two Porsches. If Mono can get a little bit more confidence in the car, maybe it's even a setup thing that just takes longer to get into the operating window of the tyres or something. So we'll have to wait and see because Mono traditionally have been strong toward the end of the race for whatever reason. So if you think it's over, I can tell you it's most definitely not.
No, I don't think it's going to be over, and I don't think it will be by a long stretch of the imagination as we take a lovely look here over Daytona in Florida. And they got a lovely airport actually just on the outskirts, and sometimes when you're watching here at Daytona you'll actually have planes here in the sim landing as they look to go through. So keep an eye out on that as we get some of the camera shots. You might see a very nice Boeing plane deciding that it wants to touch down onto the runway across from this track.
All I saw then was some good-looking RVs there, to be fair. That's a way you want to come to these tracks and have an experience, just getting absorbed in all of the atmosphere of the racing venues. And yeah, it can be a symphony of sounds to fall asleep to in an RV, having just all of the engines of Daytona roaring past you at night. But yeah, it's all to add to the experience. Also great for this track in terms of testing in the real world. You can fly in to that airport, do some testing, and then fly out somewhere else. Routinely, you've seen drivers arrive at the last minute for these races and just land within 2 hours of the race, hop into the car, do their stints, and then fly back off to whatever they were doing if they're not having a good race. So yeah. The advantage of building a track in an advantageous location. Daytona had it sorted all since the 50s.
Yeah, and a circuit that used to run right up onto the beach in its first guise before they created this dedicated oval for it. It's one of the older structures in the world of motorsport here, racing at Daytona, and one that does benefit from the Florida conditions out there, where it's not too cold to go racing out here in the month of January. So that certainly does set, and we've got some lovely full grandstands here as we set and ready. We understand that the safety car is going to be in at the end of this lap coming, so it will mean that we'll get back to racing running on lap 33 of 160 with 4 on the leading lap out there overall. Team Racing Point in control, but their AM rivals out there of Off-Track Racing MDM find themselves in second. Pulling back out then into position is Team Enduro Tech, who will now form up in their line behind Lucas Sturck. But critically, as far as the LMP2 battle goes, they're at a 4-lap deficit.
Yeah, not ideal, but at least they're back on circuit, to be fair, which is a lot better than I thought a few laps ago. So all of that damage being able to be repaired, at least in its majority, let's say. They might have chosen to not repair all of it and just get back out there to score some points. So we'll have to wait and see in terms of the pace. They definitely did have the pace, ironically, on Parabit. So let's see if they can use that to their advantage. You never know what's going to happen. There could be another incident further down the line. So you've just got to, as you can see, the lights going off there, confirming that the pace car will be indeed in this lap. And it's now the case of warming up the tyres, and you can see the little wiggles that they do in a straight line, all in tandem, all in unison, ready to get racing as we see some lovely, lovely slow-mos from Daytona. Oh, that's the spirit, isn't it?
It very much is, and this is the group then all checking up by the looks of it. And did they understand how much they needed to check up here? Look at it. Oh, the R&R car, I think, just has to abandon out of the way there, and that could have been big troubles for Todor Dimitrov, who was trying to do that there and stay away from Michael Mimchek. who was there in front. Luke Kojaru in now for Sorrento Motorsports. Bruno Carrera in for the other Sorrento GT3. Finn Haupt has stayed in the car, as has Franson and Petlin and Neshev, and then also Bozidar Andreev in the negative Delta SRT machine. Out there at the moment. Gabriele Rossone has a gap, but so too, keeping focus, will be Dominic Pesta, who in that number 33 machine will have Kyle Griffiths to hand over to when he decides he needs to after the stops. But one bout of stops at the distance then has been called slightly early by the safety car. They've been able to run a little bit longer, John, than maybe they would have anticipated for now this second stint. So they know numbers going to be interesting to work out.
Yeah, some people might get caught short at the end of this race once again. So it'll be interesting, very, very interesting. But again, for people like Sorrento, like Absolute Motorsport, Acelith, like, for example, Team Racing Point as well, and R&R Motorsport in the GT3 categories there for the last two teams, they will want to create that gap that they previously had. They'll be hoping that the pace will indeed come back to them as we get ready for that famous restart.
We will, and we know that the Ford Mustang pace car is going to go over to the left-hand side, which will give then Pesta the eyes of Hegeli Barocco, who is behind the wheel now of the Acelith number 18. Wietzel and Ropak starting to go with big launch on the restart, and over the top there, Alexander Wietzel was very switched onto it and immediately is up to third and trying to challenge for second. Barocco gets back down the inside. There's contact then between Absolute Acelith and the TSSimshop.com number 67. How hard do you want to be fighting this at this stage? Barocco realizing he's in it. Perabit have already gone away. Now it's time for Gabriele Rossone to get the field set off again in tandem with Milan Milchev.
Yeah, here we go. At what point do they go? You've got that negative Delta Mercedes behind. Whoa, they've booted it right there. Team Racing Point getting a great restart. That's for sure. Off-track racing as well in the BMW, using the grunt of that engine as well. They're going to have a little look to the inside, but not close enough. So, the two negative Delta cars just having a great restart there, and almost a battle for P3 there. So that could have been spicy, but so far a clean restart for GT3. Lovely to see.
It is very lovely. Oh, and they're going to get very busy. It's the International Horseshoe and Round. So it was a late laboured incident for Bozidar Andreev, who was a lap down on off-track racing MDM, but that contact will be noted, and I'm sure that they'll put in a protest in on that because they have been dumped to the back of the group on it. So suddenly Neshev gets the clearance he wants. He moves up then to second on the road with Francesco Petlin there just behind. So that certainly sets up the way they want to go about things, but they will also be noting where is the slipstream, where is the gaps, and how are they being built here in the mid parts of this race here. Lap 34 of 160. We're soon ticking over 25% distance here in this running.
Indeed, indeed, and it's a time to just get settled in. It's been a little bit argy-bargy on that restart. Started ever so clean, and then into the International Horseshoe. All chaos let loose. You can see Manatee there really hounding the back of Verratti once again. So these Aston Martins quite racy on the restart. A little bit wide. You don't want to hit that curve. Oh, it was a little bit slidey, wasn't it, there for Maniti? They've lost the traction, and that's going to give the Aston Martin of negative Delta the opportunity to get that slipstream. So very close to disaster for Maniti, nearly replicating what Team Endurotech did with the LMP2. So you see the sparks flying there on the banking. I love to see that good old school stuff. But Maniti now under pressure. Can they go for the defensive maneuver? No. It is the negative Delta car just backing off, saving a little bit of fuel. However, there's some moves going on up front as well.
Oh, well, they're all getting stuck up behind Milan Milchev here, who maybe doesn't have the same amount of pace. So to the outside goes Franson, looking for the pass. He'll get the drive off the exit compared to the BMW. And so now they're going to be side by side to the kink, which you never want to do around this circuit. It takes brave drivers to make it happen. Wide goes Milchev, and everyone looks to dive through. Haupt very aggressive on the brakes then, and Franson nowhere to go. Look at that, sneaking up the inside, trying to pick a pocket there. Lovely stuff by Gabriel Ivanov, sees the pace, but then realizes he's boxed in, going off of the West Horseshoe and onto the oval once again, and there is legitimately nowhere to go for them. They are tripping up over each other. Where does Luca Cosra and Miguel Leon go in all of this?
And now they're boxed in. Maniti are boxed in now. Even though they've got the slipstream, they might be able to get the toe just off of that BMW ahead of them, the off-track racing. Not fighting them for position, obviously, it's different car classes, so they don't really want anything to do with this, and yet they're the cork in the bottle. Oh, Enesys up the inside as well. Incredible scenes, and that is not going to end well. They do actually keep it line astern, and very well done. So, well, props to them for keeping that clean. I don't know how they did that. I thought that was going to be disastrous. And that is Sorrento also getting a move on the negative Delta Aston Martin there. So, negative Delta have not ended that one well, let's say. But they'll have another opportunity into turn one. I can guarantee you that.
Well, it ends well for those who are happy to make those moves, so it hasn't really cost too much. Haupt gets his pass then done, as for the moment there is also under review, as through goes the pass then by Miguel Leon, and then Luca Cosru and Gabriel Ivanov all find their way by as well. There is a protest currently between the 33 and that 67 car that has jumped up to third for leapfrogging on the start before the start line. So there's going to be a word about that, whether you are allowed to pass before the start finish line or not. And if they have gone and fallen foul of it, they are going to get dinged pretty heavily for it.
Don't mind about me. I'm currently looking through the files, checking the rule book right now to see about that one. It could be a tense situation, because in most categories of motorsport, if I'm correct, you cannot overtake before the start-finish line. So that could be an interesting one. Were they alongside? Were they? Well, they definitely were out of single file, let's put it that way. So for Mono, it could be another slap on the wrist from the rule book as well to add to their misery today. But P2 and P3, I guess you could call that not too much of misery. But you can say the gap at the front, though, increasing. Let's have a look at this move. That was the incident there. So just getting tapped around. Two different car classes, to be fair. Yeah.
Same car class.
No, it is
lap
same
difference.
car class. It is indeed. My apologies. So that is just unfortunate. And yeah, I think off-track racing was just trying to get past and lose the least amount of time possible. And they just just went into the corner too deep. I think that's just the crux of it, isn't it, Jake?
Yeah, grass on the inside for Michael Meemchek, and trying to light up the rears then by comparison when you've lost a little bit of that grip. They just absolutely battered that cone, and ultimately Fortuna Racing go around for a spin. That's why they're third in class at the moment rather than second, all to the benefit of R&R Motorsports, who will be very happy that they are moving up the order and getting what they need. Now in is Milan Milchev. Then to go and get their pit stop done. So that has certainly been a case of, well, we wanted the track position, but obviously fuel game, they're thinking, well, we're going to lose the time now, but we'll try and gain it back later on by hoping that our numbers add up out there. There is Alexander Witzel here in the 67 machine, third place right now out there. TSMshop.com. As far as a car entry, we have seen 3 monocars before. We saw it at the season opener, but critically on that occasion, they were second, third, and fourth. And it was that TSMshop.com car, which is currently being piloted around, that was third on that occasion. We haven't seen the car until today. So obviously they've got 3. They've got enough drivers to go out there and run all 3 cars. And by all means, they're doing so, chasing down the Pro-Am effort of Simon Hegley.
Yeah, it's got to be quite annoying as well for them. They got 3 cars in it, and none of them are leading the race at the moment. And I tell you what, Sorrento are not putting out a huge gap, but they did pull a gap immediately after the restart as well. Oh, this could be dangerous! Or 4 wheels off of the road there from Mono, and that was nearly a spin as well for the negative Delta car. That is what happens when the bump draft goes wrong.
Well, Enosis had gone around on their own in front, so that would have been another alert for it. So the Enosis Esports car has had a heavy hit up into the safer barrier. Their front absolutely caved in right now, like it's run into a Tyson Fury right hand. So let's get a look at this then from Miguel Leon. They not believe it or not, somehow don't have black and orange mechanical flag damage from this. So watch out in this as far as they go. Overcommits through the first part, can't gather it back. Watch the air. Whoomph, goes up on 2 wheels, over to the right, bang.
I'm surprised there's not more damage on that car. That Aston Martin is built strong, and they're managing to get it back to the pits. It's obviously not what they want, but yeah, they're lucky to be in the race still.
They're not
with that
pitting.
One.
They're still going.
Like, I was looking for the pit symbol and thinking, hang on a minute, they aren't in the pits. Yeah, you're right, Jake. Incredible scene. I don't know. Well, aerodynamically, that thing is going to be a brick now, so not ideal, but surely they can't keep going on. Surely there's loads of damage there. As you see, there's a little tap there from Absolute Motorsport Ace Lith there, just encouraging the negative Delta car to get a move on. It's the bump draft technique. It can gain you time, as I've mentioned previously, and you'll see it used more and more and more as these cars try and get toward the front runners. You've got that gap there with negative Delta at 3 seconds right now. Team Racing Point are just steaming off again in the lead in GT3 Pro, and so they're doing everything they can at the moment to catch that Lamborghini.
No further action ruled for Absolute Motorsport Ace Lith number 18 with their soiree with Sorrento Motorsports GTP. So that one is something they're not going to be too concerned about, as we watch Neshev and Petlin with Dominic Peshter, the overall leader, trying to work away to the international horseshoe to go and get the drive. He's going to have to fall in the middle of the line because mechanical grip is what's needed through these 2 horseshoes, and even in terms of pace, GT3 and the GTP hypercars are as they work through. But Peshter now being pestered by Simon Hegley, who has done well to hold the ground and say, look, you're not going to have everything your own way. I'm happy to hold myself steady and stationary in that 2nd place.
Yep, just very happy, just keeping the lap counter ticking up, as they say, as they've got the GTPs there just trying to do the overtakes. You see the mono car lighting up the tyres there onto the oval, and that has got to be really, really bad in terms of stint. Tyre temperatures, tyre wear, and you've got to think that they are pushing them right next to the limits to try and catch up to Sorrento at the moment. So yeah, really, really tricky, I think, for the Ferrari GTPs. They don't seem to look very comfortable, especially on traction zones compared to the Porsches, and that might be making the difference overall on the stint length, as that is how you take the Le Mans chicane with no problems. It's good to see the GT3 cars sometimes take it with little mishaps. But yeah, it's really high pressure stuff right now for the podium places in GT3. You have to be on the limit, and that's challenging as a driver.
Yep, and you look around at the limits here, and it's 3 in a row. Even of Franson and Haupt pushing here with a double bump along the main run. Aston, and Aston out there. So it's really a case of how they all feel. They've gone for the same car out there, and they're working together in a line for this moment, because they know that they've dropped 3.5 seconds here to Absolute Motorsport Ace Lith and negative Delta by Madness. So they're going to need a lot of work to get themselves back to position, and so that is going to give them a lot to try and work on through. So a lot to figure out and say, right, where do I find the places? How do we work to get ourselves more points available? Ariti will be looking at this, 4th place, 5th, and goes, well, I'm not gaining anything right now, maybe even a tiny amount.
Yeah, they've got nothing to lose effectively, and so they can just go for it, do a little bit more risky strategies, and just, well, plant the throttle a little bit harder like they did out there. It didn't really work. They got a little bit of understeer onto the oval, and they've actually lost ground effectively to Maniti, so they'll spend the entirety of the straight here just gaining back that time. But effectively, these cars just need to work together right now to catch the top 3. They just need to do that bump draft, and it is very, very powerful for the GT3 class. You cannot do that in GTP, or if you... Oh, hang on a minute. Mono up the inside of Sorrento. This is for the lead, if I'm correct, and that is Mono into the race lead.
It's
for
not
the
the rear wing off. Look, that contact has knocked the rear wing off here, and for Simon Hegley, who was down on the apron looking to make that pass, there is a reason why that yellow line is there. It indicates where the racing surface is, and that contact there for Sorrento is going to leave them bereft of downforce now, and they can see how twitchy they are being sat back. But there's one thing that they will get, of course, in a sleeker design that they've got in that Porsche 963. Technically, they'll be even slipperier on the straights.
I'm not sure that works aerodynamically into the Le Mans chicane. This could be an interesting one to watch. Already squirrely onto the oval. So yeah, good spot there, Jake. I didn't realise initially that the rear wing had been lost. I thought that was just something visual, but it is missing now, as you can see right there with the monocar. Again, another monocar, 67 approaching. This could be seat of your pants moments. They brake exceptionally early over the curb. There is quite a bit of downforce on the floor as well, so they're not so squirrely, but they are losing a huge amount of time. Surely they're going to have to pit for repairs, sadly.
Well, if they do need to pit for repairs, it's going to see him off the podium, because here comes Alexander Witsel to go and move up then into second position, and there is the pit stop, so it promotes Marco Barocco up into third. So the change is then massive, and critically they will be looking at how much time are we going to lose. It's not black and orange mechanical flag, don't have it. It's a lot that is there. There are now more penalty protests to look at as well. So off-track racing MDM under review at this moment, and that mono competition Pro-Am car, that's just come in as well. So we're now up to 4 that are active for race control to look at here, and the gap was 2.2 over the line. Mono competition 1 and 2, with Absolute Motorsport Ace Elith now up to 3rd.
Enesis has had a huge airtime again
Oh.
at the Le Mans chicane. They've managed to collect it, but there's more damage to the front of that car now. So it's not ideal for them.
How can you get more than what they've already got?
You know, they're finding a way somehow. I'm not believing it myself, but yeah, that car is looking more like a brick now. So not ideal.
Nokia 3310 or just a regular housing brick?
Well, if it was a Nokia, it wouldn't have any damage in the first place, would it? It's an ideal race car, to be fair. Maybe a bit heavy, though.
Yes, I would agree. There's a little look then at Simon Hegley. So he's going under the apron, which is a big no-no. Makes the contact, loses the rear wing directly over the stripe. And so you can see there that debris just finding its way down the banking and onto the apron. So Hegley here, look, you're all 4 wheels under the apron there. I mean, what more are you supposed to say about that? That's a pass off the racing line.
Yeah, have to agree with you there. And I mean, they were defending the inside. Sorrento defending the inside because that's what you do into turn 1. It's so difficult to get the outside pass. And I think just the monocar getting very impatient, let's say. Just too aggressive, too impatient, and going for a move that realistically wasn't on, even according to the track rules, above everything else.
And so with it not being on, the stewards will have a good look at it. But Gabriel Ivanov here, 6th position for Negative Delta by SimGear.it, sees Branson push Haupt along here, the 2 main championship contenders right now, at Ariti and at Maniti, who are both there and happy with where they're going. Maniti in 4th, in 5th are Ariti as it stands, and the team that is 3rd in the championship is Negative Delta by Madness, who are currently in 3rd position at this point in time. They are down 18 points on Ariti as far as it goes, so not necessarily in a position to gain too much. Team Racing Point also tied on points with them, so they're not done at the moment, our Racing Point. Basically, they need 2 rounds out there where the likes of Maniti go into all sorts of troubles. By comparing here what points you get 44 points for 4th place, so that would be 16, as here comes Marco Barocco eyeing up a pass into turn 1, won't get there in terms of getting by Alexander Witsel, but as far as you go, they'd take 16 points right now, and so their gap of 54 would come down to just 40 points, and they would be relying, I would say, if they want the title here to Racing Point, on at least 1 Maniti retirement.
I mean, with what we've seen this race, it can happen, sadly. I don't wish it on Miniti, of course, but, you know, you have to remain alert out there if you want to finish the race, that's for sure. These GTPs are looking quite aggressive at the moment, so if you're in the GT3 class, you just kind of have to get out of the way a little bit. I know it's not their job to get out of the way, but sometimes you just have to preserve that championship lead, and you have to question as well, are Miniti just happy sitting there in fourth and they're not really trying to work to close the gap at the moment? The gap has remained exactly the same as far as I can tell, that 2.5 seconds to P3 at the moment. And yeah, it's Team Racing Point's the only one that's clearing off into the distance, so they're doing the work. But there's only so many points, as you said, that they can score per event, and at the moment it's in Maniti's hands to lose.
It is. So Maniti Racing here, I think, are in a very strong position compared to where everyone else is at the moment. Confirmation on top of your screen there that under review is going to be the 33 and the 2 for the incident, with the 2 being looked at under the protest window. No further action has been taken then for Enosis Esports SimDeck.app compared to Sorrento Motorsports Elite Pro GT3. So it's meant that racing can continue on, and right now your top 3 currently split by 1.6 seconds in at the overall, but keep an eye on Fortuna Racing out there in the 387. They are slowly, with Michael Meancheck trying to hunt Todor Dimitrov down at the front of your field in GT3 AM.
They are, and the gap is closing, isn't it? 2.6 seconds. R&R Motorsport, I think, just riding the high of that great start that they had, the great qualifying, and so they just have to, as we may have an issue here for Andromeda. What has gone on?
Well, we know they didn't start, so I think we just clawed something wrong. It is the 322 and the 387 who are out there as Connor Franson continues on the push. And a very important push. Now, you can't do that all the time, John, because you'll get the engine and water temperatures too high, and you might blow the engine on the downshift.
Yeah, indeed, it's so easy to do, especially if you get a bump from the rear at mid downshift. You just go bang the engine, and that's the end of that, effectively. The rev limiters are really great in modern race cars, but they do have a few limitations, and especially if you put too much strain on that gearbox, you can cause all untold amounts of damage. And so you'll frequently find drivers lifting off just in the last 100 meters of the... wow, okay, Absolute Motorsport Race Lift trying to go around the outside. Mono defending aggressively once again, but the switch back. The Ferrari finding no grip in the front tyres, and I tell you what, that was Enosis nearly swapping the ends of that car again. You can see the damage on the Aston Martin, and now Mono's having to try and go around the outside of it. So that is Absolute Motorsport 8th lift into P2.
A big crunch on the front. The bonnet is pinned up as well in that Aston Martin, and there is Marcel Ropac as well for Mono in the number 11 moving by and getting the clearance through for that. Sorrento, by the way, have a new rear clip-on and a new rear wing. It's cost them a minute 26 in terms of the stop, so that's going to really put them back. Dominic Pesta then still looking to try and really rush forward. It will also slightly change their fuel strategy out there, so long way to go as far as they stack up at this moment in time. Noting as well for Perabit here in the margin that they've got, the way that it's played out, they still have the 4 laps over Endurotech, and they are directly together in front of Dominic Pesta right now, so nothing really that Matejšek can do except just hold steady and hope that there are troubles on the horizon. But Pesta here should comfortably clear them. The difference 3:28 for Dominic Pesta on the straight compared to Lucas Sturck, who could only hit 305 kilometers an hour in full speed trim.
That's a big difference, as they say. So yeah, getting a move on, and for Sorrento, it's all about that pace right now. They just have to keep pushing in the laps, keep that pace high, and just try and keep themselves in that window of sort of like strategy calculations, effectively. It's not too bad. If it happened right at the start of the stint, it would have been really detrimental. And this is the fight. I mean, Team Endurotech are just trying to put pressure on Perabit. Perabit knows that they're, you know, a lap ahead. They don't really need to fight this one. But if you're going to just hinder your rivals for getting any sort of steal in terms of lap time, the best way you can do it is to just keep them behind you.
Yep. easiest way for it. And so, you know, if you're directly ahead, they're not going to get around, well, they've got to get around you, and they've got to get the laps back. So for the moment, it's a case of directly ahead. Can you get the laps back? No's the answer. So Team Endurotech, no. It's a long old road here around this Daytona Roval circuit to go and gather it back, getting a good drive there through the chicane at Le Mans, and moving on forward with that. That's part of a sponsorship deal. It was a bus stop chicane for the longest time, but then Le Mans said, well, if you want to name it a Le Mans chicane, we'll go name it a Daytona chicane as part of the collaboration or partnership that will need to be in play by some of the biggest motorsport circuits and motoring brands out there in the world, when you consider that is also part of a deal between the World Endurance Championship and also with the International Motorsport Association, better known as IMSA.
Indeed, it's kind of like I tip my hat one legend to another. You know, it's the recognition as, oh, Moto steaming up the insides there. That, I think, might have been, was that car 11 steaming up the inside? Not quite sure, but yeah, they are confident on the brakes, let's say. So yeah, just going back to the circuit, it's very nice, I think, to name corners after different racing courses, because there's so much interlinked history, isn't it? So many battles, so many teams that come from different whereabouts in the world, that just having a recognition that motorsports is a worldwide form of, well, just hobby or enjoyment, let's say, for spectators at home. And that's reflected as well by the amount of nationalities we have in our drivers as well. So yeah, it's great to see just the whole motorsport community come together for sort of collaborations like that.
We have British drivers, Slovakians, Italians, Germans, Austrians, Bulgarians. We got Dutch drivers, yeah, I've said Slovakian already. Portuguese and Spanish drivers out there, and Czechians who are all there looking to try and put their prowess together. Worth noting as well, and this is one for everyone, as Luca Kojarou here we watch for Sorrento Motorsports Elite Pro. Now, is this just a case of outdoing it into turn one here, just trying to hit the brakes? Does the back step out? Is this just going to be sailing into the corner a little bit too far? I think it is going to be a little bit of both then. You can see having to catch a slide, tank slapper, and back around you go, and has just clipped the barriers there on the right-hand side, and that will bring out localized yellows there, I think, for the rest of the race, which will annoy some of the drivers with an incident like that. But no further action declared on the start for the 67 mono competition team. There is nothing in the rule book that says you can't overtake before the start-finish line.
They've done a Max Verstappen, they have. So, yeah, I mean, that's racing. You know, you have to look at the rule book and say, what am I allowed to do, what am I not allowed to do? And if it doesn't explicitly say that you're not allowed to do it, then it's free game, as they say. So, yeah, well done. Well done for spotting that loophole and, you know, using it to the maximum of their ability. It's got them a great sort of steal in terms of just, I think, morale over the other teams as well. If you can get a great restart, it kind of pressures everyone else. So yeah, well done, well done.
It also sort of reminds me, there's a wonderful YouTube channel that's come up that is doing some wonderful FIA versus Formula drivers sort of skits out there of these are the rules and how are the loopholes broken around it. It's a lovely 4-part short on what Brawn did with their double diffuser, which I find really, really fun. And it's what you find actually with racers and sim racers as well. If you don't write it in the rule book, it's free to exploit. And so, you know, you take a rule book of any championship out there, you read it once to understand what the rules are, you read it twice to know where you can exploit.
That YouTube video had me laughing for 4 solid minutes, that's for sure. Especially if you're really into sort of the rule books and the technical regulations a little bit like I am. Just reading the loopholes and having it explained with visuals is just absolutely, well, you can't help but laugh about it. Nearly, what is it, 15, 17, yeah, 17 years on. Wow, that's making me feel old now. But yeah, it's so good to see that drivers and teams alike still find ways to get around the loopholes in the regulations, and that's what the rulebook is, a constantly updating set of do's and don'ts, as they say.
Yeah, and those do's and don'ts, I think, are really, really important. So as far as they are setting about with today, they will know that it is going to be absolutely on and going for it. Now, I note here that for those of you who are saying, oh, yeah, the apron is part of the racing surface, when I'm looking at the graphics that have been given for the starting zone, for example, it notes that the racing surface is defined by the yellow line. So as far as I'm looking around at it, unless I've got this seriously mistaken, underneath the apron, I don't think is going to be classified today, as far as the round 4 briefing goes, as part of the racing surface. I think you are off the track if you're on the apron.
What it says in the iRacing rules, in any case, yeah, I have double-checked that, so yeah. I mean, it's pretty clear, isn't it? The yellow line marks the track limits on most racing surfaces, so yeah, it'll be interesting to see if the stewards have anything to say about that at the end of the day. They have access to a little bit more information. What's going on, Mr.
We've just had the penalty come in, and the race-leading mono competition Pro-Am car is going to get parked on a stop and hold for 30 seconds for the contact then. Car 2 attempts to manoeuvre outside track limits, makes avoidable contact with the rear of car 33, resulting in major damage for car 33 and loss of multiple positions. And the ruling is outside track limits.
Well, that settles that one then, doesn't it? I mean, yeah, I mean, it's fair enough arguing the point, that's for sure. You have to do that as a team and as drivers, but yeah. Oh, mono again, that... I mean, they've got a penalty. They don't want to put it in the barrier. That's what they were staring down right there at the Le Mans chicane. Perhaps distracted a little bit with the announcement of the penalty, but that could have been a lot worse. And yeah, yeah, they didn't need to go for the move. Let's just say it that way. They could have overtaken. They had the pace to overtake later on. So it's an unfortunate one from their point of view, but that's racing. Sometimes you go for something that you think is ambitious, but you can make it work. And sometimes it's a misjudgment. That's just the rule of racing. That's why we love it at the end of the day. Nothing is a done ordeal, and anything can happen.
Anything can, it usually does. It would then promote Absolute Motorsport Acelith back to the race lead, and this will become, when that penalty gets administered into the server, this will become the battle for the race lead. Acelith versus TSSimShop.com's mono competition entry. So that's going to be big as France, and again, continuing on here in this one with Finn Haupt. They have now dropped the likes of Gabriel Ivanov off the back, so they're not having to worry about that. But these two have really been keeping up the strong pace, and they've been keeping Absolute Acelith and Negative Delta by Madness, I would say, honest at the very least.
That's for sure, and actually I think the gap has closed because it was around about, I think, 2.5 seconds or 3 seconds, so that visually, that gap has closed to the Negative Delta Mercedes right there, so they're doing a good job. Maybe it's just the Aston Martin coming good at the end of the stint. They're kind of mid-stint at the moment, probably about 50 to 55 minutes of a stint, so they're probably about 35 minutes into that stint right now. So yeah, it's looking good for the Aston Martins at the moment, but Team Racing Point still clearing off into the distance. 9 seconds. Here we go. Car 67 on the Absolute Motorsport Acelith car. So can they get it done around the outside? This is a super late brake move. They will get to the apex, and there's contact again. Mono getting into the wars, the different mono car this time. An Absolute Motorsport Acelith spun or half spun round on turn 1. Very, very tricky contact, very aggressive driving. What's your thought on that one, Jake?
Well, I'm going to be honest here. There's 2 tyres off the racing surface here for mono competition as they went to turn in for the corner. And at that point, on the outside, you just have to wait. The car was turning in on the inside on the natural line there from Marco Barocco, but I don't think mono had any reason to go in and push it. There is a missed break a little bit then from the Porsche that was struggling to get through, and ultimately the contact goes through. So I'm not sure how they're going to rule it, but I would say if you've got 2 tyres on the outside, you're not fully on the racing surface here.
It's you're not off the racing surface either. So yeah, two tires are within. So Mono are okay, I think, but it's just different racing lines as far as I can see. So Absolute Motorsport don't miss the braking zone. They're okay on the brakes, but Mono turns in a little bit early. Are they entitled to do that? That's questionable. Not really sure about that one. It's arguable both ways, and so you've got a thing that looks like a racing incident, according to me. But I'm sure teams will be arguing very, very hard in the background to get a penalty enforced on the other car, effectively.
My understanding of it, was there racing room given on the outside for the nature of that corner? I would argue there was, but the question being,
marginal, isn't it?
if you're on the outside, John, at what point do you get licensed to turn in? And as long as you're not being run off the road, you just legitimately have to wait until the other car turns.
Yeah, effectively, yes, you're right, Jake. It's a very questionable one. You know, it's one of those 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, isn't it? Really, unless you have access to telemetry, there's no real way of determining that one. So, Fortuna Racing car 387 on the exit. Is it going to be another Porsche swapping rear end? Yes, it is indeed. And yeah, unfortunate spin around, especially as you're starting to go onto the oval. You need all of the speed.
Twice they've done that there with Michael Meemcheck, so he's obviously got a bogey corner, John.
Yeah, I was just thinking the car livery looked awfully familiar in that last spin, and there's a reason for that. It was the same car, so yeah, unfortunate, and I think it's just a case of possibly something in the setup then. If it's happened twice to the same car, you just boot the throttle and it's happened in the exact same place, and something is giving out and just spinning around. Maniti under pressure here from Arete at the moment, so Maniti have lost 0.2 of a second as far as I can tell, so they're falling back a little bit, but then again, Absolute Motorsport Ace Litha picked up the pace and have gained 0.3 of a second on Team Racing Point, so I think this is just the gap ebbing and flowing a little bit at the moment. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see the ruling on that GTP incident. I think there's ways to see it both ways, and it's a corner realistically where unless you give the utmost amount of respect.
Oh, Meemcheck around again, this time through the kink, and has backed it hard into the barriers then as the 387 then going through, and it won't necessitate anything more than that. They just had Dominic Pesch to go by, and I think they've just been washed up in their wake after the incident. They're able to keep going, but they have backed it into the walls. We watch Haupt then and Franson then together, the 2 championship contenders in GT3 Pro, just pushing each other around the circuit, and no offerings up of a move.
No, I don't think they're trying to at the moment. Look at that gap come down. They've gained 0.1 of a second already on the straight line. That's exactly what you have to do as long as you don't get damage for it. And that's the issue. You get so close in the braking zone, right? Just millimeters away from disaster there. Maniti could have gone spinning round with that one. And they are just doing it to perfection. All it takes though is one. Surely there's a bit of green paint on the front of that Arete Motorsports car.
I wouldn't be shocked to see it, and right now I wouldn't be shocked to understand that they are pushing. They're pushing hard, and Finn Haupt here needs to be very switched on as a driver to note that any tap, John, that is not square on the back of that car is sending the Maniti Racing black car around.
It could send both of them around as well. Yeah, I've seen it multiple times where 3 cars have tried bump drafting and they've all gone round at the same time. So yeah, very, very tricky for sure, and it looks like Arete's lost a lot of time on this lap to 0.8 of a second, and intensifying as well. So do they have? No, they don't have aero damage. Their gap is coming back with the slipstream, but maybe just the loss of confidence. And we have a ruling there for number 2 versus number 33.
No further action.
Yeah, no further action, indeed.
And that will be because those 2 drivers, they basically turned and pointed at each other. We think the other one's at fault. And so obviously they've been ruled as a 30-second stop and hold. And the other side of the incident is, yeah, no, you're off the racing surface. You're not entitled to that space to magically appear for you. It's no further action on what you deem to be a penalisable offence. So that will stay then as it is for the time being, as they will still need to be given their penalty administered out there. But Todor Dimitrov here, R&R, currently staring down at Bozdar Andreev and that negative Delta SRT car that's a lap down, and I'm not quite sure how they ended up a lap down by comparison to everyone else. It is something that we'll probably need to go back and have a little look at, but ultimately they were a lap down from the safety car, and they were very much wondering how on earth has that happened.
Yes, I must admit that's not something that I was aware of either. That's happened has there been some sort of incident we haven't seen? I didn't see any car with damage on track, so yeah, bit of a weird one. Hopefully we'll get some sort of clarification on that, but yeah, I mean, at this point, you know, everybody's running their race. Hopefully, if they've had an incident, they're back out on track and putting in the lap, so all good. But yeah, in terms of performance there, so R&R Motorsport, so you see on screen, they're still just eking out the lead. Effectively, they're in a stronger position.
Oh,
than
I see how they've missed it. Sorry, I see how they could have possibly lost the lap. They missed their box.
Oh.
As Matejek comes in, so Ivan Boromechkov missed his box over the line, would have reversed back into the pit box behind the line, and then would have not had the next lap counted as they went around.
Oh, that's very unfortunate. Oh, dearie me. I can't remember an incident like that ever happening on any commentary that I've done, so that is a very unusual one. And you have to say, so unfortunate to be on the pit box, which is literally opposite the line.
Yeah, so that would have really hurt them in terms of where they'd wanted to be. I'm just double checking to make sure it wasn't a case of they didn't either get the wave around. It could have also been the case that they just didn't get the wave around either, and they found themselves just at the wrong place behind Gabriele Rossoni and Racing Point, as in have come Perabit now to look around and say this is where we're making stoppage at this moment in time. So, sorry, as they all go, it wasn't Perabit, sorry, it was someone else out there. It looks like Alexander Witzel making pit stop then in the mono machine out there. But really a tough scenario out there to go and deal with for them. Down a lap with a lot to deal with. There is Marco Barocco for Absolute Acelith. They're down 7.5 seconds, and with Witzel in the pits, and pitting quicker earlier, I think Absolute Acelith, able to go longer, will be quite happy with this.
Yeah, I was about to say, this is where it gets a little bit weird. I didn't expect Mono to pit this early, so have they literally just been burning the fuel trying to keep up with the Porsches right now, or just trying to keep ahead effectively? So that's not really good news effectively for Mono. If one of your cars is already having to pit and the Porsche of Absolute Motorsport Acelith is going longer, you can't really come back out in front to block them. So if they have the pace, they're just going to storm away. So these opening laps now of this stint for car 67 have to be spot on, and car number 2 in the pits, I think, to serve this penalty.
No, that's a scheduled stop, as Barocco is in and Raupak is in as well. So an hour 41, lap 59 out there. They are in. Long stop as well, by the way, back there for Michael Meemchek at Fortuna Racing. So the damage on the rear of their car has certainly put an end to their races running out there overall, as Johan Neshev happy with position in third, still shadowing Absolute Motorsport Acelith, but Team Racing Point 10 seconds now, nearly 11 down the road, and just building margin better than everybody else. So keep an eye out on where they're all going to be after these stops. They will be the longest stops then from the GT3 field, but they're very much hitting their marks quite nicely out there in the GTP hypercars, as now leaving the lane goes Tobias Pashko, who now gets in behind the wheel. Barocco has stayed in, so too has Marcel Ropak. Those two now leave together.
Yeah, indeed, it's going to be very, very close out of the pits, and you've got car 67 not really in the same ballpark, although the pit exit is a little bit slower, so they could steam around the outside. This is actually going to be a lot closer than what I thought on the exit. Who will it be? Car 67 to the inside on the exit, and they do get past the Absolute Motorsport by an Acelith car. So they do get track position. That's been a sturdy outlap there for car 67.
It has, and they've done well actually to get back out ahead, because they had lost a bit of time with the cold tyres. So they've managed to gather it back around, and they've done well. Now, in sim time as well, note this, it's 6:30 in the afternoon. So as we're running on an April 25th, if they go a couple more hours out there, which they're expected to, I think we're finishing this one under the lights here, John.
Ambience lighting, I like that. But it influences a lot in terms of track temperature, tyre life. Can also influence the fuel a little bit, but we're talking minute levels there. You probably wouldn't notice it, maybe a half a lap or so. Just due to the temperatures and all of that, sometimes you can push a little bit harder, for example, not having to cool the car. So Fortuna Racing getting back out onto track as well. They are a lap down, sadly, so a little bit out of position compared to everyone else. Hopefully this car stays out of the wars. They've had their fair share indeed at the moment.
They have. So they've obviously got a plunger and a kettle out there, and they've poured hot water over it, and they've pulled the bumper back from where it was, and that's obviously declared as fixed, and so they're allowed to go for it again. Vettel then in second position will be happy with the pace shown, getting that gap out to a couple seconds now over Marco Barocco, who's got to get the tyres up to temperature out there for the moment with Mono 1 and 2, but Asilith currently then in third place and will be taking those points back then, and will currently be in the championship lead, but not by much, heading to Le Mans as far as this one currently stands out. So there is still a lot to deal with. We note that the Pro-Am car does have to come in and make its pit stop, and so with that pit stop that will be a penalty, a stop and hold for 30 seconds that will promote then the mono competition 67 to the race lead ahead of the number 18 machine as far as this race currently goes.
Yeah, an interesting gap being formed right now, 2.8 seconds to Absolute Motorsport Acelith. So I'm not quite sure whether that's something to do with tyres or whether there's a difference in terms of fuel or strategy. But that pace right now of the mono competition car in second place is absolutely outstanding. I mean, just through the Le Mans chicane, they have gained 0.4 of a second. So they're obviously doing something with that car right now, and they are trying to clear off into the distance. So yeah, different strategies perhaps, and you're looking at it as well, looking at GT3s also as well. Negative delta still separated.
A lot of smoke.
The smoke, yeah, that's not what you want to see into turn one. What has happened there? Is there a car off somewhere?
It's meme check again.
Oh dear, that's not ideal.
Spun it, turn one, 90 degrees to the course, and then had to be very careful that they didn't run into Miguel Leon on the rejoin. So they've rejoined the circuit, but obviously they've dropped a lot more time out there and struggled. And speaking of struggles, we have just got note that the 373 Off-Track Racing MDM have a drive-through penalty, and that drive-through penalty has come with the contact with Negative Delta SRT, which we saw on the restart.
Yeah, a kind of an unforgivable incident, really. You're not even racing the car for position, and you just, yeah, swap them round all the way to the back of the pack. So it's understandable. Very unfortunate on cold tyres at a restart. Ooh, that could have been an interesting one with Fortuna Racing right there. The closing speed. I think the Porsche just decided maybe I'll give them a little room on the inside, but that's not what you do as a GT3 car, and it could have gone a lot worse for the number 11 mono competition. So, I mean, every single lap right here, you're just so close to disaster. Even from the commentary box, it's kind of got me on edge at the moment, just looking at these cars thinking, hopefully nobody comes into an incident right now. But Mono, once again, toward the halfway point of this race, they are turning up the wick. They're finding the pace. I don't know how they do it every single race to just find that extra bit toward the closing stages.
Well, it's what they do. They just make life very tough for everyone else around us. There is Bozidar Andreev just behind, and I believe this is for position with what will be coming along, the penalty for the car in front of Off-Track Racing MDM. So Vladimir Mavrodiev will look at this and go, okay, that's what we've got. If this is for second, you turn around, you see Todor Dimitrov just behind. John, that's their class leader about to lap second place in class.
That just shows how R&R Motorsport have just been in another league this race. You know, they could be fighting up with the pros in terms of category, and it's just all down to that great qualifying, that great race start, putting everyone else under pressure. And while they were racing at the front of the GT3 pack, everyone else was getting involved in incidents and perhaps accumulating a little bit of driver fatigue that they weren't, and so they're just making it easy for themselves, and now they're about to put another stamp on their authority by lapping everyone else in their class. I mean, what can you say against that? You know, they're just doing everything. Okay, Manatee in the pits as well. Looks like they are coming in solo, so ready to carry on. Yes, early, not being able to carry on the fuel. That's kind of been a theme for Manatee, though, hasn't it, this season?
Yeah, they've been more aggressive on their fuel, looking to burn, but today I don't think they've got the similar amount of pace that's going to allow them to get exactly what they want and then some. Tobias Pashko is back in the pits, and this is firmly for that 30-second stop and hold as R&R also hit pit lane, and so too now Sorrento Motorsports Elite Pro GT3 with Gabriel Rupp currently back behind the wheel. Sorrento GT3 also pits.
Yeah, both of the Sorrento cars in, and I think that's just a team strategy right there. So it looks like the Aston Martins really can't go that long on fuel, which makes sense. They're a great car around the corners, but they suffer a little bit in terms of straight line speed. So are they having to just keep the pedal mashed to 100% on the straights to try and sort of get any pace out of the car whatsoever? I think it'll be interesting to see how the Lamborghini does and the Mercedes, to be fair. If they can stay out 2 or 3 laps longer, then they have a huge advantage over anybody running the Aston Martin.
Well, Rassone has stayed out for another lap here and has pretty much said that the ideal running is that we're going quicker and longer than anyone else. Francesco Petelin is going to dive in as there goes Bruno Carrera out of the pits for Sorrento Motorsports GT3. Connor Franson still out there. I don't think this is just a car issue out there if Franson can go a couple laps longer than everyone else.
Yeah, that's what could that be then? Just a driving style difference? Surely not 2 or 3 laps, maybe half a lap of fuel, but yeah, I'm at a loss for that one. We'll have to wait and see what happens.
We will. Tobias Pashko has served the penalty, has come back out and away in 4th position here, so has worked on through, and that is a very slow Connor Franson coming off the exit then, and he's just trying to tiptoe around then and work through. Have they got a lap too long and run themselves out of fuel? Has Ariti just run themselves out of fuel?
No way. Oh, no, not like this. Surely not. They're conking out just after the international corkscrew. They're on the grass.
Kidding me.
They're pulling off the road. You can't... Oh, dearie me. I think it is. I think you're right, Jake. They've pulled to a stop. That's it. They're completely out. They're jiggling the wheel. Nothing's happening. Back to the pit lane. So it was a case of they couldn't do it. The math didn't work out in my head. And it hasn't. I'm at a loss
with
for
all
words.
the tools, John, with all the tools that teams have available to them, the spotter telling them that they got 5 laps of fuel left, the fuel calculation apps that they have, what is Connor Franson doing to even get to a stage where you run out of fuel? You never see in sim racing a driver run out of fuel. There's just too much out there to say that you can't.
I guess it's something that only I do in the racing seat then. It's happened to me more than once, which I probably shouldn't be admitting, to be fair. But you would expect with them being in a team that somebody would say, hey, have you checked the fuel? Are you okay? Everybody else is pitting. Are we sure we are okay on this strategy? And that's negative Delta missing their pit box as well. So that's not ideal, having to engage reverse. Hopefully nothing happens with the lap counter on that one. But, I mean... As a driver, that must feel terrible, just in terms of doing something that's completely avoidable and that is not down to a misjudgment. It's just a lack of attention, basically. You haven't gone deep into a corner, you haven't made a mistake. That is just being in the zone of the race and just keep going, keep the pace going, and not registering, hang on a minute, everyone else around me has pitted, and I haven't. Is there not something wrong here? Yeah, so unfortunate. I feel for the driver there in that one. It's a silly mistake to make, but, you know, you don't want to be in their shoes, that's for sure.
I wouldn't want to be in his shoes. I'll tell you that much for a fact, as Jaime Qualbu then comes out for Team Racing Point and takes over the Team Racing Point 227. And in also the car for Negative Delta by SIMGEAR.it is the ever mercurially quick Vladi Shopov, who will now look to try and absolutely pound some laps around this place, as now longest car in terms of going in GT3 spec. Negative Delta by Madness, so something in the AMG Mercedes was very good at saving that fuel.
Yeah, that engine, that straight line speed, it's a demon in terms of top speed, and so that means, especially if you're behind someone, you can just lift and coast. Basically, probably for about 200 or 300 meters on the end of the start-finish loop of the oval, and that means that you can just save possibly, again, 1 or 2 laps worth of fuel. And at the end of the day, that is what Daytona is all about. You can be fast, you can be quick, sure. But if you can get that strategy, even in terms of just racing 1 or 2 laps on a low tank of fuel, you are gaining 2 or 3 seconds. And that makes a difference at the end of the race. Especially, you could see that gap grow, especially if you can short fuel at the last stint. You could grow that gap to maybe 10 seconds at the end. So really, really tricky there for anybody that's having to pit before everyone else. They have to reconsider what their strategy is this race. So the Rete out of the pits, but look at that P9. They've effectively lost the best part of a full lap right now, and that's, yeah. Oh, that's Fortuna Racing around again.
Yeah, Michael Memechek has been around more times than you can count at this moment, and again, turn 1 catches out, trying to carry the speed on the exit, and again, the Porsche that is so slippery just sees the back, just step away once more. You can see going into turn 1, you've got to carry the speed, you turn and brake at the same time, and then you've got to commit to the corner, doesn't get anything on the inside, just trying to put the power down. You can see how much the car's leaning over to the right-hand side, and then just it lets go and bang, noses it into the front. Good news there on the nose. Second nose, not helpful. Yellow flag, though, is out, and it's out for Dominic Pester at Sorrento.
Oh, dearie me, what has happened there? Let's see if we can get a replay. What has gone on? So I think this is just the Arete.
Oh, it's with Enosis.
Let's have a look. Okay, so bumping over the curbs, Enosis a little bit wide on the line. Is Enosis going to cause a problem? Yeah, they're going over the curb, but oh, it's just a wobble, and so they misjudge it, just avoiding action. I think, though, the Sorrento car was too close in any case, and that is damage on the rear right wheel there. You can see it's no longer connected, so I don't think they'll be able to get that back to pits even. Let's see, 1 driven wheel. So let's see again. What's your thoughts on this one, Jake?
Well, you can't really do too much. You can see the Basque flag for Larabeti, but you don't ever leave yourself too much time. You're always desperate to get up to the top of the circuit, to get the clearance when you put full throttle down. You leave yourself vulnerable to that risk, and that risk factor there with Enosis is if they catch a wiggle, where are you going to go? And so nowhere for Sorrento. They did drive it with their own power back to pits. Kyle Griffiths, who had just got in the car, by the way, as well. That's worth noting there. He's just now got in now. Oh, no. So into the back there for Dominic Pester. A big hit, but critically, safety car number 2 has come out, and that's going to be a big boon for the likes of Mono Competition Pro-Am, who, remember, had that 30-second stop and hold, took it, still on the lead lap. Now they'll get right back into the picture. They haven't really lost too much at all. No,
spicing things up, that's for sure. But it does mean that the whole of the competition in the GTP class does close up. I just want to say also, if you're a Rete esports at the moment, this is kind of the roller coaster of attitudes, isn't it? Oh no, we've run out of fuel. We've had to tow back to the pits to fill up with fuel. And now the pace car comes out, you're still on the lead lap, so you can close right back in again. I mean, if that isn't the biggest of saves that I've ever seen in terms of just pure sheer blind luck, I don't know what is.
Now, the number 18 has been with race control for a very long period of this race, be it what they've put in for protest, what other teams have been looking to protest, but their incident with the 67, which we saw the 18 get turned around, they have been given a warning out there, so there's sufficient space on the inside for a successful move by car 18. Car 18 misses its line, resulting in minor contact with the 67 and a spin for car 18. They have deemed that a warning out there for the car number 18, and I think that is actually a fair decision.
It reminds me a lot of Nico Rosberg and Lewis Hamilton in, I think it was 2016 Austria, where Nico Rosberg didn't turn in voluntarily on the inside. I'm not saying that Absolute Motorsport Racing did that. It was a missed, I think, braking, and they had to turn in late. But the whole emphasis was put on at that point of, as the driver on the inside, you have to kind of reasonably make the apex. And I think that's why the warning has been given, is that Mono were already 2 wheels off of the track effectively. They couldn't really go too much further, and they turned in reasonably late, I'd say at the ideal point really for a wide line like that. And so I can see where the warning has come from. So yeah, I'd agree with that. Fair decision, as they say. And just going back to that incident that caused the pace car to come out, I think really just Sorrento, you could see on the steering wheel, the last view that we had, Kyle was still turning as if there wasn't a GT3 car there on the exit, and I think that's just a misjudgment of closing speed and how close they were. And he was mid-air, couldn't do anything about it, but you committed to it, as you said, Jake, and I think that one might be with the stewards for a long time, as they say.
Well, we're currently about to tick over 2 hours worth of racing here in the SIMGEAR Endurance Series from round 4 of 5. Here at the Daytona International Speedway. We're about to tick over to lap 69 here of 160, and with these 2 caution periods, we're effectively behind the 8 ball by 11 laps, which in normal racing terms, you'd be doing roughly here in terms of fastest laps out there, 1:33s. So a minute and a half times that by 12. So we're about, 3 for 2 and then 3 times 6. So we're about 20 minutes roughly off of where we are, 18 to 20 minutes off of a 4-hour race. So we're currently looking down the barrel. If it stays at rate like this, as in comes Marco Barocco, and also in then comes the leading mono competition TS Sim Shop car to go and make service as well. We could be looking here at a 4-hour, 40-minute race, or even if we're unlucky, tiptoe over 5 hours.
Yeah, it's an endurance race, as they say. It's in the title for that reason. You've got to keep yourself on your toes, that's for sure. For drivers running only, or teams running only 2 drivers, it can get a little bit tiresome out there. So it's a track that demands a lot of attention and a lot of just mental focus above anything else, to just spot the danger, spot the different types of racing. I think that was R&R Motorsports on the grass there. That's not ideal for warming the tyres, I will point that out. But yeah, it's a long old race on a very difficult track, and there's a reason why there's a lot of incidents happening, is because it's demanding 110% out of the drivers.
And if you were to look at this track map and go, oh, well, it's just 4 bank corners, a tiny chicane, and an infield section with 2 long labouring hairpins, you'd think this is an easy circuit, but it's not. It really isn't as a track. Everyone thinks that they can drive Daytona. The issue that you find is the braking zones are surprisingly difficult around here. A lot of the time you're trying to work out what's the different apex, turn one off the banking. You've got to turn and brake at the same time. International Horseshoe in the kink, very much a case of, you're taking conventional out to into out, but then it's such a late apex on the West Horseshoe that the West Horseshoe, I would argue, is the most difficult corner on the circuit.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you're demanding a lot from the tyres. There's a heavy braking zone, overtaking opportunity before you get to the banking. So it's one of those where especially on the sort of, I won't call it broken up tarmac, but the uneven surface, sometimes you can really misjudge the grip. And as soon as you put a wheel wrong here, you're going onto the grass. There's a tiny bit of curbing, but not too much. And yeah, I agree with you. It's just so difficult to keep it consistent around here. And that's why we've seen some cars, more than others, just going for a spin here and there, as they say. It's an old school course, and that's why I like it, to be fair. I love driving around here.
Now, wave arounds are taking place, and Negative Delta SRT do get that wave around, as does the likes then of Sorrento Motorsports get the wave. So ultimately falling back to the same category then, Ivo Serafimov and R&R, they will get that wave as well, and they'll be quite pleased at the fact that they have been allowed that clearance to go through. Jaime Qualbu as well will be eyeing this one up quite nicely as they try and get back to Alexander Witzel at the front of the pack. So for the moment, it's a case of who manages what. Now, I want to keep focus as well on Per a bit, because the way it's standing, Team Endurotech, they are still out there. They are still 4 laps back of them at this point in time as they focus on getting the pace and getting back around on the wave around. They've got Tony Griffin in behind the wheel, the Irishman at Endurotech. So long as they are staying within 70% of the class runner, so basically don't get involved in another incident, Team Endurotech are probably looking at this going, we're going to take second place points, but we are going to have to rely on all cars being there or a retirement out of Parabit at the final round at Le Mans to go and take the championship. So they're asking for a lot of help out there, our Endurotech.
Yeah, doing the math quickly in my head, it's looking like they need a retirement, effectively, from Parabit in the last round, which is obviously, again, not something I wish on anybody, but if you're doing maths in your head, that's the only sort of scenario I can see, because effectively, even if you're finishing P4 in LMP2, you're still scoring a decent amount of points. So, yeah, tricky. And effectively for Parabit Sim Racing, it's a really interesting race here because they kind of want to eke out the gap as much as possible to deny the rival team of any points. And so they're having to think now of the ultimate race strategy to just time-wise rather than track position to see if they can do anything to keep that gap extending. So, yeah, an interesting one. Driving against the clock is not easy at the best of times. It's effectively doing qualifying laps after qualifying laps. And that, as a driver, you're not used to doing that, and that can have its own risks as well. So for Parabit, it's all about not taking your eye off the ball, and that is really tricky in terms. Looking also at the stint lengths, you've got the number 11 mono that is kind of out of position compared to everyone else. They are about 22 minutes into their stint, 12 laps. So they haven't come into the pits under caution at the moment. So maybe they're trying a different strategy, do something different, as they say.
Well, the reason why they haven't come in is that they were trying to chase the gap down. Sorrento now fall behind mono competition TSSimshop.de, who now go from being 2 laps down to just 1 lap down. Crossing the line. So they are now in a position where they've pulled one of the 2 laps that they needed after getting caught up in the opening instant back, and so that 11 will be hoping for more that gives the position that is needed. So Sorrento with heavy amounts of damage that they will have to deal with in the traffic here. The class is now looking to form themselves back up together once again with the positions that they are in. R&R Motorsports now effectively will take the lap ahead of Off-Track Racing MDM, which will be big for how they have stacked themselves into position. But right now, you would say, Absolute Motorsport Acelith, if there was any time to go and get these cautions, it's with the driver out there who is maybe not as quick as the others. I think it's quite clear that Marco Barocco hasn't got the same pace as Francesco Iliano out there, John, but Barocco is doing a good job of keeping this car competitive.
Yeah, I was about to say, only a couple of seconds lost in the stint. You know, it was still within visual distance. That's important as a driver. And sometimes you don't even want your fastest driver in the middle stints, because effectively you're just driving to a pace, you're driving to get the car to the end and then see where you end up. And so I think that's an intelligent decision made by the team. Probably, not the decision you want as a driver, being recognised as the middle stint driver. There's unfortunately some commentation, some true, some not, about that driver, but consistent, very great, a very good pace, not losing positions. And so yeah, they're doing their work, and especially with the cautions bunching the field up, you're putting yourself in prime position for at the end of the race having a real blast with the Porsche that has been fastest in qualifying. So there's pace in that car, and yeah, it's all about getting yourself to the end, and then in the last 30 minutes of the race or the last stint, figuring out where you are and what you can do.
Well, how much are you going to figure this out on the drop of the green flag in the go zone? That's going to be what I'm sure that the categories are looking at, and as they will line up, the pace car will be diving down in at the end of this lap, which will get us back then to pushing to lap 72 then of 160. So that will put a lot of set in. Worth noting, Sorrento Motorsports have made a pit stop just there in the GT3, so the 255, just leaving the pits, they'll be better on fuel compared to everyone else in their category.
Yeah, indeed, and by a couple of laps as well. So just looking at the strategy, to be fair, it's an intelligent decision. Just give up track position. Sadly for them, they haven't really had the pace, so it's better to do something on the strategy and then try and figure something out. It's effectively a free pit stop, so very, very clever, and it could give them a position at the end of the race where they don't have to lift and coast. Look at that, just lining up at the back of the pack right there. Team Racing points still, I mean, just can't argue with them, can you, at this point? They've been in a class of their own in GT3, and it's just a question of can anybody catch them at this point?
Well, they've caught them at this stage, because the safety car has bunched them back up again. It's whether they can stay with them, I think, is the bigger problem out there. And really, the pace of Team Racing Point has been second half of the season, from round 3, round 4, and probably looking towards round 5 at Le Mans as well. If they'd have had this round 1, round 2, they would be the de facto team to beat. The reality is they haven't.
Well, just, yeah, lack of consistency, a few driver errors as well. They've really cleaned it up, haven't they? And they've become the team to beat in GT3 Pro. So, yeah, that's daunting toward the end of the championship, but have they left themselves a little bit too much distance to catch back up, as we see? The Mono competition, simshop.com. The car get the weaving tires going, as we are set for a restart here not too long. So it'll be interesting to see, will anybody repeat the shenanigans of Mono on the restart? And I think Absolute Motorsport Acelith warming themselves up right here to have a go on the brakes, as you see. Everyone focusing on the tires, Absolute Motorsport are focusing on the brakes. That states the intent, as they say.
Well, the intent is there. The question will be whether that intent gets them exactly where they want to be, or does it mean that they put the target on their back on this run? So, how does this set itself as we now get ready for what will be the third start of this race, the second restart that we will have with that number 67 in control? They form up to their classes, and the Mustang will pull to the right-hand side and off of racing trim. So Mono with Absolute Motorsport Acelith directly behind goes on the restart zone, and we are back to racing. Immediately pulled out wide, couldn't get what was needed. Pro-Am watching about as well as they dive on the brakes into turn 1, just shutting the door down on the Ferraris then that were there waiting behind. So clearance there as we get ourselves underway with these 4 in your LM, or in your hypercar field, your GTPs, as now off goes the LMP2s.
Yeah, Absolute Motorsport car had to just shut the door on the number 2 Mono into turn 1, so they had an overtaking opportunity in the GTP class as LMP2 gets underway. Parabit will just be wanting to ease off into the distance and do their own race, and Team Endurotech will be wanting to hamper them every minute of the race remaining. So,
oh, Ariti! They've just dived straight into the pits off the restart.
Well, did they forget the fuel again? I hope not. But anyway, restart for the GT3s, and Team Oh wow, incredible. Team Racing Point has got like a 5-car length gap already. They have just gone from the start line and are pulling off into the distance. Negative Delta are following them, but the second Lamborghini there struggling a little bit on the restart.
Yep, so Ariti are a lap down, and they've just pulled the car down into pit. So they're looking at this restart thinking, what can you do? It's Ventislav Raichinov who's the one trying to give chase with Petelin, with Finn Haupt, with Vladi Shopov there, and trying to work through all of this is Kyle Griffiths here for Sorrento, who is 4 laps down on the mono competition car that is leading this field at the moment. But Rocco has lost out second now to the mono pro-am, so the Ferraris, I think, are better at getting the tyres in, and that is big troubles. Yes, that's a big spin, and it is your leader. It's Jaime Qualbu, who has done it all on his own. On cold tyres, he's just looped it around entering the banking.
Oh, they've got work to do now, haven't they? They've got to get that lead back. That's the first time they haven't been in the lead as far as I can calculate, so this gives an opportunity to everyone else, doesn't it?
Yep, free kick. So that suddenly puts Negative Delta by Madness in control of GT3 Pro. Absolute Acelith second, and Maniti Black are now into third. But Vladislav Shopov sat there in 4th position. Is going to want to have a little bit of a something to say about that as he looks to push Finn here forward and say, look, I am going to be out there and saying I want to be part of this leading group. And you can definitely see it here from the Aston Martins. They are desperate to stay with maybe the quicker Lamborghinis and Mercedes that are there, and knowing that they are the wrong side at the moment here at Daytona of the balance of performance.
Yeah, look at the closing pace though in the corners. The Aston Martins will pull up a little bit by the tune of 0.2 of a second. Already the gap down to 0.4 of a second. You can just see on the apex they're just a little bit closer, but then again Maniti not getting the best of exits, just struggling a little bit with understeer mid-corner. And I tell you what, the Absolute Motorsport Acelith Lamborghini, really quick there, could be setting up a move into the oval. Look at how they're able to steam on the inside. And I tell you what, there was a twitch by Negative Delta there. They might be under pressure here for the lead of GT3. It was a really dodgy, well, just a couple of corners, I think, right from the start of the lap for that Mercedes. Just really pointy on the power. They've managed to get it through that section onto the banking, but can they keep the lead? It's looking like the Lamborghini has the overall pace at the moment.
Yeah, that Lamborghini right now is pretty much staring down the barrel of, can I get to the race lead? Raichinov being hounded by Francesco Petelin, and the 299 then having himself a very good run. Worth also talking about this, John. They haven't changed drivers. They've got Andrea Dalla Valle that they can go to as their next driver in, but they haven't changed their driver once yet.
It's really a team decision that some drivers like going longer in the stint. They don't like to hop out of the car and then do another stint. I think this is going to be surely a move for the lead. Or are they trying to get away from the Aston Martins? This could be the play as well. Just a little bit of bump draft. It's a bit more difficult with these cars, perhaps. The Lamborghini more susceptible, perhaps, to just lift the rear of the Mercedes. It's not working, if that is what they are trying at the moment. All 4 of them line astern, but yeah, it's all gamesmanship at the moment. But in terms of the driver swap, I think Francesco is comfortable in the car. Just leave them in at the moment, and maybe they want to do the entirety of their stints and then leave a fresh driver in for the end of the race. Some drivers really lack sort of the consistency once they've hopped out of the simulator for a quick break. It can take them a couple of laps to get back used to it, as this is Team Racing Point just demonstrating their confidence right up the inside of Sorrento.
Yeah, Sorrento had a slide at the International Horseshoe, checked up the group, left themselves vulnerable to the West Horseshoe. Easy, says Jaime Qualbu. Careful now, tiptoe through this corner. Yet no such troubles this time. They're now up into 5th place, and they are 3.6 seconds off of the group of Shopov and Haupt and Petelin and Raichinov, and that is what they will be aiming to get to next as they go. Pit Venanzi down in the pit lane, and has been actually, and they've pulled the car off, and I think Ariti now retire the car. So suddenly GT3 Pro looks very different out there, and this is the key that we're now going to be talking about. A 0 for Ariti on the books, 54 points, needing to get pulled down to Maniti Racing Black. If Maniti Racing Black now win this race, they are uncatchable.
Oh, that is some pressure, isn't it? And negative delta has also been dropped as well, 9/10 of a second, so a mistake there coming in. And this is for the lead now. So Lamborghini now up into first place. That overtake has happened earlier in the lap. Negative delta now under pressure from the Aston Martin. So it's really, I think negative delta, actually, the Aston Martin, so car number 4 in this pack, is saving fuel. They did a huge lift and coast on the start-finish curve, and I really think they're just doing one different on strategy, recognising that the last stint they could only go 1 or 2 laps less than the others, and so they need to start saving fuel a lot earlier in the stint. That could possibly be the play.
It could, so they're eyeing that up and saying, well, if Raikkonov needs to go deep into the fuel save and will do so early in this stint, then everyone behind will also be looking to eat into that fuel save to similar margins out there and say, look, this is our race, this is what we're trying to do. But it is worth talking about that Finn Haupt finds himself in third. The only car he's got to beat is negative delta by Madness at the moment. If he makes the pass here and gets up into second position, they'd have a 59-point gap at the top of the championship. Not enough to fully mark it off, but it would be as good as gold, as now there's a car in between them here trying to make moves through. It's Alexander Witsel, your overall leader, getting the clearance. Pashko and Barocco now should be able to get by without any troubles.
It's looking a bit dire in terms of pace for the Aston Martins this time on the banking, and I think also for the GTPs this is the perfect way you could catch most of the GT3 category. It's Absolute Motorsport really just steaming past right there. They'll have clear track into turn 1, so best case scenario right now for them, and they've gained a little bit of time now on the mono competition car that I think is a P4 car at the moment, so a lap down.
That's the P2 car.
Is it the P2 car? Oh, the gap has gone up a little bit then. Yeah, 2 seconds. So, yeah, apologies on that one. So, painting all of their cars black with no other livery indications on there is a little bit difficult when you're trying to look at the cameras, would you believe?
Well, you've got to try and find the way to differentiate them out there, and Alexander Witsel will be looking around and saying, look, it's doing exactly what it needs to. I think you just got to stare a little bit harder at it on what is a very tough circuit. Now, this was the spin for Jaime Qualbu, and this is how quickly a car can find itself pointing wrong way out there in front. Doesn't look like it grabs anything untoward on entry, just gets to the middle of the corner, and the car just decides it's just not got enough grip underneath it.
Yeah, just demanding too much of the tires. I think that's an imbalance of tire temperature is what I could call that, because the Lamborghini has been really stable up until this point. You look at it over the curbs and it's not struggling whatsoever. It pulls at least a car length on the Mercedes like we just saw there, and so it's really, really weird that you know, it would let go like that. And this is battle for P2 right now, so Absolute Motorsport looking to go to the outside. The inside defended by Mono right now. Last late breakers. Again, the inside line just triumphs over everything into turn 1 here. Can the Porsche get the switch back? No, just not enough front end. It does look like the Ferrari's got better turn in, but it's really on the traction zones that Porsche is all over that rear wing.
Yeah, so that 963 attacking the 499P that is there, and driven as one is that mono competition Pro-Am number 2 out there. Kind of reminds me the likes there, mono competition of Daytona Racing in terms of where you find the differences out there. A little bit aggressive there through the West Horseshoe from Marco Barocco, and so that will be a case of good attempt, but not going to be anywhere near close enough to go and have a go on this lap as we take a look from Barocco's perspective here up onto the banking. And it is a really huge amount of banking, John, here to deal with. It really puts you inside line is fastest.
Yeah, indeed. You just got to just ride the banking. It's a uniform banking, so it isn't a banking that goes progressively steeper as you go up. So fastest line is the shortest line, as they say. And so the only reason you want to go up onto the top of the banking is to try and get an overtake. Also, good news from the commentary box, I have found the screen brightness settings for my screen, so hopefully now I can see the numbers on the cars a little bit better. I've only had the screen for 2 years, don't worry about it.
31 degrees of banking on the oval corners. In the tri-oval, you've got 18 degrees of banking to go and deal with. 3 degrees of banking on the back stretch, and the infield is panhandle flat at 0 degrees, running at sea level here at this circuit because we are right next to the coastline. Vladdy Shopov is understanding very quickly here that negative delta by SIMGEAR.IT. Aston Martin gives a big bump to Finn Haupt, and again, gap just forms, and it's making life really tough for these drivers to go and get anything that they would really desire out of it. With Raikkonen and Vettel in, they're just putting a pace up that these Aston Martins cannot handle.
Yeah, the real issue, I think, is that they're not swapping positions. So you had the negative delta car, Vladislav Shopov, just fuel saving, in my opinion. And so Maniti have started doing the same, except that if both of them fuel save at the same time, they lose that gap. And now it's 1.6 seconds. You won't get the slipstream, you won't be able to fuel save a lot, and you'll lose ground on them every single lap now. So yeah, there's no way of communicating that to another team. You kind of just have to do it implied, and if one driver understands, then great. If they don't, then you're in trouble. And so yeah, it's one of those things in racing that you have to make everything work. And I tell you what, Jacob just spotted one of the planes landing in the background. So
right,
it's yeah, it's all coming into effect tonight as the sun sets here at Daytona. So we're getting into that sort of low lighting conditions as well, where it becomes difficult sometimes to spot a car that you need to overtake if it's a slower class.
Marco Barocco is not going to argue that mono competition Pro-Am is a slower class, but he'll know this is a strong position fight for second, working through the international horseshoe here and coming off onto the power. You're only going through the international horseshoe down to 82 kilometers an hour through the kink. Never advised to go too wide through there. Sets you up for this west horseshoe to try and get correct. Anything short of correct through here, and that is a day ender out there. And speaking of day enders, Sorrento Motorsports Elite Pro GT3's day is run and done. They are out.
Yeah, sadly, just I think maybe a few too many issues, maybe a driver having technical issues as well, because they were running all right in terms of pace. So yeah, it's unfortunate for them, but yeah, you can't always have it your own way in basically a 5-hour race. Perhaps it's always going to be somebody's bad day, and it's been their bad day for sure. Sorrento in general.
I saw it. So their bad day is that they have found that that cement-induced barrier there, that tyre bundle. It's not moved at all. They've gone over the curbs, they've battered it, and that's their day written off.
Yeah, so they did what Mono didn't do earlier, is avoid the tyre bundle. They couldn't do that, and yeah, that is very solid. It does not move. Yeah, you put concrete and tyres around it. Concrete is stronger, would you believe? So sadly, yes, that will cause a lot of damage. Unfortunate, it's a very easy mistake to make, and that tyre bundle is placed there to force cars to have a little bit of caution. And yeah, if you get it wrong, you're going to be battling, well, fighting a war that you can't win there.
And as such, their day is written off and done. Fortuna Racing still going out there at this moment in time, and they will feel very comfortable about the way that this is going. Parabit, no Enduro Tech are still out there, so they are all but secure in the championship, just knowing that they've got to have 2 finishes, and it is job done for them at the moment, the way it's stacked up. But Absolute Motorsport Acerith are in a very happy position here. They know what they need to do. They know that they've got to settle themselves up in terms of this pass, working over towards the Le Mans chicane. Oh, they get forced all the way across, and they ask to get pushed with a little bit of room, taken all of the margin and then some. Marco Barocco getting angry, going off the racing surface to force Tobias Pashko to move across, but Pashko, taking the natural racing line, says, Ain't going to get me like that, mate.
Boy, they're having to be creative to try and get these overtakes, but it's going so close to the line of disaster, and Durotech missing their pit box a little bit, but they are in with Parabit just in front of them there, so they're on their natural pit stop window, that is. Oh, wow, what a late break. No way around the inside. Outside, sorry, surely not, no. The traction not there, just demanding too much of the front tires, probably overheated them a little bit there, and that was a heck of a braking move, but just can't get it stopped. And again, that Ferrari with the better turn in is better at defending.
Yeah, so Marco Barocco is finding out that this is tough for Absolute Motorsport Acelith to go and make that move. They're only getting one position right now over that mono competition TSSimRacing.de machine. It is 44 points for 4th place, 49 points for 3rd. If it were to end like this, John, how's this for a championship finale? Mono competition, the .de, the number 11, would walk into Le Mans as championship leader by 1 point.
You don't have to make it spicy like that, Jake. We've got an entire half a race still yet to run, but that does sound enticing, doesn't it? I do like the sound of that, and it just adds to the jeopardy as well. You know, this is for big championship points, so essentially Absolute Motorsport can't put a foot wrong here, and Mono know that with the multiple cars in fighting. The car that Absolute Motorsport is fighting, the Pro-Am car of Mono, isn't in that championship fight, and so they can be a bit more aggressive. They can just say, I've got nothing to lose, you have, and I know that you're going to back out of it.
Oh, that's not a healthy blink there for Absolute Motorsport Acelith, and they will take very good note of that over at Mono and hope that they don't get another one of those to go and deal with out there on circuit. There is Venceslav Raitinov here, who is really hoping that the negative delta by madness have something to work with here heading to that championship finale. They do have Maniti behind, but they've got the legs on them at the moment in the 282, and they would also have noted through all of the Sebring prep that if you had run the SimGear GT Masters earlier on this year, they'd have done around at Daytona, so they've got a really good up-to-date reference on what this needs for the car.
Yeah, they will have worked the setup, worked the fuel calculations and everything to do with tyre wear. I mean, even just if they got the same drivers in, it will be a gain in terms of confidence. So I really think they're just doing everything to drive to a pace right now. You can see they've got the speed to go for an overtake, as that is Sorrento up the inside. Wow. You have to be looking in the mirrors and paying attention to your spotter, because if the Lamborghini would have turned in right there, it could have been a really bad day for Absolute Motorsport Acelith. Not the GTP, but the GT3 Lamborghini right there.
Yeah, that was scary, and it always will be, because you got those massive closing speeds, and that's why we see sometimes with categories why you can't just put any car with any car out there. It's why we have sometimes club sport style series where you got GT3 or LMP3 and GT4 and the like. It's why the hypercars, the lowest category that you can have with them is GT3, because it's about closing speed. At what point is a closing speed unsafe? You know, I wouldn't turn around and say, for example, put the GTP hypercars out there in regular racing competition with the Citroen 2 CVs.
Well, I'd pay good money to see that happen, because that would be chaos right there. And I think, you know, at the end of the day, closing speed matters a lot, because effectively the spotter can only convey so much information, and your mirrors can only convey so much information. So if you've got a car just closing at double the speed, lightning speed, there's no way you can avoid it. And that is why, to be fair, in multi-class racing, the rule is that the slower car keeps the racing line, and it's for the faster car to find a way past. For Sorrento there, that was close on the limit of diving it up the inside and encroaching on the racing line, and it could have ended worse, as they say. Aha! Bump drafting happening once again for the Aston Martins. They have decided that they need to pick up the pace. They haven't lost any time in the past 2 laps here, so that are they finally figuring out that they can't just lift and coast to the end?
1:43.9 by Vladislav Shopov, 1:44.3 by Finn Haupt. It was a 44.5 for Raichinov and a 44.4 for Petlin. So I think they understand we need to be quick and we need to be pushing as Barocco continues for that number 18 to give that number 2 something to think about. Oh, switched him up a dream. Sold him his own shoelaces on the pass. That's a lovely overtake.
Yeah, I mean, what can you do better than that one? That was just classic. Reading a driver, reading what the driver had been doing the past few laps, doing the exact opposite of it, and just forcing them to commit to a line, and then doing exactly what they didn't expect and getting the move done even before the apex. Wonderful, wonderful stuff from Marco there. That is commitment, and that is just showing that the Porsche on those brakes is so, so good. And if you can deny the Ferrari the turn-in, there's no hope for Mono.
Well, this now means that Absolute Motorsport Acelith move into the championship lead by 4 championship points. They will understand that if they get the clearance and go up to the top and get past that mono competition tssimshop.com number 67, their lead would be 10 going into the final round. As late as possible, getting the clearance there with Ivo Serafimov's R&R Motorsports machine. Oh, huge block through the middle. Nowhere for the likes of Tobias Pashko to go. So ultimately, got balked, and suddenly, there's the gap. Now I don't have to worry about the car behind. I'm 2 seconds clear.
Yeah, I was about to say, they'd already opened up a gap of 1.2 seconds. So I think this is just a case of, I think Absolute Motorsport Acelith are going for the win here. They are just clambering on the pace right now straight away and are closing millisecond by millisecond the gap to the leading number 2 Mono. So Tobias Pascoe doesn't have to worry at the moment, but Marco is steaming up the road and flashing the light, saying this is now my chance to fight for the race victory. And with 6 seconds between, I think it's game on.
Guessed by Ivan Boromechkov there for negative Delta SRT, and so gets the clearance sorted and said, look, that is a wonderful bit of work that has been done to jump on by. So they've been managing everything out there and saying, look, this is where we are all into position and understanding that was a lovely move. Now we're trying to break away, and Barocco here, I think, is just about seeing Tobias Pashko try and hurry up, because remember, even if that mono competition number 2, John, is not fighting directly with Absolute Motorsport Acelith for the championship, it is fighting on behalf of the number 11.
It's taking points away, and that's your job as teammates. If you're not fighting for the championship, you've got to make it so, so difficult. We've seen it in so many races. In IMSA, for example, the finale that we had last year, it was all about teamwork makes the dream work. In Formula 1, we've seen it in 2021. How many times has the number 2 driver of the leading teams held up a championship protagonist? And that is, at the end of the day, if you're having a bad day or something has gone wrong, all you can do is help your teammate. And so that is effectively also why Mono have entered 3 cars as well. They know more cars equals more chance to have a good race and to command the race if anything goes wrong.
Well, doesn't it go back to that legendary Lancia season in the World Rally Championship where they entered like 7 Lancias at one race?
That's Lancia. That's a different thing. That's called doing anything you can to win the championship, regardless of whether it's against the rules or not. So yeah, it's true. You have to just play the rule book as you can. Ooh, a little bit of a tap there. I think that is Team Racing point ahead. Can't see a number on the car though, but yeah, that was very, very tricky right then. Actually, that's the Absolute Motorsport car that was just tapped by the Mono car as they went by. So again, it's just little things that can throw the race away. But yeah, for sure, if you want to find out some race tactics that are maybe slightly a bit against the rules, look up what Lancia did back in the 80s in basically any racing category, to be fair.
Yes. So, as far as this race goes, we don't have any of that going on, but Marcel Ropac then just dives through the leading duo out there of Francesco Petlin and Venceslav Raichinov moving through. You can really tell, actually, with the cars that have any accent of white on the front, actually, how much marble build-up has already been deposited onto the front of their cars, and actually how important it is that they deal with that build-up and don't run too far off the circuit, because they have got so much tyre rubber discard that has gone by over the course of running so far.
Yeah, and it really makes a difference to the grip on the track as well. You know, if you're running wide, you're trying to do overtakes, you can get on the marbles and then there's no grip whatsoever. Worse still, if you pick up debris on your tyres, you can also run wide in the next few corners and get onto the grass. And as anybody knows that when they've driven this track, if you go deep into the braking zone, especially into this West Horseshoe, and you lock the brakes, you're going straight into that tyre bundle, because there's a slight downhill as well on the grass, only maybe by a degree or so, but it makes a difference and you can't stop the car. So it's all about just pushing it to the limits here, but how far do you want to go realistically? How much are you willing to put on the table just to maybe gain 1/10 of a second? At this point, you have to be consistent as well, and with the lighting changing, your braking points change, your reference points change, maybe you can't spot that apex as well, so you have to start adapting as a driver, and this is where mistakes can come in as well.
Yeah, those mistakes critical through this new and improved Le Mans chicane. As Pasco, gets very close, and John just panics a little bit there for everyone to hear, and that's the thing as a driver now. You just get so much anxiety at the Le Mans chicane because you do have to be perfect every time around there. If you make a mistake, well, you know, it's a case of just forget it.
Yeah, I mean, every driver will have their own comfort zone, really. You know, what you see on camera, perhaps, is very normal to the driver. They love hopping over that curb, they love taking that line, they love getting a little bit of a tyre squeal on the exit of turn 1. If a driver is comfortable doing that, then at this stage of the race, just keep doing it. But from a spectator's point of view, some of what the drivers are doing is absolutely incredible. And, you know, I dare say if I was doing half of this stuff, I'd probably be into the barriers on lap 2. So you have to give credit to the drivers. And so me exclaiming, to be fair, is just a way of saying I wouldn't have done that, but credit to them for getting the job done. And especially, I tell you what, Team Racing Point are really closing the gap right now. Still in 5th place, but there is negative delta and the 2 Aston Martins ahead. So they are in sight of the race lead once again. And I tell you what, they've brought that gap down to about, according to my calculations, about 4.5 seconds to the lead. So they've gained 1.5 seconds. They're going to have to do overtakes, but they still have the pace.
The issue is that they've been burning a lot of fuel to get there, but mind you, they would have done the same at the front. Now they can sit for a little bit, get some fuel in, and maybe even work to try and get the run through on the stops to say that is there and sorting. So Jaime Qualbu, I think, is going to be very happy about it, with Shopov and Haupt there and sitting. So, you know, they've done their job. They've clawed that gap in. It's now just a case of knowing that if they're on the front, do those cars go quicker, yes or no?
I think if you're Team Racing Point right now, you need to get the overtakes done on the Aston Martins. It's quite clear they don't have the pace, 2.8 seconds at the moment, so they've lost another second to the leading duo, which is also a Lamborghini in first place there, the Absolute Motorsport car. So you want to get past, you want to lead this pack. If you drag them with you, effectively what you want, if you're the fastest car, you want to drag everybody into a really big pack where they fight together. You can overtake them, hopefully, and then race off into the lead. And that is a miscalculation, I think, or just the negative delta car thinking I've got to save fuel, and Team Racing Point just steams past on fully accelerator, easy move. And I think you'll see the same from Maniti, recognizing, hang on, here's a chance for Team Racing Point to drag us along with them, to do something that we haven't been able to do for the past 10 laps.
It definitely looks that way, doesn't it? Flash the light saying, look, are you going to let me through or not? Are you going to let me have a chance of chasing this down or not? And I think if you're Jaime Qualbu and you look at Finn Haupt, I think Finn would be very happy right now just to have someone else take a bit of control out there at the front of this group and say, look, we are going to be wanting to chase this down. They are just around the corner, but every time we go around the corner, they're just around the corner. So I think this is a necessity right now from these 2 Aston Martins. They know they're down in terms of long-term pace. They're just relying on someone like Qualbu to jump in and maybe take a few more points away. And, you know, for Maniti, they'd rather have it 3rd and 4th than 2nd and 3rd, in my view.
Yeah, for sure. That's then the real problem is right now for Maniti, you don't want to be risking anything. If you can get Team Racing Point will eventually get past you. There's too many laps in the race still remaining. They have the pace, they will get past, so it's up to you how hard you want to fight it, but in an endurance race, fighting it indefinitely is not the way to go, but they will probably get overtaken here. Look at this overspeed. Which way will they go? Team Racing points to the inside, so Maniti, leave the door open. That, in my view, is just a way of saying, okay, if you want to go for it, I am leaving the gap. I'm not going to make it easy, but yeah, they do get past. And Negative Delta are getting dropped here, to be fair. It's 7/10 of a second. Not ideal, but definitely for Maniti, going back to what you said, Jake, they've been in view of the race lead for basically the whole of the race, but the problem is they haven't managed to get much closer than that. So this may be that changing point, and definitely if there's any chance as a driver of changing that, I would take it as well. So maybe some clever racing right now from the Aston Martins, as Team Racing Point is already steaming off to catch the front two. 3 seconds is the gap.
3 seconds to chase down, and we saw them have gaps upwards of over 10 seconds out there, so I don't think it will take too long for Team Racing Point if Jaime Qualbu can hold a similar amount of pace out there compared to some of the others. The gap in overall right now as they cross the line was 7.3 for Absolute Motorsport Acelith, who took just 1/10 off on that last go about, with Perabit to a lead margin of 4 laps at this moment, and could, if they're not careful, be eyeing up 5 very, very soon in that regard. GT3 AM currently a minute 43. The margin for R&R Motorsport over Negative Delta SRT, and in fact they are together on circuit, Serafimov and Boromechkov right now, John, and so that is to be lapped and be put exactly 1 lap down.
Yeah. Never what you want as a driver. You don't want the same category lapping you, but one of those things. You've had some incidents, and effectively there's been a car, especially in GT3 AM, that has just continued that pace, continued just putting in lap after lap after lap. They've been in a category of their own, effectively, and so you can only give in to that pressure and just admit that it's not your race today, but at the end of the day, you've just got to keep it clean, bag some points as well. If you're in second place and you've been lapped, oh well, I get points for second place. So especially for a Negative Delta, for example, where they had that incident earlier on in the race where they were spun round, you could say P2 is still a good result.
Well, let's talk about how good of a result it is. They walked into today, Negative Delta and R&R, 1 point between them. It's a 6-point swing between first and second, and so Negative Delta SRT will turn around, will look at this and go, well, I am going to... Oh, they've just spun! Negative Delta SRT have just spun, and there's the lap.
Yeah, not ideal. Not ideal at all, but, put pressure on the driver. You could see them just rejoining there in the background, I think. So let's have a look. There's Mono on the inside, car number 11, and they've just tried to turn in and get the exit, and it's just not stuck, and that's... Oh, they got it. Oh, they kept it out to the barriers. Incredible things at the West Horseshoe. It's very rare do you see a driver spin there and manage to keep out of the barriers. I think it's because they were going for a late apex, so they got the car slowed down. It's just they demanded too much from the rear tyres, and the weight was on the front, spins round, and they couldn't get the traction. So, unfortunate move, but could have gone a lot worse.
Could have definitely done. Ivo Serafimov leading now with a lap clear. Jonas Vida there is in play for Perabit, so they are leading out there right now. Their big margin, and they're very happy with the work that they are doing. Monocomposition.de, the 11, they have changed their driver now. They've got Dylan Bittman in, and he'll have the bit between his teeth, trying to hope that there is a way for them to get back to the leading lap. They've pulled 1 lap back. They just need to pull 1 more to have a shot of fighting late on here, as we're on lap 94 of 160 here from the Daytona International Speedway in your SIMGEAR Endurance Series, round 4 of 5. It's moving day here, and everyone's looking to try and give themselves the best platform for the championship finale next month, in the month of May. So, clearance needed and clearance found through the International Horseshoe. Passing Ivan Boromechkov is that Dallara P217, which I think is one that's less run than the GTP hypercars, because the hypercars have all of the in-car tools available for you to keep it on the road. You don't with a Dallara P217.
No, it's a very old school car. If I remember correctly, you don't have ABS, but you do have a little bit of traction control. So very easy to lock the brakes on that Dallara, and it's just one of those cars that's very lightweight. So you can get a lot of confidence, but as soon as it starts getting sort of uneasy or you overheat the tires, it's a very pointy, snappy car. So satisfying to drive, but it demands a lot from the driver as well. So the hypercar is a little bit heavier just because of the battery technology. You're looking at, I think, if I remember correctly, about 900 kilograms. So, you know, very, very sort of still snappy, but you have all of those driver assistances to help with the battery deployment, ABS, and so, yeah, you've got more of a stable platform to maybe go and be a bit more adventurous. If you go adventurous with an LMP2 car, the barrier awaits you.
Speaking of adventures, there is the difference between two negative delta cars, not a million miles, but the in-sim temperature, remember, started off today at 34 degrees. It's now gone down to 24 degrees. It's got colder, track's got quicker, and everyone, I think, is turning around at it and going, well, if this is the case of what our track sits at, we're going to be looking around at this one, and look at it. We're just catching the sunset here as it goes over as you turn around here. You take this left there, it's just hiding behind the grandstand, and they know that in the next half an hour, they are going to be into darkness and know that the final stages are going to be underneath the floodlights. And that is going to say that as far as this race is going, it's a prime time finish for all of these drivers to say, look, this is what we're capable of.
Yeah, for sure. The big leagues, as they on the weekend, you always want to put in a good performance no matter the competition, because effectively it's where the recruiters look as well. It's where most of the eyes are watching, and so, you know, it's one of those things, you know, that I think drivers have that added bit of pressure as well. And the problem with that is, especially this late into a race, that can have some negative effects as well, as we're about to see an Aston Martin Civil War right now. No, it's the bump draft as well. As Team Racing Point, by the way, has cleared off to the tune of 1.3 seconds. You could just see them with Mono about to overtake them there into the Turn 1 complex. So it's not going well for Manatee at the moment, but they're doing everything they need to do in terms of points. And to me, as a recruiter, if you have a driver that's just capable of driving the car to the end of the race and secure the points, that's someone I want as well. Not necessarily his pace, all the things you're looking for in a driver.
Yeah, pace isn't everything. The stopwatch does never lie, so pace gives you the indicator of what you can be. It's the consistency that tells you what you are. And so we're seeing that here from these drivers in front, that they are just managing this one very, very comfortably, and I think they could be very happy about the way that they are driving. Shopov here hasn't really stepped out of line, hasn't really done anything too untoward here, hasn't really shown that he wants to get through. I think very happy, sitting, saving, learning, understanding. We're getting a lot of that at the moment, where they're just sitting and understanding and not having to go uber aggressive out there in this field, because they know that there will be dings and scrapes. And in talking dings and scrapes out there, we have lost 4 cars from this race, 5 if you count Andromeda, who had to pull out at the start of the race due to a family emergency. But we have lost both of the gassed up motorsports cars, the likes of Ariti Esports out there, the 224, and the Sorrento Motorsports Elite Pro 244, all out of the race, and pretty much saying, look, it has been tough, and it's been the toughest out there for those who have been staring down the barrel of what has made this race so difficult to manage. And it has been. It's a long race, and you've got to really give yourself platform. As in comes Tobias Pashko, this is a scheduled stop.
Yep, indeed it is, and that just confirms that a lot of drivers are on different strategies at the moment. It's the midway through the race, so everybody's just trying to get to a set lap target at the moment in terms of fuel, or a set time target in terms of fuel, just so that they confirm that they have a good race strategy, that the calculations that they've done pre-race are actually, well, checking out effectively. And so that is really difficult as a driver. They won't be taking huge risks at the moment, just because in terms of race time, that's what you're looking at the moment. An overtake for the lead in the last 2 laps of the race, perfect, wonderful. But you lose about 1.5 seconds going for that overtake. So if you're running to a time, if you're running to just minimize the gaps to the leaders, for example, in the GT3 Pro class, then it's so important to just minimize the time loss, and that is so tricky to do at the best of times, especially when you're looking at championship points. I can't imagine how horrendous that must be as the number 2 mono comes back out of the pits once again.
Yeah, manages that without really too much concern. But Pro-Am car, by the way, sits roughly on 128 championship points, so they are 46 points back of monocompetition.de, as in comes the .com number 67 to make their pit stop then scheduled out there, which puts Absolute Motorsport Acelith now in the race lead going longer. So they do have an outside shot of making it happen. Sorrento would have had one as well, but they're down in 5th position by 6 laps, so they're obviously not going to be finding what they need. But with Mono Pro-Am, they know that they are still in the championship hunt if they finish ahead of Acelith and Mono, which they are doing, so they are giving themselves an outside shot. The only issue is Acelith will improve that gap, and so effectively, as it will sit, they are going to be even further back and needing retirements at the final race.
Yeah, indeed. That's out of your hands as a driver, but yeah, they'll be thinking about that. It will be dawning on them at some point that they are going to need a little bit of a helping hand, and you know, as it can be a bit distracting as a driver, I think. Then again, these guys race at top level, so maybe it's just an afterthought in their mind at the moment. I will say, in terms of the pace for Absolute Motorsport Acelith, it's been sort of on terms with the number 2 mono, just a couple of tenths of a second. You're looking at the low 134s in terms of lap time. So the mono car, as they do come into the pits, so they will relinquish the leads to the number 2 mono in just a few seconds time. But looking at the times, it's basically low 134s for mono and mid to low 134s for Absolute Motorsport Acelith, and the 2 monos in 1st and 3rd at the moment are basically equaling lap times at the moment, so they are rapid in that Ferrari at the moment.
Aidan Wilkinson then makes his first laps out there in the number 67 machine. He's been given a wonderful platform to take this one for the final 61 laps to the end of the race. Finn Haupt now into pit lane, and arguably again one of the earliest takers down in, as they will hand over to Raymond Sheffers now, who will be looking to bring this one to home without any worries at all. Francesco Iliano is going to jump back into the car for Absolute Motorsport Acelith as well. So they're now going to put their quick driver back in at the 18, and that is going to be Target, and they are going to get that clearance. They are going to leave, but they will see the 67 move on through. They are going to have a tough lap out there with the cold tyres on the speckled trim that is there of that Michelin tyre, and they are going to have an argument on the exit as well with Ariane Meyer, who does just lift off of it and says, I don't want to be anywhere close. Sheffers now leading pits for your championship leading GT3 Pro.
Yeah, and this is a crucial pit stop, just I think short of all of the other cars. So all of that pushing that the Aston Martin has done has not done them any favours in terms of pit stop strategy. Once again, this is a car that could be looking to do some lifting and coasting toward the end of the race. So they're out in clean air now. Not necessarily the best thing. You could think that's great, but again, they're not the punchiest in a straight line, so it's really tricky at the moment. And that is indeed a pass.
So Acelith jumping into the pits, and that will pass Negative Delta into the race lead. Team Racing Point will now look around at it and say we'll go through, but Francesco Petelin, I would say at this stop, would definitely be eyeing up Andrea Dalla Valle.
Most definitely. You've got to go for it. You've got to try and get the move done in the pit stop phase. It just makes things less conflictual between drivers, but less just problematic overall. There's a good reason why. Let's see replay here. Mono number 2. into the Le Mans chicane, really aggressive over the curbs. I think we'll see them go a little bit wide through here, just a bit wide curb hopping, and that was, oh, they have gone round, all the way round, just tapping the brakes, trying to correct it, but it didn't work, and all the way onto the grass, as spinning, and just cannot get it spun round. They just had to stop, come to a complete stop. The tyres will feel rubbish after that, overheated, possibly flat spotted, and now they've got to spin around as well and get facing the right way. That's probably 10 to 15 second time loss by the time you calculate that.
Especially after they've gone over that grey grass, John.
Yeah, lovely grass there down at the Le Mans chicane. I'm never going to live that one down, am I?
Nope. So, some wonderful battling then has set itself into play. And this is Akait's Larabeti through the kink and then over to the West Horseshoe. Now, it's going to gather himself on the brakes here in this Aston Martin. Get the turn in through here, and the back just, immediately tries to step out, has to jam on the brakes to avoid the car going any further along. Did very well to get that stop with hardly even getting off the surface. You need very quick reactions to know it's going to go off like that.
Yeah, and I tell you what, great on the brakes, just trail braking the car to a stop. Even though you've lost the car, you kind of have to keep on the brakes a little bit. You don't want the car to spin, but they did it just enough to keep couple of wheels on the tarmac and slowing the car enough so it doesn't go into the barrier. So well recovered. Unfortunate because that Aston Martin has looked glued to the surface at every single turn in the infield section. To be fair for all teams, it's just in this changing of temperatures, perhaps that Aston Martin is losing the only one thing that was keeping it competitive. So we'll have to wait and see. We'll have to look at the times that the other Aston Martins are setting, but not a good sign if you're an Aston Martin driver at the moment.
Negative delta 1 and 2 because Team Racing Point are down in on pit lane, and Gabriele Rossone has got back in behind the wheels. So Gabriele is looking to try and push with the final 59 laps of racing still to be conducted here as we reach the twilight zone at this moment in time, clearing along through. Just in front of them, that's Andrea Dalla Valle, so another Italian in a Lamborghini to chase down. And Lamborghini, especially this GT3 Huracan, they are built in a way that is meant to strike fear into the hearts of those who drive them.
Oh, for sure. I mean, mid-engine car, very low to the ground, very aggressive in terms of downforce. I love the look of Lamborghinis, to be fair. And they're built as thoroughbred race cars, to be fair. When you buy a road version of it, you're effectively buying half a race car. And so when they designed this car, they definitely didn't have to change as many parts as other racing teams might have to. And it's got the best platform in terms of low to the ground, very low center of gravity, wide sort of footprint of the car. The only thing that goes against it is the suspension, as that is negative delta that's just overstepped their pit box right there and has also blipped off of the map, which is unfortunate.
That's for a driver change.
Aha, so, it is, right.
So that's Gabriel Ivanov getting back into the car then as that stop goes through. Johan Neshev gets back in at negative delta by madness. So they have scheduled those stops around. Bruno Carrera there for Sorrento Motorsports GT3. Now, obviously, took that pit stop at the end of the safety car window and will be the car that goes the longest because of that. So a chance for Bruno Carrera to lead on through, and with a surname like Carrera, it's disappointing to not see Bruno Carrera in a Porsche.
How long had you been waiting to say that one, Jake? That's a good one.
About 20 seconds until I realised who was in the car. But Gabriel Ivanov here is doing a really nice job. Then he's going to come out of the pits in P5 by the looks of things, and is going to need to get the tyres up to temperature because Gabriele Rossone has jumped, and everyone will be looking around and seeing where has everyone jumped. And Raymond Sheffers, he's a mile back by comparison to Gabriel Ivanov here.
That's an interesting one. I wonder what's happened there. Maybe that missed pit box? Nah, surely not. I don't understand that one, but the gap of 2 seconds there definitely tells a story, as they say. So We'll have to wait and see. I will say, looking at the lap times though, every Lamborghini driver is just on a roll right now, so it could just be pure pace at this point. I'm looking at the lap times, and they're going slightly faster because of the cooler conditions, so it's less aggressive on the tires at the moment apparently. And the Lamborghinis, I'm taking Team Racing Point as a reference, we're doing a 1:44.5 average over the last 5 laps before the pit stops, and everyone else, the Aston Martins, the Mercedes, were doing a 1:44.7 on average, so it's just a couple of tenths of a second every single lap. But especially if you don't have the confidence coming out of the pits, that can add up to multiple seconds.
It very much can, and worth noting that the gap between Mono and Absolute Motorsport Acelith in the GTP field was 8 seconds at the pit stop. It's now down to 6.5 seconds. So Francesco Iliano waiting and whittling this one through, and there goes the lunge by Rossone, straight down to the inside, covers the middle of the road and says, yoink, I am stealing that position, and you are not going to do anything except watch me take it and run off into the distance with a little cackle to go with. Nice pass by Gabriele Rossone, gets the clearance. Dominic Pesta back into the car at Sorrento then, being chased on pit exit by a Kites Larabeti, then for Enosis Esports Simdeck.app, the Basque driver.
Yeah, the funny thing is that the GT3 car looked a little bit better on the pit exit there. They're both on speed limiter, but the hypercars, the GTP cars, are very skittish at low speed. They don't have any downforce, and when you try and put the power down, you're kind of just hoping that you don't spin. You can see the Sorrento car with Dominic just lighting up the tires there into the International Horseshoe. So it's so difficult to drive on pit exit that you're kind of just hoping that you can get it onto track and then boot it. So it'll be interesting to see how all of the teams cope with these changing conditions. As you can see, the sun definitely setting right now, and it's going to bring a different complexion to the race. We've seen it a lot of times throughout this championship, changing track conditions, changing temperatures, even cloudy skies have meant that some teams have found pace and others have lost pace. So we'll have to wait and see. At the moment, the only thing that I can guarantee you is Team Racing Point are finding speed in all conditions. So yeah, it's up to other teams to look to them and see what they're doing different.
Yeah, and there will be a really good understanding of what they are all eyeing up here. If they know that one team is doing this one better than some of the others, I think they are going to have to turn around and say, well, what sort of speeds are they carrying into the corners? Where are they finding a few troubles out there compared to some of the other places here? How are they managing their corners? What lines are they taking? How much turn are they getting? Is there something that we can do to replicate what's going on there? I think that's actually quite telling as far as they push. So I would look around at this and say, well, what do you need? Right now, Maniti Racing Black, they have now found the back of negative delta by simgear.it, so those cold tyres certainly not helping too much. João Pedro Teixeira gets in now behind the Sorrento Motorsports GT3 car. Looks really lovely with the chrome gold that is there on it, but they will come out in a very firm 6th place.
Yeah, not going as long as I would have expected them to either, so probably just a lap difference according to my calculation. So yeah, I think it's still a decent stint, but the pace not there. They're possibly having to push more than they want at the moment. Going back to what you were saying also, Jake, in terms of the just everything you can look at the moment as well, everything also hinges on preparation here. You need to have a good setup for all conditions. Back when I was doing esports sim racing, the most crucial thing was always the setup, because you'd always have a setup that was great on worn tires or great on new tires, and you want to find that sweet spot, but you could spend maybe 10 hours driving laps and trying to figure out what the best compromise is. And at the end of the day, it's always down to just track conditions, track temperature, and it's so difficult to predict, because what can work on one day cannot work in another set of conditions. And so it's also down to the drivers being adaptable and just being able to drive the car at 100% without going off. And that is what we've seen today, is the track conditions possibly a bit tricky. Oh, hang on a minute, that's Sorrento off, isn't it?
Yeah, and that's going to fall side by side, and that really checked Gabriel Ivanov up there. Dominic Pesta pushed a bit hard there, and they've lost another lap. over at Sorrento to the mono competition tssimshop.com car. So that has certainly not helped things out, especially when you consider for that mono competition team, Francesco Iliano's now got the gap down to 5 seconds.
Yeah, it's all kicking off here in the GTP class, isn't it? It's been very calm, very collected, and now everybody's got the flame and the burner lit all the way up. So that's what we like to see. It's kind of predicted going into the sort of, I'd say, last hour and a half worth of racing. They're kind of figuring out where they are, and now they're putting pedal to the metal. And definitely that Porsche is beginning to light up the timing board. We're just seeing it go by there, the two Aston Martins. And Absolute Motorsport have found something here, and Mono, paradoxically, are actually struggling here in this ending, or like last third of a race, let's call it.
Well, they're going to have to just hold on to the margin that they've got. Iliano's the quick driver, and we haven't really seen the pace of Aiden Wilkinson out there, but Aiden is giving it a red-hot go, and maybe just finding that traffic is a little bit tougher to come by as things stand. Watching with Raymond Sheffers here, the Dutch driver looking to push for Maniti Racing Black, and knowing here that Raymond is given a thankless task of trying to get up the order, trying to score some points, trying to do something a little bit different. How's it going to work? Gets right up to the top, doesn't elect to go and make a move, because that is a car at Maniti Racing Black that the longer this race goes, they are going to be the most likely candidates to need as much fuel as possible to get to the end.
Yeah, this is the reverse of the last stint, isn't it? Two Aston Martins, line astern, and one of them is saving fuel right now, and it's not the negative Delta car. So I think Maniti have kind of cottoned on to this. Okay, we don't have the pace to catch the Lamborghinis. They've driven off just completely into the distance at this point. And we don't have the pace to catch the Mercedes either, so oh, I thought negative Delta had gone in deep then. I just saw a little twitch on the steering from that spectator camera. I thought they were about to go for a big one, but they managed to save it. A little bit of a maybe a miscalculation. But yeah, it's kind of the pace you just have to settle in, and now you say, well, let's save fuel. We need to try and beat the negative Delta Aston Martin in front of us, and so we're going to do everything we can to beat that.
Well, you got to do everything you can. Will there be something that throws a spanner in the works? A third safety car, for example, could be something that does that and creates that discordant nature out there where you're just trying to hold yourself away from any real big issue that is out there. And there are no issues in LMP2 for Perabit, for example, who are out there currently and running a very nice calm race, 5th overall, and leading their class by 4 laps out there. This almost feels for them, John, at this moment like a Garage 53 entry. Effectively,
yeah, they're doing exactly what they need to do. The gap increasing, it was 6 minutes and 47 seconds but last time I checked. Now it's 8 minutes to Team Endurotech, so they are increasing the gap. They're not increasing it to the point where Endurotech wouldn't get any point, but effectively they're running qualifying laps. They're just trying to run the most perfect race possible and stay out of any trouble. That's easier said than done when everyone else is effectively in a different category to you. So you're either... LMP2's kind of that really difficult spot, isn't it, where you've got cars that are faster than you, so you have to watch your mirrors, but also you have to keep looking ahead because there are a lot of GT3s as well. So very, very tricky to drive an LMP2 at the moment. Very, very tricky to drive an LMP2 alone at the moment.
And not very tricky for Francesco Iliano here, who took 1.1 seconds out on lap 104, 2/10, and then about 800ths out there. He is giving something to think about here for Aiden Wilkinson at this stage. And Wilkinson is being given the hurry up as well by Dominic Pesta, who is looking to try and get the lap back at currently 6 laps adrift in this race. So for Francesco Iliano, I would turn around and say he's having a wonderful run. There's a lot of traffic for Wilkinson right now through turn 1 in the form of Andre Matejek there for Team Endurotech. He just gets out of the way, heading to the International Horseshoe, taking the outside line, and suddenly that gap is 4.5 seconds and closing, and Iliano sees it in the distance.
Yeah, for sure. It's always the great benefit of being the car in P2. You can kind of shadow the car in front and sort of put pressure on if you see you need to. As once again, Maniti's just getting very, very close, maybe bump drafting at this point, and they're kind of in their own race, but they're not going for a move, and they won't go, I think, for the entirety of the stint. They're very, very happy using someone else as the pace yardstick, as they say. Team Racing Point, however, are not very happy being in P2, and they are chasing down the other Lamborghini. It's a Lamborghini Civil War, 0.8 of a second to the tune right there, but that gap is coming down by about 0.3 a lap. So Team Racing Point demonstrating why they were in the lead of the race. Worth reminding that at this corner, about 20 laps ago, is where it went wrong with a spin just onto the banking.
It was a pretty important spin. Hey, look, plane coming into land there as we get ourselves set then for the nighttime running. And for Gabriele Rossone here, this is a great chance for Racing Point to cement themselves and say this is what we're all about. Absolute Motorsport Acelith here in the 299. They are looking at potentially 2 classes worth of victory. One where they are chasing down, the other one where they're being hunted.
Oh, the airtime that Team Racing Point just got there. So Gabriele pushing really, really hard, but maybe a little bit too far there. Thankfully, the Lamborghini has good aerodynamics, apparently. But for sure, there's a lot at stake. There's so much at stake. They're trying to chase down Team Manatee in terms of the championship. They just want the race victory because, let's face it, a few of the races earlier on, especially I remember Spa, really didn't go all their way in terms of pace, in terms of consistency. So there's a lot to prove, and this is the race where you want to prove it before the finale. You want to go into that finale with the pressure on the other team, saying, we're the fastest team, we've got everything to gain, we're going to take maximum points, and you're going to be left at the wayside. And so there's a lot of psychological advantage right now to winning this race, to putting pressure on Manatee, and to make sure you have all the cards in your deck, effectively.
Maniti know that these are points that Team Racing Point are looking to get. Both them and also Negative Delta by Madness are going to start eating into that gap. Remember, it's 60 points for a race win, which is where Team Racing Point would be staring down the barrel of. In 5th position out there in terms of championship points, you only get 40. So they would see a 20-point swing go from a 54 championship point gap to a 34-point championship point gap, which is okay for Maniti if you understand the scenario that they walked into today with a 32-point championship lead. Effectively, they are still gaining, but Rossone gets a lovely run. That was too heavy over the inside curbs there on the exit of the Le Mans chicane for Andrea Dalla Valle. So this now puts Gabriele Rossone into position and says, hey, look, I am going to want to get this move. I am going to want to be leading Lamborghini here in this, but it's just about how. Up high, I think that's an I'm going to give it to you here. Respect between the Italians then, Racing Point lead.
Yeah, looking at the pace difference, there's no real meaning to defending that one. Perhaps if you are now Absolute Motorsport Acelith, you actually want to stick behind and see, well, where are they getting these lines from? Where are they getting the pace? Maybe if I copy them, I too can find that pace. So there is a lot that you can learn through chasing a faster driver. So we'll have to wait and see whether they can keep on the back of the Lamborghini of Team Racing Point. Just want to get into some lap times as well at the front, and Absolute Motorsport Acelith are absolutely steaming at the moment, still closing the gap. And looking at the lap times, it is a case of 133.3 average versus a 133.5 average for the number 2 Mono in the lead. So that time is coming down lap after lap, and it does look like the Porsche is once again coming on song.
Yeah, and you're seeing that now down to 2.3 seconds at the moment. It was 2.6 over the line. Worth remembering, they walked in, Mono got DE, the number 11, and the number 18, Absolute Motorsport Acelith, with a gap of 6 points between them. 2 wins to Mono competition, 1 win to Absolute Motorsport Acelith, 1 second to 2 seconds out there in terms of how they have split this season. So if Acelith pick up 60 points and Mono stay where they are, which looks very likely right now, in 4th position, you end up with 4th place points of 44. That's a 16-point swing for a gap which is 6 points going in. There'll be 10 points in arrears going back out. Dalla Valle happy to now draft and take some fuel as they work through. Gap, though, after the traffic of Bozidar and Dreyev, and also Dominic Pesta getting back through on Aiden Wilkinson, suddenly becomes 1.5 seconds, and they'll get a lot of traffic here going through the Le Mans chicane as they get stuck behind R&R. This is going to be Absolute Motorsport Aethelith now finding themselves well within a second.
Yeah, 7/10 of a second, really closed up. They just had to check up effectively through the Le Mans chicane. You lose all of that pushing power, and actually the Sorrento car as well getting in the way a little bit there for Mono. But they'll have to relinquish the position. It's not 4th position, but they're doing everything they can. Just in reminiscent of what happened earlier in the race, I'm not going to let this one go easily, and so Sorrento just making themselves known there to the leads 2 cars here. And it'll be interesting to see whether they get out of the way for Absolute Motorsport Aethelith, and they do get out of the way. So there you can see there's a little bit of, not I'd say revenge, but it's making it slightly easier for the car that hasn't wronged you in the past.
Yeah, so this is where Absolute Motorsport Aethelith have to be very switched on here. They're now just looking for a place where they can get past the tssimshop.com car, that number 67, and say, we are in for honours. Remember, that 67 has every right to defend its position. It's for the race lead, and it's for the honour of their teammates in the number 11, who had that incident that caused the first safety car out there, dropped 2 laps, gained 1 back, but haven't been able to get that second one. Dancing by one of the Sorrento cars and a Kites Larabeti in the Enosis Esports SimDeck.app car. Big lunge down to the inside. Whoa. That was late, but must make there from Francesco Iliano. Gets clear.
Whoa, I really thought that was going to be a big one, but they calculate these moves. They probably practice these moves as well in terms of driving lines, and that is where you can see the absolute confidence to go for that. Completely on Apex 1, completely on Apex 2. Didn't miss anything after that, and yeah, incredible stuff. And still maintained the gap, actually gained another 1/10 of a second on this straight. So it's incredible. This Porsche is really motoring, and I tell you what, Francesco Iliano is just absolutely steaming at the moment. As you said, Jake, the fastest driver of their trio at the moment. So they are using this to good effect to put pressure on Mono. Will they crack? Will anything happen? You can see the rear of the Ferrari sliding a little bit. They're having to push. They know this is for the race lead. Will anything happen to that Ferrari? It's not looking stable. Perbit get out of the way as well. They don't want anything to do with this.
It's important to note it is a 3-car effort. You are absolutely correct in that, because they will have Andrea Casson to go and look at here too. So the number 18 team are going to be eyeing this up and seeing what can they do in terms of this pass. It will make their life so much easier if they do make it. And I've just noted Team Racing Point dropping down the order from the race lead. So they've had a moment. Gabriele Rossone has gone for a spin out the chicane.
Oh, dire straits there. What the heck has happened in the chicane here? I mean, I can only guess he's done the same thing on that 4th apex and just bounced over the curb. Yeah. Because that Lamborghini is quite understeery. And so we'll see if we can get a replay of that.
We will see, but not right now, because Francesco Iliano could be lining up what could be the race-winning move here at Daytona, eyeing this one up under control of the slipstream. Can he find a way past Aiden Wilkinson? Answer to that is no, not into turn number 1. So Aiden can hold his ground nicely here and say, look, I don't have to worry too much more about it for now, because there doesn't come another great overtaking spot on the lap without a mistake until you get to what is the Le Mans chicane.
Sorrento right now sat there with popcorn, probably saying, I want to see how this one unfolds. Please, driver, keep driving fast so we can keep on board with this. Let's see the replay then. So Team Racing point, and just, it's actually the curb at the third clipping point there in the chicane, and they've just bounced, and they've tried to keep turning, and as soon as they hit the ground, the car snaps, and then they've gone over the curb at turn 4 as well of the chicane, and it's spun them the other way. They were very lucky to recover that, and they got going reasonably fast. 5 seconds to the lead in GT3 Pro. Not too bad.
It's not too bad for a 360 spin and you lose all the momentum. But speaking of it here, Wilkinson, 3 cars in front here, and it is going to be Arian Meyer, Gabriel Ivanov and Raymond Sheffers. So Maniti up into 4th position as Sheffers has made that pass. But now your leading duo here firmly into the night now around this circuit of Daytona. They clear the 2 that they need, and Iliano can now start focusing about where I make this move. To the outside on the tri-oval as they go into formation. It's going to have to be the long way around, but Wilkinson refuses to let that one go and covers off the move for now in that Ferrari, but gets a tiny snap going through the S's over to the International Horseshoe, just not close enough to make a move.
Francesco is just so good at getting that Porsche turned in. You see the teammates in that Absolute Motorsport Ace Lift car have so much understeer at turn 1. He's just all the way on the apex this time, and that's putting the mono competition car under so much pressure, trying to go around the outside, trying to walk all the way around the outside effectively. That was how much pace mono was losing. Look at that traction from the Ferrari. There's got nothing left of the rear tires. Absolute 100% right now from mono, and that is putting them under so much pressure. Look at the traction of the Porsche. They're side by side on the banking of Daytona for just a second, but the Ferrari having a little bit more acceleration.
Yeah, for the moment, Mono are going to be okay with it, but now here comes the lean then for the move. It will again have to be the long way around for Francesco Iliano. He lifts out of it early, forces the line, and now wants to get aggressive through here to get the run off the exit. He overdrives into the corner, and skating away is Aidan Wilkinson, who will just be happy at the moment that he is going to be holding that lead, but he is under a pressure cooker scenario that he really doesn't want to be in. Now, the mark of a driver isn't about how quick they are, it's how they defend as well, and I wonder if Dominic Pesta actually wants to get by these drivers.
It's interesting right now looking at the difference, I think, possibly in terms of setup, in terms of the 2 Porsche GTP cars. You've got the Sorrento car, which is really great on the oval section, so really good top speed, great through the Le Mans chicane and into turn 1. But from turn 1 apex onwards, as they try and get past the negative delta Mercedes there, who just wants nothing to do with this at the moment, quite rightly so. But you can see now that the Absolute Motorsport car is so much better at the infield section. So interesting setup difference, interesting driver difference, and Mono is holding on for dear life in this race lead.
Car in front is the leading GT3 of Absolute Motorsport Acerlift. So that's going to be tough to get by, but it's going to catch it at a point where it's not going to make that much of a difference. They'll say, hi, how are you? I'm fighting for the lead. What are you doing? Well, fighting for the lead as they now make the clearance. Another car to try and get by. Milen Milchev, off-track racing MDM. So they'll get the clearance there, and now it's defended again to the inside. Iliano again lifts off of it and decides, I'm going to be a little bit better this time through this chicane. Struggles a bit, but now it's going to get a lovely run off of the exit here, working through NASCAR 3 and 4 and over towards the tri-oval once again. I think this is the run now that we're expecting. Lap 117 to 118 comes the move from Francesco Iliano to the outside again, up against the Ferrari, and it's a battle on the brakes then, and now trying to really work for it. Commanded on the inside, can he get the turn in? Just about, but off the exit here comes the chance once more for Iliano to the International Horseshoe. They'll go almost clipping wing mirrors as they push around. Iliano is going to try and get the drive, but now they're going to fight to the kink, side by side. Now who yields? Mono's on the wrong side of the road, and Absolute Motorsport Acerlift get the clearance and the coverage, and trying to get it back, he can't. Good pass, slight slide through the middle, covered off the exit. Acerlift lead.
Oh, respectful racing. What an oh, Mono just showing the door a little bit, saying to Sorrento, don't go past, but also I want to show everything in the mirrors of Absolute Acelith car. So that was brilliant racing all the way around the outside. You can't challenge that. That was just pure turn-in and traction right there on display for that Porsche GTP car and for Francesco, its driver. That is one of the most, impressive moves that I have seen in multi-class racing. And now it's a case of, will he pull away? What do they have in store in terms of pace? Will Mono be able to respond? They've got a good exit out of the Le Mans chicane, a little bit further back than Absolute Motorsport Acelith were. So let's see how this pans out. Also, the Porsche a little bit faster in a straight line, but the gap is closing.
It is, and so now Iliano might have to start defending. Wilkinson to the outside, hoping that the Irishman can go and get a move. Takes a big, wide lunge through the corner. Doesn't quite get the drive through the middle. Iliano's got it covered, and will now look to try and focus here on building a bit more of a margin here from the front of this group. Lovely stuff out there at the moment. Wider lines being taken and drive being found off the exit here as we now running towards that final quarter of the race, and every single turn I think is going to be a big matter of fact for everyone out there. And keep an eye as well on Negative Delta by Madness, because they're only a second and a half off of Absolute Motorsport Acelith, John.
Yeah, that gap has come down, and I'll tell you what, Team Racing Point has lost a little bit of time as well. I think it was 2.2 seconds, now it's 2.6 seconds. So are the Lamborghinis going off the boil in this late of stint? Worth noting as well that we're within, I think it's 2-stop territory for the GTP car. So if they need to stop now at any point, they can stop now, have one stop, and then make the end of the race. For the GT3 cars, you have approximately 10 more laps, as that was very close for Mono there on the exit to disaster. They've lost another car length. And I tell you what, Sorrento's being a spanner in the works at the moment, aren't they? They're just enjoying being mischievous.
Oh, Dylan Bittman then driving it about, missing the chicane by a country mile there in the number 11. You don't get to see it too often from mistakes from him, and this is driving that one back down into pit. So they've dropped back to 2 laps adrift as they went through. So I'm just having a look. They went straight on, and I think they towed it. So ultimately decided something went wrong out there, and they've had to tow the car, and realised here that they are in a position where they're back out and going again, but it cost them a fair amount. Wilkinson not giving up, not giving up! Oh my goodness, contact at the West Horseshoe, and they're going to lose out then to Sorrento, and suddenly Mono, I think, have given that one away. That was very eager against Acelith, who just held their ground and said, no, I shrug you off.
Yeah, it was a very late move. That sort of Acelith had committed to the turn, and we're already turning in, and then Mono decided to steam up the inside. We'll have to see if we can get a replay of that again, because I think that was almost on, but just way too late in terms of just showing the nose. So they were very lucky to get away with that without any major damage, and nobody spun around. So yeah, indeed, it's heating up, and I think this is just for pride at this point, and it's drivers' ego and pride speaking. That can be a great thing, but it can also be a bad thing. So this is the move earlier on round the outside. This was the overtake for the lead. So Mono forced to the inside. Very good driving from Francesco, just forcing them to take the shallower line in. They have to slow it on the apex. You can see the difference in speed around the outside. And then that Porsche is so good at lighting it up on the curb, on the exit, something the Ferrari can't do. They get the drive, and that's what allowed them to go all the way around the outside. And as you said, Jake, they have the correct move there, and this was, I think, out of the West Horseshoe there as well. So, yeah, it was a very late done move, as they say. So, carry on.
And speaking of that, though, Sorrento have allowed them back through again, and Mono once more are given license to chase and use the slipstream to their advantage to keep themselves even out there. I wonder how much fuel they're having to burn, though, out there, John, to stay with parity.
Indeed. Yeah, there's a lot of questions about the fuel at the moment. I think some drivers are maybe 1 or 2 laps off of the stints, just trying to get some data right now. But yeah, it's really, really tricky to calculate because you don't know how much on throttle they are. Even if you lift just 10%, you can save about, well, over a course of 10 laps, you can probably save half a lap of fuel. So that was really, really close there over the curves once again. Mono is driving 110% right now. And
it was
Aiden
Sorrento
Wilkinson,
I was looking at. Goodness
well,
me, they were almost in the barriers.
both of them. It's a struggle to know what to watch through the chicane. They're all on the limit. And yeah, Sorrento, now you think about it, I did spot with the corner of my eye. It was close, wasn't it?
It very much was. Aiden Wilkinson here, purple light on to indicate you're in nighttime driving mode, and a car that maybe understands the cooler conditions a little bit better. Now you're trying to navigate traffic, one car at a time, one piece at a time. Can you unlock the puzzle? And for the moment, the puzzle looks very difficult for both drivers out there to understand and get through. Gets round 1, and look at how much work Wilkinson has to do through the kink just to stay level out there. And this is tough. Absolute Motorsport Acelith are being forced to, not by choice, they're being forced to hold their ground, hold their station, and say, look, they are going to push with everything they've got. Big line in through turn 7 for Aiden Wilkinson, just to say, I can get in the mirrors.
Yeah, looking at the lap data, I finally got the data up right now. Actually, it's the leading car that has the least amount of laps in the stint, 23 laps at the moment. They have all managed to do the same amount of laps, and I tell you what, actually, the Absolute Motorsport Acelith has done on average 29 laps in clear running, whereas the Mono Ferrari is doing 28 laps. And I tell you what, with 24 laps on that Ferrari already, it's looking like in the next 4 laps they might have to come into the pits. So we will see a 2-stop to the end of the race, probably, although it will be marginal. If they can eke out another 2 laps, they can make it to the end, but it's going to be nip and tuck, and they're going to have to start lifting and coasting. I can guarantee you that's not going to happen.
Lyco is not going to be helpful at this point if they're doing only 28 lap stints. We're on lap 123 of 160, so I'd mark that down as 38 laps to go and 2 bits of traffic to get by. One is Enosis, the other is Sorrento, and those two then go over to the outside. They allow the inside for the cars to go through. Oh, trouble for Wilkinson. Was indecisive mind there, pulling back to the outside through the corner. It's going to cost them a couple tenths of a second. The gap pulls out to 6/10.
It's so marginal, isn't it, going for the overtake, especially with the lights. You're not really sure how the car's going to react, because when you're looking in your mirror as a GT3, you can only see a beam of headlights. You don't really know who it is, how fast they're pushing, etc. So it can really put a spanner in the works in terms of just being predictable for the faster cars. And so what you saw there is just a lack of communication, or just impossible communication, and Mono was very lucky to get away with that. Aiden, was that a touch of the wall from the Absolute Motorsport Acelith? I think it was, maybe a little bit, but again, that Sorrento car so good through the chicane. They are pushing it, and I think they are trying to distract Mono as well as running their own race.
You also got to keep an eye on GT3 Pro. That gap's down to 1.4 seconds at the front of the field between Johan Neshev and Andrea Dalla Valle. So that one is continuing to remain steadfast at the moment. And actually, a third car in the group is helpful. That's late, that's late, that's late. Top 2 come together. Bang, 1-2. Both find themselves in the wall.
Oh, Mono's lost a wheel, and indeed, both of them have lost a wheel. You can see
Safety car, though, will save them potentially. No, they're going to have to tow it. Absolute Motorsport Acelith are going to have to tow.
Mono's got going as well, but look at that. Rear right is completely gone. They're going to have to tow both of the leaders potentially out of the race. Incredible scenes. I can't believe what I've just watched. Just too late on the move. It wasn't on.
And take a moment to look at car number 11, and Dylan Bittman is going to have a beaming wide smile about it here. You look at this, getting the help from the car behind, not by a push, but just by having that extra slipstream. He's late on the brakes, trying to get to the inside. Iliano can't open it up any more than that. And effectively, to open it up more when you're committing left is abandoning the ship. Driver's eyes view then of this one, they're going to come down very heavily on that if that tssimshop.com car can get back out and running again. You can see on the brakes, down to the inside, desperately there. Oh, and that wiggle there was to avoid the grass on the inside. And if they take a look at that right-hand turn and declare that as intentional, that is going to put a lot of pressure on Mono as a team.
Hang on a second, though. Hang on. That's a very unusual line as well for the leading Porsche into the turn. You're apexing way too early. You're apexing by the tow bundle, so they're closing the door. I understand that, but Mono's going like committed for the gap. It's both of them have done things wrong there in my books. Absolute Motorsport Acelith trying to apex early, so not taking a usual line.
They've left the gap.
Yeah. Well, it was a gap, but it was also closing as well. So it's so marginal, so marginal. I can see reason to have a word with both drivers there, but Mono going for a gap that realistically was never going to happen with that braking.
Well, it's a matter of two things. By the time that they get to alongside, Iliano's already committed into the first part of the corner. There's nothing he can do about that. So he's holding his line, he's giving a car's width all the way through that can be taken by Aidan Wilkinson. And Wilkinson basically has come off the banking, has lost the rear, has tried to catch it, and it's too late to catch it, and basically has taken the leading two of this race out of contention. It should put Simon Hegley and the Mono Competition Pro-Am team into the lead, and depending on how long this stop is going to take for both drivers, and I expect it will take a long while to get it all repaired, it should put Mono Competition tssimshop.de into second place, and it should give them the chance to go through. Now, critical thing to note is that it's 160 laps, and you've got to times that by 0.7 out there. And if you do times it by 0.7, 160, divided by 0.7, that's times that by 0.7 rather than divide it. It should get you 112. So even at this point, despite that incident happening, John, Absolute Motorsport Acelith will be scoring points.
Yeah, that is good news. Also, I agree with your analysis. Definitely, I think the room was left, and it's just a case of closing the door. The monocar not anticipating that gap closing. So we'll have to wait and see. Stewards will say a lot about that, I'm sure. But yeah, for sure, it's good to see them scoring points. But obviously, they wanted to score points in the race lead that they'd earned really, just on pure pace and pure racecraft there. So. Yeah, it happens. It's motorsport. Look, at the end of the day, we can criticize drivers, but they're racing their hearts out there, and it does happen. Mistakes happen, and if drivers never went for a gap, it would be a very boring just procession around the racetrack. So, yeah, it's one of those things. It happens from time to time, and we'll see what the result of that is in race control.
I'm very interested to see how they go on pit strategy now, between now and the end for GT3, because they're going to be sat at 35 laps to go. And in terms of their stints, they can go about an hour. It's left about an hour on the clock. So everyone could be in GT3 for their final stop of the race. Pesta also into pit lane. Sheffers then taking that run. Acelith, by the way, it's happened at such a point, mind you, that I want to note this importantly in GT3. Acelith, Negative Delta and Racing Point were a lap ahead of the rest of the field. Everyone else, Maniti, Black and onwards back, have been caught a lap down, John.
Well, that's unfortunate for Maniti because effectively he can't go racing with the top three, but that is the world of endurance racing. It happens. You don't really call where the pace car comes out and where you are on track. So yeah, now it's all about trying to gain positions in the pit stop. You'll see a flurry of GT3 cars leaving the pit lane.
Oh, and Sorrento have got the jump. They're ahead now of Negative Delta and a long stop by Maniti Black. So that's really cost them.
That is an interesting one. So Maniti down to P6, yes, that's now coming up on the leaderboard. So, yeah, maybe just fueling a little bit longer. Maybe Maniti have calculated they need a little, maybe a lap or two extra, pushing the throttle pedal a little bit too hard. So there's where you see where teams have saved fuel, because Negative Delta have jumped up and Sorrento have jumped up.
They have, and so I look around at it and say, right, that's going to give you a lot to go and talk about, as will the fact that Negative Delta by Madness had a much quicker stop than Absolute Motorsport Acelith. Another look then on board then with the incident that has brought out this safety car here. You can see here Aidan Wilkinson is aggressive. He's looking for his mark. 6th gear, 5th gear, 4th gear, catches a slide, tries to catch it, runs out of road because being pinned down to that inside is Absolute Motorsport Acelith. Nothing you can do about that. An incident that sees both of them in the barriers and both their days then effectively written off by comparison. Mono Competition Pro-Am lead the race.
Yeah, the more I look at it, the more I think it's definitely losing control of the car right there caused the collision. It was going to be close. I think there was going to be contact anyway before Aidan lost the car, but it probably would have just been a tap to the side or something, but that just made it 10 times worse. So, yeah, very unfortunate, and I kind of do take back. I don't think that Francesco did anything wrong there, really, just defending the inside. Clearly left a one car width gap, so you can see it here from the blimp cam, and oh yeah, there's more than one car width. It was an early apex. They're entitled to do that as the lead driver. So yeah, just very unfortunate. What more can you say?
Tempers are flaring, and it is understandable. The Italians are always very passionate when it comes to their motorsport and winning the right way and all of that understanding. I don't think that's intentional from them. I think that is genuinely a mistake coming off of the banking, and anyone could have done that sort of mistake coming off through the transfer from a banked surface of 18 degrees over to a flat surface. It is easy for a car to wiggle and wobble about, and so for Mono, it is a mistake. And they were fighting hard for position, and sometimes it does just happen, and there isn't much that you can really do or write about it as you look to try and get the recovery all sorted. So, as it stands now, GT3 becomes the interesting point of talking here. So we know that R&R are ahead of off-track racing MDM, and we know that they are now on the lead lap at the moment. So that is going to bring something back together for GT3 AM. But GT3 Pro, Negative Delta lead, then it's Absolute Motorsport Acelith, then it's Team Racing Point. John, this is a question on who manages to get what.
This is a question on just who can defend effectively. You've got, well, just judging by the pace, you've got the top three in reverse order of pace. So Team Racing Point have been the fastest overall. Then Absolute Motorsport Acelith in the Lamborghini as well have been really quick. Negative Delta, very fast in a straight line, but struggling a little bit as well in terms of the infield section. So it's a question of, can Negative Delta just slam the door shut every single time, every single lap until the end of the race? They should be okay on fuel. That's not a consideration anymore. Has anybody short-fueled? That is a consideration. But we won't find that out until the last few laps of the race anyway. Yeah, this could be a grandstand finish in GT3, let's put it that way.
Those cars that were a lap down have now been given that wave around to join the back of the group. And as far as it goes, it'll be everyone up to R&R who will get that wave around at the moment. So that will settle themselves up into positions as they go, as there's a lot to try and cover through, as now Mono Competition, ts.simshop.de, are going to move to second place, and they are now in second place, noting the fact that they are 2 laps down on your overall leader, as the class split procedure will now start here with this safety car, which will give them a little bit more to go and understand with at this moment in time and say, right, these are the latter stages of this race, and hold on to your hats because there is still a lot that needs to be uncovered, uncorked, and the points that are there. Race control off the exit of this safety car period, John, will have 5 incidents to look at.
They're going to be busy until the end of the race, let's put it that way. And I think that a lot of them are going to need a lot of analysis in terms of looking at the driving lines, looking at the braking, the turning. It's minute details in incidents that matter, and to figure out who really was at fault. So, yeah, they're going to be earning their pay, as they say, and I wouldn't want to be in their position, to be fair.
No, I wouldn't either. I know what it means to be behind in race control. It is the most thankless task out there. All drivers think that you've got an agenda of some sort. You don't. You've just got to try and manage things effectively. And so that's why, actually, when you have a really good race control officer, it is noted more than anything else. And I think that's why, John, when you go through the annals of race control officers out there, it's why we talk about Charlie Whiting being such an incredible character in the world of motorsport when he was alive.
Yeah, the ability to be impartial, the ability to just think analytically about what's happened, go over the data, and just try and be as fair as possible, which in the world of motorsport is nigh on impossible from the get-go, is a talent given to very few people. So every time there's people in race control doing their best, or indeed doing a great job, it's worthy of respect, because the amount of things you have to look at, the amount of things you have to take into consideration, it would blow my mind, probably. You know, I haven't had the opportunity to do it myself, but yeah, you've got to give them respect, because there's very few people willing to put themselves in the firing line of people's opinion and criticism, because, as you said, you're the first person that gets blamed if your team gets a penalty. So, yeah, it's a credit to them, and yeah, we do miss the scrutineering of Charlie Whiting in terms of fairness. That's for sure in certain motorsports.
So, as things stand, the incidents that we have got then under review are as follows. So there are 2 lots that have come through from Absolute Motorsport Aceless 18 with the 67 mono competition. In fact, there's 4 separate incidents that are being looked at in that regard, as well as between the 255 of Sorrento, the GT3 effort in 4th place, and mono competition number 11. So a lot to get through, a lot to understand, and a lot to deal with between now and the end of this race. But set it up as follows. Negative Delta have a gap at the moment, and they have a few cars in between them right now, which includes, well, 1 car in between, which includes Ivo Serafimov. So for Andrea Dalla Valle, for Gabriele Rossone, they are going to have to clear the R&R Porsche and then find a way to get by a very tough Johan Neschev to get through on.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds easier said than done for sure. Some of these drivers put up a great defense. They're also very fast drivers as well, so you can't just throw one up the inside and expect them to relinquish the position, even if you're not fighting them on track in the same class. So, yeah, it's kind of getting a clean restart once again. We've said it so many times this race and this championship already. The restart is where everything really happens, and it's so tricky. I can't wait to see what happens, because I have no way of predicting it. And there you go, you get the confirmation that we are indeed going for the restart, as all of the fields sort of pace themselves out a little bit. You'll see just the GT3 class popping into the background. Lots of survivors in GT3, not the same in the GTP car class at the moment, as both of the cars involved in that leading incident are still in the pits, sadly.
Well, if they can get it repaired, there is still a chance for them to get it out before 6 laps in Sorrento. It will be a chance for them to score some points, not major amounts, but it would limit the losses an extra place and an extra 5 points. You don't know how much an extra 5 points could mean between now and the end of the season. So I would implore them, if they can get the damage repaired in time before Sorrento Motorsports gets their 6th lap, and they've got 3 laps effectively to go, so 5 minutes to get it repaired in. If they can get it out before then, I would. I absolutely would, and I'd try and get that extra championship position, because they are still racing for 3rd place, and yes, they would drop a couple points, but it's clear there are no guarantees. And remember, as the pace car dives in, we get ready. John, if this is a 4 to 5 hour race of 160 laps that's proving brilliant to race with, we know it's 6 hours over at Le Mans.
Indeed. You're just ramping it up for the end of the season. Sorrento looking to the inside there just to get in between the monocars. They're not racing on position. Oh, tagging and contact.
Oh, no, bang!
The is off.
And it's the race championship leaders in the barriers. So now this is going to become a race of who can get off of pit lane.
Incredible scenes. They just dropped it on the grass. Sorrento was quite aggressive, you know, trying to unlap themselves, I think, and they're getting flashed lights at them. Very unhappy there. So I think just multiple bits of contact. Then the Sorrento car, the mono car just got on the grass, lit up the rear tires, and then straight into the barrier. We've seen it so many times at Daytona. I didn't expect it from the championship leader, however. So, with all that being said, Negative Delta by Madness gets it underway in GT3 Pro class, with R&R Motorsports there just being cork in the bottle for the two Lamborghinis behind, and you'd expect him to jump out of the way at some point. There we go, straight away. Absolute Motorsport Acelith up the inside, and indeed Team Racing.
On around!
They're gone!
And around, and just like that, Acelith go from heroes to zeros. Negative Delta by Madness lead, and it's Racing Point who find themselves in second. Cold Tires strike in the night.
God, can you believe it? I think
Straight on!
Another car. Yeah, there's another car. Oh,
it's Madness! Delta, Negative Delta will look around. It is the SIMGEAR.IT car, I think. Or potentially, no, it's Ivan Boromechkov's SRT car that's gone around through the kink. And suddenly, a crazy restart has set itself into motion with a number of miniature car incidents.
Oh. For 2 seconds, I thought it was both of the leaders in GT3 off there. My days, cold tires. For the Lamborghini, it's always been tricky with that mid-engine. There's a lot of weight on the rear, so if you don't have warmed up rear tires, you just go for a spin, and so unfortunate for Absolute Motorsport Acelith. They were trying to get that overtake done on R&R Motorsports and just push the boat out too wide in terms of the braking. But that does leave a two-horse race, and Team Racing Point do want to pick up the points. But in terms of championship, that also throws everything just out wide, doesn't it? Let's have a look at this.
Well, let's take a look. So they've all jumped in deep, and you get the sense there that the two goes in deep. You look around, Sorrento have a big slide, and then, just going through the gears there, the car snaps on torque.
Through on the curb, that's the real thing. When you got the vibrating curb and cold tires, that effectively is more slippery than the grass sometimes, and so you're just trying to light it up, just trying to get the overtakes done, and you got no traction. And by the time you realize that you're losing the traction, it's far too late when there's a slippery corner like that. So let's have a look here. So locking the brakes around about now, and that's when it starts rotating. So as soon as they lift off the brakes, it's already gone. There's nothing you can do about it. So it's just too late on the brakes, no heat in the rear tires, and complaining from the mid-engine.
Right, so let's try and make some sense out of this then, shall we? Negative Delta by Madness lead. This is Ivan Boromechkov's moment here. Cold tires through the kink, back just steps out at the last moment, and then woof. We've seen many a moment happen. I remember the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup and the likes of Johan Harth going straight across there and into the barriers. Lucky for Boromechkov, that didn't go any further.
Yeah, very lucky to get it stopped. Probably 2 car lengths there between them and rejoining on track. So very good to get it stopped, to be fair. Just applied the brakes. But yeah, anyway, now we've got to make sense of all of this now, because that has been a ludicrous restart right there. Once again, the restarts have proved the most dangerous part of this race for sure. And Manatee now in P5 want to get even more points right now, still trailing Negative Delta, the Aston Martin that you can just see on screen there. And that is off-track racing MDM that I think is in the... is that the lead car of the GT3 AM class?
At the moment, it is at this point in time. So they've managed to get that race lead off of R&R, which is huge with Ivo Serafimov. So Milan Milchev there, lunge down to the inside. Great move by Raymond Sheffers. Then he gets by Gabriel Ivanov. That will put Maniti up then into 4th. Sorrento currently 3rd. 2nd is Team Racing Point. And Negative Delta by Madness leading. And remember, it is important between the 282 and the 227, because this is the battle between who challenges. Out come Absolute Motorsport Acelith. They know they've got to get laps done.
Yeah, and with only, just got to plod around effectively. You just got to keep it on track. You're fighting versus DNF right now. Your car may not be 100%, but you've still beaten Mono Competition, the car 67, out of the pits. So that's job, well, half the job done. Anyway, I'm just noticing on that Aston Martin, there's damage on the front of that negative gear car. Something has happened at the restart.
Well, they've been pushing.
Fair.
Well, they've just been pushing and pushing and pushing, and I think they've just dented it in from how much they've been bump drafting. There is a Kite Larabeti who is trying to push the Enosis car. Now, note here for Acelit, they are behind by a lap here on Sorrento Motorsports GTP. So effectively, they can't get second without another incident. What they are looking at here is if the number 11 car here, Dylan Bittman, can't get out of pits anytime soon, because they'll be eyeing up third place, and they would take some all-important points away if they can get ahead of that 11 that's in the wall. So I think they're going to have to be buoyed by the fact that they're hoping the 11's damage can't be repaired. And remember, they had to tow that from turn 1, John. That is a long tow time.
Yeah, a long tow time and a lot of damage as well. It was to both the front end and the rear end and the side as well. So that could be suspension damage, could be drive shaft damage, could be, well, it's going to be aerodynamic damage, steering damage, God knows what, because that was a huge hit on power as well. So we'll have to wait and see. It's all a time game at the moment. Mechanics will be working furiously on that car.
John, that number 67 is not going to be going out there, because while it was idling in the pits, they've blown the engine.
Oh, well, that's not ideal, is it?
No.
Yeah, you might want to switch that one off while you're in the pit lane. So overheating. These cars, would you believe, don't have they don't have fans on the cooling. They rely on airflow moving over the car. So if you're stuck in the pit lane, I think you can see the problem right there. And if you leave that for 10 laps in a pit lane, that happens, as they say. That's a very expensive repair bill right there.
Yep, it's just like what happens. It's the old adage: race car backwards is race car upside down is expensive. But Gabriele Rossone looking for the race lead here. These two are tied on championship points at the moment. The tiebreaker at the moment is Team Racing Point's second last time out at Spa. If Negative Delta can take the race win here, they're going to be in a huge position right now as they sit on lap 133 of 160. So that is going to be a very important race here between these two. And it's not just an if you can make this move, it's a how and a why and a when and a where.
Indeed, just looking at the top of the screen there, no further action for the contact between car 67
There's three
and
more
car
of those
18.
yet.
Yeah, indeed. So that's the first one, no further action, but they're not out of the woods at the moment, but just indicating that some of the moves were on, as they say. So we'll remain to see what will happen. But yeah, Team Racing Point have the bit between their teeth right now, as you said, and they have just had the pace. It will concern them that the other Lamborghini spun out, so they might be a little bit tentative in the braking zones, but you have to say that on the straights, yeah, maybe the Mercedes has it covered. Through the infield section, that Lamborghini is on fire.
Sorrento then are up into second position right now as they have cleared mono competition. We wait for Absolute Motorsport Acelit, who are just looking to get home some points here that will get them forward. Gabriele Rossone still looking to take the lead away from Negative Delta by madness at the moment. This is turning itself around into a wonderful battle out there, and we're ticking over towards the 4-hour mark. Nose to tail through the Le Mans chicane. Good drive off the exit there by Neshev.
Indeed, yes, a great exit. Just managing to get the slipstream. They're 0.3 of a second behind that is well within the distance. You can see just the gap closing visibly metre after metre now as they really ramp up the speed onto the flat section. You can see it closing. They've halved the distance already. Will they go left? Will they go to the right? Will they attempt to even do an overtake? Will they lift and coast? There is Sorrento GTP going by, which kind of precludes them from doing any overtake. So very good and very well spotted. And they sit line astern once again onto the infield section. You have to say, there's no real overtaking opportunity here. They're going to have to be patient.
They very much are, and now there's one lap between Mono 11 and Absolute Acelith 18. It's about whether they can get out of the pits in the next, 2 minutes at the moment. So that's going to be clear at this stage, but Gabriele Rossone is trying to give himself a chance to make this move. He tries to find it at this point in time, waits through the West Horseshoe, not close enough yet.
Yeah, indeed. They're just pushing, well, Team Racing Point's pushing that Mercedes, and it's so tricky to just sit there and wait and be patient. We've seen so many times in this race where people have gone for gaps which really aren't on, and so it's at the late point of the race, maybe fatigue setting in, the visibility conditions aren't the best, so you've got to be extra careful and just wait for it. And you do not want to get yourself in an incident at the latter stage of the races, because you might actually not finish the race if you have any contact at this point and have to sit in the pit lane.
Well, we know right now that a warning has been handed out to the number 11 mono competition car for their incident with Sorrento Motorsports number 225. So that is going to be important to note. There is a look then negative delta by Madness for weaving in the yellow zone on the restart. So that's something to note. Then as well, the 11 of mono competition then are looking around at being under a bit of pressure as well from the stewards more out there. But Absolute Motorsport Acelith move up to third now. They get the clearance that they have wanted, as for the moment Simon Hegeli is just behind them. They're 6 laps adrift, and mono competition TS simshop.de are going to be losing points. By the looks of things, they're only going to be losing 5 out there as they set. So that's going to be difficult, but Neshev is under steward's review at the moment. Dalla Valle looking to get an Acelith car back into the top 5. Eyeing up the move here, gets a great run for the West Horseshoe, lunges down the inside and gets by João Pedro Teixeira for place. And so it's a case of, there goes that one, and that is going to be setting up for what is an all-important run on late, as they now set this one towards home. Lap 136 of this race. It is going to be trivial for the victory here today up in the front of your first 2 categories. Perabit, by the way, effectively are third at the moment in overall in LMP2, which is a huge goal of responsibility that they sit themselves down with, and they have done a masterful job. Almost troubles for Maniti Black then as they went through the chicane. They popped up a wheelie up on 2, and that gave Raymond Shefford a bit of concern in third, knowing negative delta by SIMGEAR.IT are directly behind them. So John, there are worries, there are concerns. Maniti have just picked themselves up on 2 wheels through the chicane.
That was a little bit nerve-wracking. I think the heart rate would have been up in that car at least into triple digits, but they got away with it, which is better than could be said for some. But that Aston Martin is not looking very nice to drive at the moment. You can notice in the braking zones it's a bit twitchy, and a lot of roll on that car. So I'm just looking, the setup might be just quite bad at dealing with bumps. If you get it on 2 wheels, it's not the ideal car to save. So Maniti, again, just trying to bring home points in this one. That's all they need to do. In P3, they don't really need to take risks, but bouncing it over curbs is the opposite of that, so credit to them.
Well, they know if they finish third, this one's going to go down to Le Mans, and they're going to have a big margin. And speaking of margins, this one is for the race lead of GT3 AM. 2 teams here, R&R, Off-Track Racing, MDM. They walked into this race with M&M MDM 6 points back. If it were to stay like this, these 2 would be tied on points at the top of the standings, moving over to the finale. So this is going to be a big one between them in terms of how they would look to get this sorted. There's your speedo gauge on the right-hand side with R&R, Ivo Serafimov going 265. There is Simon Hegeli in for a pit stop, and what will be surely now just a handful of laps to go. 22 left at the line, a last stop, and under no pressure out there making it here. Serafimov for R&R right now is really looking to line this up.
Yeah, for sure. I'm just going to point out, it's been an interesting race when Parabit SimRacing LMP2 are actually in P3 overall in the standings. But yeah, there's so many overtakes that are probable, looking for sort of championship positions, and that is MDM in the pits. So get it down to the pit limiter. This will be their final stop. They're kind of off position compared to everyone else, and so that will relinquish R&R Motorsport to the lead of GT3 AM. That was a short-lived battle, sadly, but for R&R, they just want to get this one home to the victory.
They do, and we're getting word in from race control that there is going to be, for car number that is going to be 67, if they do get out and going, it's a stop and hold of 90 seconds that they have been given. It's a big penalty, but we note that as far as the number 67 goes, they've got to repair a blown engine. I think they're not going to get that served, and ultimately it's not going to mean anything here in this race. I think it's going to be Pyrrhic as a victory for the likes then of Absolute Motorsport Acelith.
Yeah, I mean, it's a weird one, isn't it? Because you're going to be gaining championship points as far as I can calculate, but you've had an absolute disaster at the end of the race. Everybody has come into contact or come into problems in this race, so it's been a real sort of back and forth in the GTP class, and so it must be a very bizarre feeling, knowing that effectively you've been done wrong by another car, and yet you've still ended up better in terms of championship. So interesting one, but for sure, yeah, blown engine. They'll be searching for pistons somewhere down in the paddock. I'm not sure if they'll find any.
Well, for the moment, Gabriele Rossone is the important figure out there at this moment in time. He's setting himself up and saying that he wants in, he wants places, he wants to be that driver who wins this race for Team Racing Point. They haven't touched the top step of the podium this season. Neither, by the way, have negative delta by madness. They have had a very consistent season after a poor opening round where they have had back-to-back third-place finishes. They want more than that. They're better than that, and they know that they want to keep some championship hopes alive. They'll also be eyeing up Gabriel Ivanov, who's there in fourth position right now, John, and saying, whatever you do, you and Andrea Dalla Valle have got to make some moves to help get that point gap down for us at Le Mans.
Yeah, for sure. It's just one of those things where you've got to rely on other drivers now to do the work for you. You've got to rely on some incidents happening. And we've seen that it happens today. And at Le Mans, that is an ultra-fast race course. Everybody knows that. And the possibility to get it wrong in the braking zones of that track are ludicrous. So I wouldn't put anything past that championship finale, but I will say it's really good to see a lot of the fights, at least at this point, go down to the wire. It's what I love to see is what the drivers love as well. They always like to be fighting, and although for Absolute Motorsport Acelith in the GT3 category, they've had a few topsy-turvy moments. You have to say you've got to be satisfied that you're still in the fight, you're still there, you still got the motivation. That counts a lot as the driver, as I think this might be the race lead move. No, still bump drafting, still not going for it, and that possibly means that Team Racing Point might have short-fueled a little bit. I can't see any other reason why they'd stay behind.
Well, I think they're looking at the fuel margin, and they're going to leave this one as late as possible. Oh, Dalla Valle catches oversteer there and does well with 21 laps to go. It's worth noting that Mono 11 are back out and running again. They are 11 laps down, so they are 5 laps back of Absolute Motorsports Acelith. So that puts the pressure back on then for Acelith 18 right now, John, because they know if they crash it again, they're going to lose those 5 laps and Mono are back in.
Yeah, but they're crashing it at this point. I mean, my God, that would be really bad as a driver if you've been at this point. You're driving your own race, just get it to the end, and no risks. Basically, no risk, no push at all. But it can happen. It's a difficult track no matter what you do, and you never put it past. I've seen more bizarre things happen. To be fair, in championships, so you just got to remain focused, remain concentrated, which especially after the previous incidents can be hard to do because you always are a little bit still on that aggressive side. And still, Team Racing Point not finding a way past, but the question remains if they do want to find a way past. Someone finding a way past, though, is Absolute Motorsport Acelith. In the Lamborghini, they're finding their way past negative Delta by SIMGEAR in the Aston Martin that you see on screen right there.
Yeah, puts them up then inside of 4th position. And now they'll be eyeing up a podium here off of Maniti Racing Black and Raymond Sheffers. So that's next in terms of where they're trying to find it. And they know that as this now sets itself into position, they are looking around and hoping that they can get a lunge. And they're going to get some help here straight down the inside. Given the gift by Dylan Bittman, dived through, got the move. Speaking of moves, done for the race lead as well. So Gabriele Rossone gets the pass done at turn 1, and Johan Neshev didn't offer anything for it. There are no more safety cars to be called between now until the end of this race. They're going to race this one outright with 20 to go.
Yeah, so even more important now to not bin it, to not do anything wrong, because you will lose basically all the positions in your category. So the emphasis now is on keeping it clean, and that's so difficult when you're effectively battling for the lead for a lead in the championship going into the finale. Could I make it any clearer right there? That is pressure, and pressure tenfold.
Yeah, and that pressure, I think, is really giving itself a lot out there to say, right, how do you go through and say, how is this going to set itself then into its stall? We are in for an absolute treat of a finish here in GT Spec, and for the moment, Absolute Motorsport Acelith in 3rd. It's all up to negative Delta whether they're going to get something done, and there you can see another car leaving the pits then and being very happy with the run. That is Sorrento.
You know, Sorrento having that incident early on, you must say, as I said earlier in the race, you want to have the incident early because if anything else happens, you may be in for a good position. They currently find themselves in P2. It may be 6 laps down, yes, but it's still a P2, and they must feel at least somewhat remedied for the previous incident that happened. So, yeah, carrying on, and Dominic Pester just has to keep it on the track as well to score good points. And here's a team that we haven't talked about enough, I think. Parabit still carrying on round, being followed by Team Endurotech. And Endurotech have got, I think, a few laps back, or at least 1 lap. They were 4 laps down. They're now 3 laps down. But Endurotech pumping in the laps in terms of pace. They might get another lap back in a minute, but Parabit are not concerned. They just need to get it to the finish to score those points.
They do, and they would love some good points out there, and they will understand how important those good points... Oh, and Pester's in the wall. Just as you were saying that, John, they put it in the wall coming off of the Le Mans chicane.
No. Oh, the commentator's curse. I'm not going to take full responsibility, but I apologise to Sorrento for the commentator's curse.
And they've got a meatball, and that's huge for Acelith.
Oh my days, that means they'll probably be promoted into P2. Well, they'll definitely be promoted into P2. They're only 44 seconds behind, and that's dropping. Incredible scenes. I'd like to see if we can get a replay. So, a bit of damage on there. Yeah, on the fronts, they've definitely shunted it into the wall. So, yeah, that's going to be a very long repair time, in my opinion. So, just as we said, all you got to do is keep it on track. It just proves that it's easier said than done. It's nothing toward the driver. It's just the track conditions are tricky.
They are. It's cold, and that is making all of the difference. So those cold conditions, Dominic Pesta, now it's a question of how long that damage is going to be done. Iliano's going to get them back up then at Acelith to 2nd, but it's a question of where you're going to be by comparison. Parabit right now have just moved an LMP2 to 2nd overall.
I can't believe that sentence. It is true, though. And, yeah, incredible scenes. I mean, the consistency. What can you say? Keeping it in the race, keeping it clean. And that LMP2 car isn't slow. It's only a few seconds a lap slower because there's just huge amounts of downforce. It just lacks about 100 brake horsepower compared to the GTP cars. So you're still churning out the laps. And, yeah, it just proves that sometimes it is the driver that makes the difference.
Yeah, and that difference, I think, is going to be a huge matter of fact. And these drivers now know this has been a tough race, a long race. They're over 4 hours. They're into the twilight of this race. and they are sat knowing there is so much that they have to sit at. All other penalties that have come through are no further action, with the exception of negative delta by Madness, who got a warning for weaving in the yellow zone. They don't do it again from race control. All protests from this point onwards will now be viewed as post-race penalties, and so they will now be sitting and eyeing that up as they go. Dylan Bittman here in the 11, fourth position, hoping it will be third, depending on how long Sorrento take to repair.
Yeah, indeed, Sorrento throwing them a lifeline here in terms of the championship. So you just got to try and get the maximum points on the boards. Just got to try and recover from what has been a less than optimal race, as I've said before. So again, the battling here, GT3 is not done yet. So I thought Team Racing Point would clear off into the distance. Negative delta by Madness.
I think it's too cold for it.
Exactly, the Lamborghinis.
I'm not being funny. The Lamborghini here looked really, really strong in the hot conditions. I think they built it for the heat, and they haven't built it for the night. And so that's where everyone else has come back to them, John.
Yeah, the sun has set relatively soon now. The temperatures will be dropping now really, really quickly in terms of track temperature. You don't have any shred of sunlight heating it up. And yeah, it is true. A mid-engine car really likes hot temperatures sometimes. Sort of the medium temperatures, not the hot temperatures. I think that suits the Mercedes a lot as well. So it's interesting. I definitely think, as you said, Jake, is setup-wise, and that will be concern for Team Racing Point, because if that's the case, it's only going to get worse.
It will, and so they're now looking at this going, can we get the gap and break away? Pushing through all of them there is Francesco Iliano, and that was, believe it or not there, John, a pass for second on track.
No, I was waiting for that one, sadly. I didn't want to say anything about it, but yes, Parabit down to P3 overall. I'm sure they'll still celebrate that. An overall podium in an LMP2 car, I think I'd take that any day. Now, will they decide to go for an overtake here? Negative Delta definitely have the confidence right now. They have the speed in a straight line. You can see that the Lamborghini struggling in terms of top speed. But do they have the overspeed right now? No, it looks like they're just going to bump draft, push them along, and they will stay line astern into turn one. So if there is a difference, it's marginal, and they're just sitting and waiting and seeing what is going to happen with that Lamborghini. It's still looking pretty stable, so not undrivable at the moment, maybe a little bit understeery.
54 points, remember, the difference at the top of the championship. It would be a 16-point swing here from 54 for either one of these cars. So 54-44, it would be a 38-point lead for the likes then of Maniti Racing Black if they can stay fourth. They are dropping negative delta by SIMGEAR.it, so it would take a mistake from Maniti to make the difference here in the final stages. And speaking of, there is still Dominic Pesta in the pits, and now that gap is down, heading towards 2 laps now for mono competition, as they look around and hope that Sorrento do not come out of the pits, and so they can keep just a 5-point margin and keep the championship lead by 1 point heading to Le Mans.
Indeed, you're just looking at how aggressive the cars are being over the curb. I mean, Absolute Motorsport Acelith is still attacking as if it's going for the race victory. So, yeah, they're just trying to stick to their lines, and that's the consistency for you. You often find as a driver, if you back off and start taking a different line, not only do you lose seconds a lap, but it feels so unsafe to drive. It's better to stick to what you know. And it looks like Team Endurotech are going to unlap themselves right now. I don't blame them, to be fair, after the race they've had, but no, they decided against it.
I think they're just knowing that they are second best right now as this team, and they've been second best in this championship, and Tony Griffin's not going to do anything silly here. He's just going to sit on the back of Parabit and say, Parabit, you've got 3 wins out of 3, you're looking at 4 wins out of 4, and all you'll need to do is drive 70% of Le Mans to go and win the championship out. Johan Neshev still remaining steadfast and close then to the likes then of the Italians at Team Racing Point, who are doing a wonderful job of driving this one here. But Negative Delta will be happy with the fact that they are in the right place, and I wonder how much of it they are looking at just getting into the tank and fuel saving these final 13 laps, 14 laps of this race.
incredible on the brakes, I want to say, is that Mercedes. Just so much confidence versus the Lamborghini. Look at that, just closing the gap every single time. The Lamborghini is better on acceleration. That mid-engine punch out of the corner is really good, but will the tyres last in that way? And you can see that is the only thing that is keeping Team Racing Point at in first place at the moment and keeping them safe, is that traction onto the banking, because all throughout this point the Mercedes is faster. You can see them already closing the gap, and that is Sorrento. Sorrento is coming out of the pits.
And not only that, they will leave the pits with a 3/4 of a lap advantage, John, over mono competition.
Yeah, that'll be a relief for them, that's for sure. They'll still think very badly, you know, they lost P2 because of that, but still a podium, you know. It's remained to be seen whether they fixed all the damage. So it remains to see the pace. Effectively, you've got 13 laps to run. So if it's majorly damaged, it should still be okay. But you want to keep it safe now. No further incidents with the barriers, that's for sure. As once again, Team Racing Point still in first place. But you get the impression that Negative Delta are just lifting and coasting everywhere right now. They are all over that diffuser of the Lamborghini.
It's a game of waiting, and this is one of the things of endurance. You can be this close, and you're looking for the one place you can make that pass, and it will be chicane, final lap. That's going to be where they set it up, or for the drag race along the tri-oval. 160 laps worth of racing. They are at the behest of Mono Competition Pro-Am as the only car that hasn't run itself into damage in the GTPs. By comparison, you look around at it, everybody else, John, everyone else has run into troubles of the damage variety. The only issues that Mono Competition have had is they've had a stop and hold of 30 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's been in the wars to some extent, whether it's to do with penalties or indeed incidents, but it's rare to say that the GT3 class has actually been the cleaner of the classes, and that's probably a sentence you get to say every 10 years, to be fair, but yeah, I mean, it's incredible to see how many incidents they've had, and yet, to be honest, they're quite close still in terms of the field in GTP. We've still got 2 cars on the same lap, so yeah, I think there'll be a lot of debriefing to have between the teams, definitely for the finale, because they'll want to win it and they'll definitely not want to repeat the same mistakes.
They don't want mistakes. They don't want to be sat and realising that this could be a day done. Johan Neshev then setting up behind that Lamborghini. Very tough to bump draft that Lamborghini in the AMG Mercedes because of how high and how long the front nose is.
For sure. You just need to gauge it right, but we've seen it go so wrong so many times with that Mercedes. You know, it's a difficult car because all of the weight is on the front. So if you get a tap or if you hit the car in front at the wrong place, effectively it becomes a huge pivot to spin you into the barrier. So it's not the most ideal of strategies to do. I think it was Williams Esports that got into trouble with that, with one of their cars spinning off into the barrier during a Daytona 24. So yeah, very tricky, and yeah, even the best and the pros can't do it. So you need to be very careful out there. But I think in terms of the bump draft, you don't really need to do that to Team Racing Point. You're not trying to get them further ahead, you're just trying to save fuel. So it's a case of close up, coast up, maybe give them a little bit of a tap, and then just back off and then cruise back and save the fuel. Because what you want, as you said, crucially, in that last lap, you want to be able to go flat out to the chicane, flat out after the chicane, all the way to the line. Which car will have the fuel to do that?
Well, who's got enough is one question. The other one is who places each other in the right position. That's the second one. So they are eyeing this out as one of these races where it can go any one of two ways. And if they both get it wrong and decide they want to start playing chicken with each other, for example, John, Acelit are only 6 seconds back down the road. Maniti 2 behind that. Negative Delta 2 behind that.
Yeah, I mean, they are literally, if they spin, they drop 4 positions, effectively. So they don't want to go into contact with anyone. They don't want to have any sort of incidents. They don't want to make a mistake. And yet they both want to win the race. I mean, you're setting them up for failure right there as you set out the conditions, because this is pressure on a driver that I think, apart from the championship finale, which again we'll find out next time, to be fair, it's something that you rarely deal with as a driver. You know, you only get a set amount of times to practice the conditions or to compete in championships and compete for the win. So is there a driver that has competed in these conditions before? That would be a huge advantage. And, you know, some drivers are better at coping with the pressure than others just naturally.
Well, I asked the next question here, which is how quick are they going? So they're doing 143s. It is 134s by Simon Hegley. It's going to be very close with where they are on circuit, whether Hegley is going to get to lap them or not. And if they don't, it's going to be a fight between them. If they do, they get one less lap to think about. If I was Johan Neshev, I want to be lapped by the number 2. If I'm Racing Point, I don't. I want an extra lap.
Indeed, and judging by where they are on circuit right now, so the number 1 mono car, or number 2 mono car, sorry, is just going across the start-finish line, and they are just going round turn 3 of the NASCAR circuit. So they've just been lapped, and so now that mono competition car has to do another lap to catch them. So yeah, I agree with you. This could be close, and there could be some brinksmanship played here as well.
Well, there are 10 laps to go here at Daytona, and a little feign over to the inside by Negative Delta by Madness. Nothing close enough to make that move, but just getting wide in the Lamborghini's mirrors out there. Not to say I can make this move, not to say I must make this move, but to say I could make this move, but I elect not to. This is all staging and posturing because you're all being very coy and showing your hand, not yet, but you're holding them close to your chest until you get to the showdown at the river and you say it's going to be guns out at the OK Corral.
This is really bad for Team Racing Point. They are weaker in the braking points of every single braking zone on the infield. So they need to ensure that they have at least half a car length lead to avoid the dive bomb effectively on the last lap. So effectively, Negative Delta is just practicing at the moment, the late braking, just to make sure that everything feels good, everything feels okay. And yeah, the standoff at the river might be very short-lived, as we have both LMP2s into the pits for a splash and dash.
We do, and so that will be them getting their final stop sorted. Now just behind them trying to get clear through is Dylan Bittman, who will be looking around at this going, I can't believe I threw it in the barriers with a surefire P2 and a surefire way of walking forward with double-digit points lead in my category. So that has really shaken things up out there as far as they have set it, and they know out there as well that the clearance factor has been in play because out of the pits goes Lucas Sturck for the final time, as now on the brakes they just about managed through. And actually for mono competition they have just now made the pass on Team Endurotech technically, and they've got now over a minute to chase them down. So that's going to be their next battle that they set their minds to. But Neshev holding himself steady, knowing he's got to figure out where does he want to be, passing the flashes of the lights then as they go on through here the lefts and work on the brakes then for this next right-hander, the all-important West Horseshoe that leads back around on itself here and to the banking once again.
You can see that off camber, just that 1 degree off camber, so unsettling the cars. They're struggling for traction out there, and oh, that Mercedes is so good on the brakes. It's just incredible every time I see it. I think they're going to rear end the Lamborghini all the time, and you can see they're trying to get down to the apron as fast as possible, straight line it. You want to go the least amount of meters on the track possible, but you mustn't put a wheel on that yellow line because you could end up spinning off. It's such a change in terms of curvature right there, and you can see that the Lamborghini still has some legs on it in terms of acceleration, so that overtake may be difficult before the Le Mans chicane. But on the runoff here you can already see the Mercedes is that little bit stronger, so I can see that the move is probably going to be late or very early on in the lap. You either want to make the move in turn 1 and hopefully pull away with the better braking if you're the Mercedes, and if you're the Lamborghini you want to hold it until the Le Mans chicane and hope that you have the legs just for the run to the line.
Neshev lifts again. Lap 153, here of 160. Oh, and a mistake. Oh, wide it goes. And Neshev's going to have to take the lead. I wonder how much of that was intended as a move. Rossone gives it up, fights for it back down on the inside. Covered by Neshev. Race lead changes.
Oh, that came out of nowhere, unexpected. He had that turned into turn one and it just snapped. Just, I think, a lock of the rear brakes a little bit. And that was very close to a spin, so well recovered, and they did try and go for it. Oh, they're going for it again, but then again, the Mercedes, so good on the brakes, carrying the apex speed as well. Team Racing Point have no choice but to acquiesce there, and Negative Delta, Johan Neshev there, just doing all he can to protect the position. Now, the case is, are they going to run away, or are they just going to hold position at the moment?
Well, this has proven to be Daytona, a race here in April where everyone has just been on a knife's edge and nervy. They know how important this is going to be so late on, so critical. Are these moves going to be these places that you just try and hold on to with everything? Lifts off of it here into the chicane. Will there be a launch through off of the exit here? Drops a car length then through the middle and off the exit. I would say that Negative Delta by Madness have enough of a gap then at the moment. They'll also have Lucas Sturt going by them on the right hand side shortly, and they are noting that the time continues to chop on down. They've got a gap here to note there at it'll be 6 to go at the line for Mono Competition, who are making their way onto the banking now, so they've now got a gap of the infield to it as they keep the note. Covered line is there. No attempts then at the move into turn one this time, but Rossone doesn't like being in second place. He likes to lead from the front.
Indeed, I'm just looking also at where Mono Competition Pro-Am is on track right now. They are just going into the Le Mans chicane, so they are effectively... Indeed, yeah, that was a big mistake there. And alongside goes the Lamborghini.
Oh,
so
not now.
Correct. They slammed the door. Incredible Steens. They just managed to get the traction after that. They're really, really trying to brinksmanship game. Team Racing Point just going for the sort of dummy move into there to try and get them off the braking. But they had that covered, didn't they? And just to finish my point there, it's looking like that Mono Competition will catch this duo perhaps on the last lap, according to my calculations. So it's going to be nip and tuck whether they have to do an extra lap or whether they'll be cool.
Well, keep that in mind as you will see one very fast Dominic Pesta go by for Sorrento Motorsport. So they get the clearance then on the brakes. Big old lift from Gabriele Rossone, who will look to try and just drive it out of the corner then. Neshev took a more natural line through and didn't have to worry about the time loss, and I think they are going to be worried about whether they're going to have an extra lap or not, and it will be a case of whether they have an extra lap, whether Acelith get an extra lap, whether Manatee get an extra lap out there. It could be a battle of who's got what late on in the final stages, so keep that to note as they go. Rossone will definitely not be close enough this time as they cross for their 143rd lap. Neshev pretty much in the middle of the road, isn't going to see anybody go by that very large AMG Mercedes, but for the moment it's a case of Mercedes power against the Lamborghini, but that's not a Lamborghini engine in there, it's an Audi's engine.
Yeah, it's absolutely hurtling the power. Both of these cars have probably some of the best top line speeds in these setups in any case, so they are really, really just class field. Again, Team Racing Point just throw the dummy move. That did spook them a little bit. Negative Delta running a little bit wide and deep onto the apex, but it's all about trying to force the other driver to make a mistake. Now, to be fair, Team Racing Point has made that mistake already and relinquished the lead, so the psychological pressure really still on Team Racing Point if they can get back that position or if they've just lost out.
Well, can they find it? It's all about posturing, giving yourself the moment, the momentum. Are you going to do it too early, too late? Gets in the mirrors, never going to go for that move, was never close enough, and I think Johan Neshev knew it going into the Le Mans chicane, getting the drive off of the exit, knowing that they've got the LMP2 of Andre Matejček. They've got Francesco Iliano, who's going to force it 3 wide and get by without any worries, using the overtake lane at the top, which is normally there and marked at the top for where lap traffic should go if you are going through the banking. But now here comes the run for Gabriele Rossone. This time he'll go to the outside to try and get back to the race lead. Neshev's got it covered and it's lifted off again, so no move there, but look how shallow it is. Can there be a crossback here coming out of turn 1? Great run by the Lamborghinis at Racing Point. Rossone wants the pass. He's not going to get it. International Horseshoe covered.
Oh my days, the racing here, the positioning, the racecraft is absolutely incredible, both leaving space and just having to just be respectful and slam the door respectfully. I mean, to be fair, the Lamborghini doing everything they can, Team Racing Point, to just, well, force their way through effectively, but there's nothing that they could do. The Mercedes is just landing every single apex at this point. Incredible on the brakes, and so even with that slipstream into turn 1 from the LMP2 car of Team Endurotech, it wasn't enough. You have to ask, where can you go for it? Where does that Lamborghini have the advantage? It might have a little bit better grunt in acceleration, but is it enough to get alongside? This could be an opportunity.
This is for second in the championship, remember? So they are throwing the absolute haymakers on it. And on the brakes they go. 2 flashes of the lights there to try and get into the mind game still from Gabriele Rossone. He wants that pass. He needs that pass. And he desperately searches for it. And look, that's a dimmed headlight compared to the full bore element that is there from that AMG Mercedes. And they are setting this one up. It's 4. There will soon be 3 to go at the line for Mono Pro-Am, who are going through the Le Mans chicane. I think they are going to get caught, and they are going to get caught before the end of this one. So Rossone realizes they've got time against them and has to think about this to the outside. They've got traffic of their own variety in front in Maxim Dimitrov to deal with, but Neshev covers the line again.
Yeah, there's just no way past.
Big lunge!
Oh, yeah, incredible steam.
Almost
and
got
the
there.
door slammed shut. My days. It was almost like, I don't care whether you're going for this, it's not happening.
No, not happening, not getting there, not this time. And I think Johan Neshev has got to cover every quarter in the final stages. They've still got 8 seconds and a half to play with over Absolute Motorsport Acelith. They are chucking it through every corner, and they're not losing time either by the way that they're going for it. They're keeping the pace up, which is critical, and the fact that they're catching on the oval here, this will give some toe for Johan Neshev. No, it won't, because Maxime pulls over to one side, and this will open up the opportunity into the chicane now for Rossone to go and deal with here. That Mono Competition Pro-Am car is only just entering the banking now, so next lap they will be caught. Here to the outside it will have to be. Rossone's not going to get the line sorted here. They'll hit the brakes through the left and right, and now you'll need run off the exit.
That could have been disaster, because the off-track racing MDM car had a huge snap onto the banking, and if he would have spun round, it would have taken out both of the leaders here potentially. So they're still in the race, thank God for that, but it could have been late jeopardy. Once again, Lamborghini Team Racing Point just going for it around the outside. Again, turn 1 around the outside. That's an ambitious move, but the inside has been covered off faultlessly. They do get through technically for the lead, but it's going to be last on the late brakes. A little bit of a tap, a little bit of a touch. Who's going to be last on the brakes? And it is the Lamborghini. The door is slammed shut. Team Racing Point retake the lead.
2 laps to go here in this one, and Simon Hegley is going to lap these 2. It's just a question now. There's contact into the corner. Neshev muscles his way alongside with it, and Rossone gives it back on the middle of the straight, trying to pinch and push at negative delta. How dare you do that to me? Says Racing Point. Negative delta back to the inside, back to the race lead, but this just got personal.
Indeed, and it remains to be seen whether they'll be caught this lap. Lamborghini to the outside, but again, throwing the dummy move. That is negative delta that has to take the defending action, and Lamborghini's got it up the inside. Team Racing Point, what a dummy move, what a switchback. It is most definitely personal now.
What a pass, but now lean on the side draft, why don't you? As they move along, look at the lean then, that high cadence there, they're going to bump along the side as they head to the chicane. I don't think either are going to lift. Yes, we are going to see a lift from Gabriele Rossone. He's going to lift out of it now, and you look behind, there's Simon Hegley in the back of shot. He's going to drive by them to start the final lap of this race, and he will know that he will give them one less lap of opportunity, one lap where they don't have to worry about the fuel mileage anymore. Hegley makes the pass, and now it's all on at this point in time. Neshev, watch out, because here is Gabriele Rossone going for Racing Point to the outside. Can he get it done the same way it was done last lap? Same way, same time, same place. Little later on the brake, sliding about, covers the inside line, and Neshev knows that he's now just got to hold this lap in the books because he knows how important this is all going to be. Another little look to the inside. Oh, gives the bump back at the International Horseshoe. It's tit for tat between the pair of them, and Rossone and Neshev now sit down and say it's going to be all about drafting unless you got something here for the West Horseshoe from a mile back down the inside. Neshev had to open the door to keep the car in check. It's wide off the exit though. Neshev picks his pocket back and says no, you're not getting it. Lunge comes back, block pass down onto the oval banking. This is incredible between these two. Neshev for negative delta by Madness being shoved up the circuit, blocked down low. You got to be careful or you're going to get turned. Has to lift out of it now. Rossone weaving on the straight won't be doing any favours out there between them. Watch the Le Mans braking zone now. Neshev gets in the mirrors and says, can I scare you through this corner? Knows the answer. We got to go up to Simon Hegley as there's a slide, but now there will be a run chance here over towards the line. Simon Hegley for Mono Competition Pro-Am enters the tri-oval and dominates with a 6th lap win here in your prototypes and can bring it down to a crawl. But on the drag race for GT3, here comes Johan Neshev. Here comes Johan Neshev. He's got to run out of time. He's run out of time. Oh my goodness! Una vittoria per la Racing Point! Mantengono il primo posto! Fantastico!
He's not happy about that. He's not happy how he's lost that race victory and just slamming it into the wall. Thankfully, there was nobody exiting there. That could have been a disaster for anybody still racing on the track. So what a dramatic finish right there. And this will be also just, drama for the championship as well. Team Racing Point taking a huge amount of points.
What a finish it was, and we note Lucas Sturck making his way over towards the line, and before that, R&R Motorsport, Francesco Iliano will be last to get there, will be confirmed in that 2nd place. Ivo Serafimov for R&R gives them the championship lead, heading then in your GT3 AM field to Le Mans. Iliano knows, just bring it home, and they will be championship leaders, and they will be championship leaders with a gap heading to Le Mans. Oh, we're in for a treat in a month's time. This is going to be one of the most awesome ends to a season, and it is proving it time and again. Perabit have got their win out there overall, as Iliano will take 2nd, and critically, John, championship lead.
Yeah, what an incredible recovery drive, to be honest, from all of the trials, all of the tribulations, all of the impact with the wall. Not necessarily their fault, but they have gotten the points. They have got the, staying power, let's say, just in the race to survive, and it's done them well. And R&R Motorsport, what can you say? What an incredible, dominant display of force right now in GT3 AM. You couldn't touch them at any point during this race.
What a race, and let's get the confirmation of results in for you, because Mono Competition Pro-Am have won this one, and they have won this one not even close, because every other GTP has found themselves with black and orange mechanical flag damage out there. Absolute Motorsport Acerith with their big bust up, with Mono Competition in 5th, outside of this race then, down in 18th. They will get second with Perabit, the first of the LMP2s. They're in third. That's a huge achievement, with Sorrento then taking third overall in class and mono competition fourth. It will mean that as they stand, there is daylight for Acelith, who will take through 10 very valuable points. Then ahead with that, and they will move ahead by 4 going to Le Mans. Endurotech are second in their class, but Team Racing Point moved to second in the GT3 Pros with a win over Negative Delta by Madness on the final lap. Absolute Motorsport Acelith will be third with Maniti Racing Black. It is fourth. It's not going to be 100% for them. The streak alive, of course, for Perabit, but for Maniti, they'll be incredibly pleased at the fact that they've got a consistent score and they've gained points heading to Le Mans. Negative Delta by SimGear.it fifth. Sorrento Motorsports GT3 in sixth. It is a win in category for R&R Motorsport. They will win over off-track racing MDM. And so for them, they will walk into the championship lead with that result. Negative Delta SRT end up with a third position out there. So for the moment, R&R will look at that and say, well, it's both of them that we have to worry about on the French roads. And OCC Sports SimDeck.app then follows afterwards with Fortuna Racing, who are the last finishers with out of the race belonging to Mono Competition TSSimShop.com, Sorrento Motorsports Elite Pro GT3, Ariti Esports, and then the 2 gassed up Motorsports cars out there, one including Yargon 314, and a non-start for the Andromeda by 0 to 1 racewear car due to a family issue emergency out there. So we hope that everything is okay in that regard, with what a brilliant result that it has been out there. John, Daytona is one of these great circuits that just always has the flair for the dramatic.
It delivers every single time. It's an old school racetrack. That is exactly just the crux of the story when it comes to Daytona. You've got everything to challenge you. It challenged every drivers in terms of racecraft, pace, consistency, and at the end of the day, the gaps tell the story, doesn't it?
Yeah, the gaps tell you everything you need to know here around this place. That it's one where we had the old endurance thing where someone wins by a mile. It's had the tougher runs out there from many who have gone, look, we've got this one by the barest of margins. We are going to jump ourselves, though, into your SimGear press conference here from the World Centre of Racing. And we are going to start, of course, with the 227 team, who have put an absolute showcase down over at Team Racing Point. We've got Piercarlo Patti here along with us here for this one. Piercarlo, that was a hard-fought race, especially seeing as you controlled the early stages, or your team did, and then from about the midpoint after the spin, it was about getting back to control. Oh, I hope we've got you. Piercarlo, do you copy?
Yes, sorry. I've never been so sweat like now, really, in all my life, and I can imagine how sweat is Gabriele Rosone at this moment. Yeah, it was a fabulous race. Too much error from our side. Really, 2 times we spin out, then 2 times the safety car when we had 10 or 12 second gap with a second place. Yeah, it has been really tough.
It's been a tough race. It's been a tough season, actually, as well for you, because you got 4th place at the opener, then you had a very tough round 2 of the season, but you've started to really hit your stride, a 2nd and a 1st out there. But that first, in the final 10 to 15 laps, you were given an absolute barn burner of a fight with Johan Neshev. There was about 6 or 7 moments where that could have ended up in pure tears between the pair of you.
Yeah. I can imagine. This is our first championship of this at this level. As you can imagine, it's all how should I say, experience that we are doing. For us, every safety car, every race is something new. But slowly we can catch up the the fast guys.
And speaking of catching the fast guys, you now move to second in the championship, but you have 38 points to chase at Le Mans. Does an extra couple hours worth of racing benefit your team in terms of hoping something will befall Maniti, or are you looking at this as we'll just do the best we can?
We will do the best that we can. I think Maniti today was not the best performance of this championship. Maybe because of the pre-qualifying of the 24-hour series. But yeah, we will do the best that we can. Obviously, we will try it. We will try it. But let's see what happens. What's gonna happen?
Well, at least from me, over to you here, Piercarlo. Una gara incredibile. Andate a festeggiare.
Grazie mille, lo faremo. Grazie a tutti.
Piercarlo Patti there joining us from Team Racing Point. John Harris has walked down the virtual paddock. He has stood by with your winners in your GT3 Pro Am field, Ivo Serafimov and Todor Dimitrov.
First of all, Jake, brilliant Italian. But I'll start with Ivo. I guess in terms of that race, did anything go wrong? It looked like you had it in the bags right from the get-go. Great qualifying, and it just went from there, didn't it?
Actually, everything was fine, and the first race we had no issues, and we were surprised to make such a good qualification because we didn't practice, we didn't made the setup for it, but yeah, it was a good qualification which made the difference and put pressure to our main competitor.
So was it something to do with the car? What built the confidence? If it wasn't practice, what would you put it down to then?
I said we didn't practice qualification setups, but we just used our main setup, lowered the fuel, and the car was marvelous. After 3 laps, first 3 were madness, but then everything was perfect and very smooth. So yes, we had a very good qualification.
Todor as well, I just want to ask, how difficult was it mid-race to keep the consistent pace going after the safety car restarts? And as a team, I might ask the question to both of you, how difficult was it just driving by yourself and not putting it in the barrier like other teams?
I mean, before we started, I told Ivo, let's just stay out of trouble, and we did that perfectly. So that was our whole point for this. I didn't come here to win, to be honest, but I just came here, stay out of trouble, stay out of the barriers, and I guess we got the result.
Do you echo that, Ivo?
Yes, that was our main focus, to stay out of trouble.
And I went with that mentality mainly because I haven't driven in like 3 years, so coming back today, it's actually been great for me. Great reminder.
So heading into the finale, we go to Le Mans. That's a circuit that everybody wants to win, right? Is that the objective? Are you going to do the double?
Yes, we'll try our best. We'll try our best.
So confidence is there, and in terms of the championship, where do you think that'll leave you? Do you think you got a good chance?
Chances are much bigger now after this race because we were put under pressure last race, and Burimechkov and Andreev really pushed a lot of pressure on us. So now we are a little bit more calmer now, but we have more confidence now, and we try to prepare. I guess our teammates Rostislav and Robbie, when they are back, they'll do their best to prepare for the race too.
Sounds like you have everything under control. So I will say, brilliant performance, great victory. You deserve to celebrate that one, and all the best of luck for the finale. Team R&R Motorsports, they deserve this one, and yeah, back to you, Jake.
Yeah, I'm with Maxim Dimitrov here from the Off-Track Racing MDM team. And Maxim, it's another solid podium finish out there. And it's been the story of the season, 3 seconds and a third out there. But really a case of being, a case of a race of both highs and lows, being up there in control at points, but being off the cycle, it seemed, on the fuel strategy.
Of the cycle did help. I think it was, first we thought it was a mistake called by Milian, but eventually it played out pretty well, and I think we've got second place because of the strategy call.
Yeah, so it's really, really good. Now, in terms of championship, as far as my commentator maths goes, you're 12 points back walking into the championship finale at Le Mans. So the result here at Daytona, it's kept you in the picture. How much are you looking over at Le Mans thinking you're going to need a little bit of help?
I believe Milan and Vladi are really good at Le Mans. They do have the pace there. And we are still in the picture. Anything can happen.
Anything can. And in terms of the work that Off-Track Racing have done over the course of this season, how important and how actually proud are you of the team and the work you've done and what all the other guys have done at the team to put together a season where that BMW is fighting with everything it's got to go and get top honors?
Yeah, we are only BMW here, by the way, yeah. I'm really proud what we are doing with consistency and everyone joining on the team and like working together towards the goal. Maybe we don't have, we're not fastest guys, but we are doing a lot of teamwork. All three of us are in the Discord throughout all times, helping each other.
Well, I would say best of luck to you when it comes to Le Mans, and thank you so much for joining us. Maxim Dimitrov there from the MDM Off-Track Racing team. John, final thoughts as we bring Daytona to a close and we jump on a plane over to France.
It seems to be an anchor point of this championship to have grandstand finishes. Every single race we have had a battle for the lead of a category coming into the final corners, into the final laps. I love this championship for that, and we've had the drama. There will be some teams that will be unhappy, and that means that all of that frustration, all of those lost points, all of those lost positions will spiral into the next race, into the finale. Grab your popcorn for that one, I can guarantee you that.
Well, you can only catch it here with us on SimGear, and it's a magical place to go and watch some amazing championship racing. And we are just a 1 round away from this championship finishing. All 4 championships are still open for grabs on the horizon. There are some out there like LMP2, for example, where you are going to need to rely on a retirement from Perabit to see perfection get snapped. You've got GT3, where Maniti do increase their championship lead, even with a 4th place. But Racing Point and Negative Delta have proved that this championship isn't over, and they'll race right to the end of running. It's all to play for in your GT3 AM standings, but R&R take a notch up over Negative Delta SRT and Off-Track Racing MDM. But the big one is all about GTP. No one kept their cool tonight. No one was able to say, I stand out. Mono Competition Pro-Am will bring the gap down, but Absolute Motorsport Acelith against Mono Competition TSSimshop.de. It is now a 4-point lead that they will walk into France with and say, on top of everything in the SimGear Endurance Series, you're going to have to join myself, Jake Sperry. You're going to have to join John Harris. And you're also going to have to join Alex Goldschmidt, who'll be joining us for the final round over at Le Mans, where 6 hours will decide winners, losers, tears, fears, spills, joy, excitement, champagne, a lot of it. You do not want to miss this action when the month of May rolls around.